And he's died. He's died to the supports.
Yeah, that level 4 frostbite. 3
Zayas
seconds.
He might not be out of this one. Actually, he does manage to juke. He doesn't manage to juke Sacred in the tree, so he'll be safely
Oh, Dark
away.
Magoo finding Rezo.
Oh no,
Perhaps?
Rezo.
Okay,
There's a Zeus ulti. Yeah, not enough time, and yeah, he's not going to be jumping up.
Oh,
to the
and there we
high
see
ground.
bottom lane too. Pakas with the blink dagger, he has TP's bottom and collects.
Crystallis. That's a big one.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, you know? You just... Yeah, you need your BKB.
And that might be even a tower down bottom. Under, they're still not really making a big effort to make a push for an objective. For now, they seem still pretty content to continue kind of playing the game as it is at this 20-4 scoreline. When do you think they need to start, looking to force objectives a little bit more? Does that ever become a concern for them, or can they just continue playing and looking for kills like this?
No, you probably keep looking for kills like this a bit more. Yeah, I'm wondering... Yeah, I don't really see when they're supposed to. I think you just have to let it happen naturally.
Got it. Get like a couple kills, and hopefully
Yeah.
you're in a position where you can just naturally siege an objective from there.
Yeah, because you kind of need all your heroes to just hit the tower for it to go down.
I guess if you, Secret, they're going to bail out of that tier 2 tower defense. I was going to say that'd be an excellent opportunity for you to flex your team fight prowler right now while still sieging immediately after. I think Secret would do well to try and fight away from objectives.
Panda
Look for
move
pickoffs
playing very
like
cocky.
this. There's a Requiem. It does catch Panda, but the fear is minuscule, and Panda, he's not going to die.
Yeah, and instead Rezo goes down, yeah.
Yep, he's going to die his 7th time now. 0-7-0, because sieging by himself is the answer when they start sieging.
Oh, Puppy is in... Yeah, they're looking for him.
Yeah, and they see his creeps, and they'll see him. Here's Panda. Frostbite onto him to follow up. Nisha doing what he can with his amount of damage, but again, very limited impact he can have. Crystal's still just about halfway towards his BKB, but he's really struggling.
Yeah, here's Pakas. Oh,
And
the creeps. No, the creeps.
The Chen army. They do split, and a couple more boulders hurled in their death throws, but that's always disappointing as a Chen player to have your army die, especially when you're this far behind and you're... I mean, it's so hard to take away 4 creeps, from your team.
Yeah, no, you don't get to choose either, right? Like, you get a couple of mud golems, like it's...
Pretty much. The Zeus ulti and Secret, they
running.
don't like what that might imply. They're out of there.
We just have to speak about too, like, look at Pakas's farm here. He's 12.5k net worth, it's 19 minutes in, it's extremely farmed. He's just queuing up the Lincolns. Whatever, dude, he can get whatever he wants.
Oh, Secret. I can't help but laugh. Just these matchups on just Pudge and Professional Dota being this monster that he is. This team fight constant run at you, Dota. It just cheers me up no matter who's playing it.
Yeah.
It's hard not to smile whenever you see a Pudge throw a hook or a Pudge just blink in and dismember someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even use hook.
Yeah, Rezo. Yeah, that's right. He's not been throwing too many of those. Hasn't really needed to. Rezo finding farm where he can, doing a good job here in the enemy ancients. And I think they're gonna know where he's at, but he's gonna TP away in time.
Yeah, he saw the sentry being placed there. But I mean, they're still doing a good job. And it's also easy when you have a Dawnbreaker, because then naturally you always have a guy farming while you're looking for them. Well, he's playing very cocky. Can he die here? I don't even know how they get on top of him.
Yeah, he's got a full Wraith Pact as well here. 2200 HP. I mean, they're smoked. As far as the question of how do they get on top of him, Fissure from range, and maybe that's where they kick things off. The Doom actually connecting there on Rezo.
Yeah.
Okay. Echo Slam was used just for the stun onto Fissure. Didn't connect onto the creep wave, but maybe this is still enough damage. He is ticking down slowly. Rezo easily keeping pace, trying to go for the deny, but he accidentally lifesteals there off the creeps. In the meantime, though, Puppy dies just outside of his base near the mid lane. Nisha, though, maybe, yeah, he's going to go for a bit of a dive, and actually the Fissure to connect it. This could be actually some mistakes coming from Thunder. Way back in this one for Secret, but it looks like Dark Mago, is he strong enough, actually? He's fighting with an Arcane Rune. Nisha might have bit off a bit more than he could chew, but no, plays that one perfectly on edge, and Secret, maybe this is a little bit of a leverage. They can get a little crowbar in here, and Gordon Freeman their way back into this game.
No, for sure. I mean, I don't know what Thunder were doing there. Like, that death on Dawnbreaker is so silly. And he didn't even get any TPs for him. So it was just a very strange play there. But I mean, they're still very much in control, so...
Absolutely, but you can start to see this is how Secret gets back in, right? A couple little silly pickoffs, as you say, here and there.
No,
Now-
and it's gonna get way worse. Like if you make mistakes and they have their BKBs, because then they can actually take these fights. Like when the Doom gets BKB and he's close, right? Yeah, he's basically has it. And Shadowfiend too. He only needs 1,000 gold.
He's getting there. There's Picaz with his Linkens now. That'll protect them from the Doom. I think is going to be the big one. And well, what do they have to break it? I suppose the mana burn that Rezo's holding from his delicious creep that he's digesting, as well as Penitence being kind of the only two right now.
Yeah. Oh, they're going in.
They are, yeah, and that's a kill onto Chrysalis. That'll put him back on his BKB a bit more. The hook out as well. Zayats is going to die very quickly to Sacred.
Yeah.
So the tier 2 bottom sieged and taken down.
Now, so you can see, like, if they have BKB in those situations, it's possible that they can fight. But before BKB, there's just no way.
Kaz as well is going to TP on back to the mid lane. Level 18 here already on the Pudge. And he's gonna just start whacking Roche.
Yeah.
There he goes. It's not very elegant, is it, Pi? But he'll eventually get through this Roshan.
Yeah. Here comes this lifesteal.
Because that's what he needs. Dismember being put to work. Obviously, I think Secret are going to be aware, as Dismember is a global sound. I don't know, but I can't contest. This time around, Crystal still needs 1,000 gold for his BKB. Nisha, for now, he's holding on to this one Mithril Hammer, but he hasn't committed for either the Ogre Axe or the second Mithril Hammer for, say, Desolator, which he does have queued up.
Yeah. No, I get this idea here. He wants to be able to kill these supports really quick.
Okay, so the Secret doing a good job of holding the ward. Besides, of course,
they have a gem.
with just Fissure, they do have a gem. Yeah, Matthew, he's holding that one. He's kind of a target now, especially because Nisha has committed for the Deso. What were you saying? You liked it, right? This Deso pickup.
I'm not sure. I mean, I trust him more than I trust myself when it comes to that.
That's true.
So I can potentially, like, I think, like, if he hits one of these slides on Hoodwink, Crystal Maiden, you know, like, they're almost dead. Like, 2 slides and they're basically dead, so I get the idea here. Oh,
well, they went into the triangle,
Okay.
and they'll find a Puppy who was left behind, maybe trying to collect some creeps. But Dark Mago, I think he's going to get revealed on here with the Death, so you can see that Minus Armor going to work. They're actually ulting in on her, and she lives. In fact, she cast the Frostbite Chrysalis from the trees, at least, is going to send him scattering with the Requiem of Souls. They doomed the Dawnbreaker, but she actually got down the Wraithback, and she's giving
she's
chase.
running at him.
She's giving chase. She says, damn you instead, Rezo. He's going to TP away. Oh, the hook just a second late. And Nisha is taking them on a little bit of a wild
They
goose
know he
chase
has
here.
no remnants.
Oh, they do, actually. The Zeus ulti as well for Vision. The roots persist. You do not dispel there on the Starbreaker. Ag's Scepter, sorry, the Ag's Shard. And Matthew, he's even getting in there aggressive and in the face of Nisha. No remnants. And, I mean, his best case scenario there, unfortunately, was dying to neutrals.
Yeah.
But you might have missed it there on the right in the pop-up. Chrysalis has BKB. That's I think maybe step 2 perhaps here in the comeback sequence.
Yeah. Okay, step 3 now. The Aegis. It's quite annoying.
Yes. Because, well, not connecting under Rezo, it's a small win, but without Doom, they feel pretty confident. Oh, Puppy, he's found a couple. I really like this actually counterplay, right? He's doing the best thing he can. He's actually grabbed Holy Persuasion.
Oh,
well, I
God.
might not even have time to say that. Zayats. He's just getting initiated on Sharpshooter as well. Down he goes. SF, again, with BKB. They got to take care of this Wraith Pack Totem, and down it goes. Maybe an opening here for them.
Yes. I just wonder... Okay, yeah, they have Nisha coming up here.
Yeah.
So if they can Searing Chain something.
The siege is so slow. I mean,
Yeah.
it is a 25-minute siege. You know, many lineups are not online at this stage, right? But I mean, this one's going to
they
take
don't
another
have a lot of
25
heroes to
minutes, I
siege
think,
with
before
there.
they get through structures within 30 seconds or so. They are not fast. But real quick there, you just saw, of course, Picaz hook a creep. Of course, we all know Pudge can do that now, but he cannot hook through these Ancients. In fact, the hook passes right through them. And I think that's why Puppy was eager to get a hold of this Ag Shard. It allows him to grab Ancient creeps. Some more of these passive stand behind and just give aura creeps, you know. Those are going to be
Yeah,
good ones
so
for the
Secret
team.
there is going to sit in their base here.
And the only problem for Zeus is when you're, or sorry, the only problem for Chen and for Puppy is it tends to be a little bit difficult to actually get into your own triangle when the game kind of devolves like this. So actually getting the Ancients is kind of the hard part. See though how many he can hold on to by the end of this game.
Secret doesn't have a lot of options here. Just sitting, camping their base. Yeah, okay, they're gonna try a little smoke at there. I think most spells are up.
Yeah, and that BKB importantly, right? Ready to go for the SF.
Yeah. They have Doom. Yeah, it's okay. So...
It's gonna be a catch. Dark Mago. He's got a minute left of Aegis though. Is he really the ideal jump?
No, there are no ideals anymore. Okay, there they go. But
they go.
You don't want to Doom him.
No, not on the first life. Absolutely not. And, well, but can they even kill him the first time becomes the question with the haster, and he's off and away, and he's going to be able to turn and fight. In fact, Rezo, he's being dismembered. Crystallis trying to fight through this one. They do drop the Doom here onto Picaz as they get through the Lincoln Sphere. Crystallis now on the Rickham. I think it catches 4 heroes, all 5 even. The fight's been split. Nisha's starting to tear him apart. Zayas as well, the 2-man Echo, but they're going to lose Crystallis. Nisha is all out of remnants here, and that was only the first life for Dark Mago. He's doing what he can from the side, but it's just not enough, and they cancel his TP with the bolt. Picaz now has Blink, has Heart, has Dismember, and it's still a full wipe for as well as that fight looked for Secret Thunder. Will clean up all 5.
Yeah, that's a good try, though. If they could have timed the smoke a little later so the Aegis ran out, perhaps there was something there. But the problem is just this Heart now on Pudge, right? They doom him and hit him 100 times, but... he's still a 3rd HP.
He refuses to die. And I think now Thunder with a 21k net worth lead. 30-40, I mean, completely flipping the script, pardon, from game 1. They are probably not going to back away from this push. I mean, Secret used everything they had there.
Yeah, they have BKBs coming up soonish, but as you said, no Doom, no Requiem.
And not even max souls here. I think Crystallis, I mean, they got to give him a couple of these, but Rezo also really wants to get his Blink online. Now he has it with Devour and Midas active, but kind of wants to save for buyback as well. And well, to be honest, he's 1 of 2 on his team with buyback. In goes Picaz. Oh, and Crystallis, he's just picked off like that. Once again, the Lincoln Sphere proved to be rather difficult for them to deal with. Now Nisha even rooted up. Look at the damage as well as Picaz closes the gap. The right clicks, the Zeus ulti avoided with the Remnant, but it's not going to matter. There's GG. Puppy calls it. It's a 1-1.
Wow. I don't know if Picaz hit a single hook, but it doesn't matter. He's just too farm.
Yeah, he might not have hit any hooks onto enemies that were not already frostbitten, but you're right. I mean, it didn't matter, right? He was just there for the rot damage. He was there for the dismembers, the control, and you can see Thunder breathing a bit more easy. They know that they're not completely outclassed at this TI. If they can take a game off of Secret, they reckon they can take a game off of anyone like that. That was very well played. I love their draft, and well, I loved Secret's draft in game 1, and look at this, 1-1.
Yeah. No, I like that they got to pick their own thing and make it work out too. Because if you only watch game 1, then you're like, what the hell are these guys doing?
Yep.
But then you see them like kind of completed game 2, and they just rolled them over, right? They had no chance.
No, it didn't look too comfortable there for Secret in game number 2. Certainly a frustrating game to play from behind, but even so, especially so, even when you lose your 2 sideways. It's pretty much like game 1, but reverse scripts. And game 1 draft not really coming together for Thunder. Chalk it up to nerves, chalk it up to the first warm-up game of the day, chalk it up to whatever for Thunder, right? But they strike back in game 2, and I think they're going to show us a couple more interesting and unique drafts here as they continue along for their group stage run. But pretty fast games here on the mainstream, regardless, right? I mean, they've been
very
4
one-sided,
games,
yeah.
Very one-sided games, exactly. Yeah.
At least here it was a 1-1, right? Like both teams got to pick up a point. Like Secret kind of tried to force their game 1 draft again here, right? But this time, Thunder Awakened, they were ready, and they kind of fixed the holes.
And I mean, again, Picaz missing a hook next D, but I think that was kind of, I mean, this was even before the last fight. I thought this next fight really had a lot of promise for Secret, but everyone's just too tanky on Thunder. It's really what it felt like, especially this Picaz hero. But, that kind of summed up the game, right? It was, Rezo getting a Doom off onto Sacred, and then Sacred just runs him down. Rezo has to BKB and run for his life, and even then
so this is the
this fight.
Yeah, this is their best chance. Because you can see Picaz is actually starting to die eventually here. And I think Nisha picks up the Zeus in the back here, but that's the problem, right? He has Aegis. Yeah. So he comes right back.
You could see that timer was still up for 30 more seconds. And Zayas just can't kill these two supports in the backlines as much as he tried. And
yeah, then suddenly you didn't kill anyone, you know?
yeah, and suddenly you cancel the TV. I mean, the fight looks really good. I mean, I saw 5 heroes, you know, with a SF ulti in the middle, and I went, surely this is where Secret starts to make the comeback, but now we leave just way too much. And then, of course, it's just it's as easy as just, you know, kind of shoving your net worth down their throats, basically, right? You just blink in, and there's nothing they can do. Look at Nisha. I mean, goodness gracious.
They're too tanky, too much damage.
Yep.
Even though you can't really push, it doesn't matter.
Yep. Secret are going to GG out of that one, and it's Thunder who will go 1-1 versus Secret. Both of them, as you say, picking up the points. But yeah, the story so far here on Stream A has certainly been one-sided games for now. As we'll see, again, that Thunder lineup. I really like this one, though. And again, it reminded me very, very similar. It was eerily similar to a Secret draft that they used versus LGD, who's going to be the next team we have on this stream in just a while. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But the global kind of lineup, right, between this Zeus, between this Dawnbreaker, who's not a hero we've seen a whole lot of, but in the hands of Sacred and with a lineup like this, did look rather convincing.
Yeah. No, I like it because they saw the Shadow Fiend. Like, they just picked 2 supports early, right? And then they pick cores to, like, match these supports with, like, a core advantage there with, I think, like, Shadow Fiend laning into any of those heroes, like both Dawnbreaker and Zeus, can be quite difficult. So especially that Zeus pick, I really like. It's a good pick.
And Sacred here, MVP. I think it was a dangerous lane, like you called out pretty much from the get-go, right?
Yeah.
Ascending that SF safe lane, right, with the Chen only to back him up. I think that certainly kind of played out how you were expecting. But it was up to Sacred to continue that momentum going into the mid game, and I was especially impressed by, you say, by Dark Mago. Both the pick, right, the wisdom in that pick, but also the way that he played it, really up and aggressive, constantly on the enemy side of the river, finding pick-off after pick-off and canceling TPs here and there. Really, really lovely game out from Thunder, especially after their comeback from a dominant Game 1 Secret performance.
Yeah. No, that speaks to their, like, mental fortitude, right? Like, because what they used just didn't work, but then they stick with it. They go hoodwink, and then they fix the rest of their draft. Because I do believe Game 1, it was just, they didn't follow up with the correct course, and it just made it very hard to play. And now they fixed it up. And yeah, Secret kind of, yeah, they kind of got outthought, really. Like, they tried to force what they like, and just didn't work out.
Yeah, it looked really, really capable in their hands. And I think right now, there's a lot of action going on, of course. You guys are watching the A stream, but there's a B stream, there's a C stream, there's a D stream, and even this year, new to us, there's an E stream. So many games going on, 5 at the same time, of course, for all 20 teams playing in TI. That's a little bit too much to keep up with. So we've got our amazing panel to get you up with the second round of results. So over to Nat T and everyone else over in Sweden.
Secret and Thunder going 1 game each. I got some fabulous minds next to me here to have a little bit of a breakdown of what actually played out during that best of 2. And Fear, I know you had close eyes on that Game 1, so what worked really well for Secret in that game that might not have really translated to Game 2?
Well, that Game 1 was pretty crazy from just the pre-rune fight. There was just blood everywhere. And like all the lanes are just crazy to begin with just from that, but Secret just took ahead in the laning stage. They won all 3 lanes from there, and we've seen a bit of Leshrac now, and overall have not been impressed. People have been picking it game after game here. It does not look like to be having a ton of success, and they also went for a little different strategy with the Omni off lane. Haven't really seen that in pubs even, and here it is coming into TI, and gotta say, didn't look good in its debut.
You gotta kind of pull out all the strats. This is group stages. This is when you get to experiment just a little bit. But flip side, Kezu, what happened so well for Thunder in Game 2?
Well, it's like in the second game, they basically flipped the script.
Okay.
So Thunder, they got to win most of their lanes. They had very good picks to like abuse the laning stage of Secret. Secret had the Shadow Fiend who got ran over by a Dawnbreaker lane. They had a Doom who got ran over by a Pudge CM. And then basically Thunder won the lanes. They did the same thing Secret did in Game 1. Win the lanes, play fast, don't give them space. And that's Game 2.
Yeah, well, let's catch up with what's happening on the other streams as well. They've all entered their second series, their best of 2 for it. And we're going to start with that B stream, the Spirit up against Fnatic Fear.
Yep. All right. So this game, some interesting things to note is the Undying. We've been seeing it terrorizing the laning stage game after game, especially versus the double strength, like, dual offlane. But Team Spirit, they chose Centaur, they chose Snapfire against this Undying lane. And I think something interesting to note here is that Centaur, he has one of the highest, if not one of the highest base regions in the game. So he can deal with this decay spam pretty well. And we saw Liquid do it in the last chance qualifiers as well. In this game, Collapse, he just had a great laning stage, and he transitioned that laning stage into helping mid, ganking for that Dev Prophet, who's top net worth, a couple times in a row with the Snap ulti, just really putting his team on his back, in my opinion, this game. And it was a solid performance here from Collapse on his Centaur and Mira's Snapfire.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, that's what we've seen Spirit do before in the past. It really works well for them. Anything that stood out for you, Kezu, that maybe you feel Fnatic might want to change up for their game too, which I think is underway?
I'm not sure if they were too comfortable with this offlane Monkey King. I don't know if that's something that they wanted to do or like were kind of forced into. I feel like Armel had a very good early game, which got kind of thrown away then when, you know, Collapse started, you know, picking up the pace and kind of owning him in a way. So I feel like they want to make sure that they're more in their comfort and then just help out the hero who's having a good game.
Yeah, Spirit taking that game one. Entity, though, taking the game one between Beast Coast over on Stream C. Something interesting popped up over there, Kezu.
Yeah, so something that I saw again is that this Pudge hero is just starting to own quite hard in most of the games that I've seen it. Also, we have more Brewmaster. We had a mid Venomancer coming out from Chris Luck. Spoiler alert, didn't work out that well. He did max Gale, which was very interesting. So he did well in the lane, but it didn't transition that well like into the game really. And then we had a Medallion on the offlane Enigma, which was kind of cool. And then
something different.
Yeah, so and that kind of helped him in the lane a bit, but it didn't transition all that well into the game actually.
Yeah, I mean, South American region definitely known for just bringing out everything. You know, the unpredictability. If you guys didn't know earlier, Hikari took a game off of LGD. Then we see Thunder take one off of Secret here. And now Beast Coast pulling out that mid Veno. Didn't really work out, but there is a clip from that game one, Panda, that you wanted to highlight for how they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty interesting fight. So actually look at the Enigma and like what happened to the Black Hole, because there was no cancel to it. This is a moment where Enigma had his Eidolons coming into the fight, and his control group of his Enigmas just dies on the side of the fight, and he's trying to A-click them in there, causing him to actually cancel the Black Hole because he's still got his hero selected. Not sure if that Black Hole, if it went full duration, would actually change the fight. He's got Fishman almost dying, Stormstormer was dropping pretty low. Maybe K1 could have just slapped him down with that Metamorph on that TB. So that's just a mystery that remains unresolved. But still, I mean, small things can change, especially with big ultis like Black Hole.
Yeah, 100%. We've got to quickly move on, though. This D stream having Talon up against TSM. Their game one draft, the last pick being Doom, really kind of got through a spanner in the works, but made everyone realize that 23 Savage was going to be that Shadow Fiend. T-Panda, how did you feel the game was to play out? Because we didn't actually get to see too much of it.
Yeah, I mean, TSM, I think one of the most interesting things here is Saberlight's Dawnbreaker, who has been playing it quite a lot recently. Feels like they've got a lot of hero counters in this draft on Talon's side, just responding to the picks coming out from TSM. You've got Shakers coming in, you've got the Rubiks responding into that, you have Pangos picked up, Puck is brought into it as well, you have Doom, which makes Snipers and Dawn's life a bit hard. So seeing like the draft in general, you feel like maybe Talon could just slip away with this game. Like you never really know like what actually is going to happen. There was actually a good clip from that same game as well, where they would basically take a fight at around the Radiant Triangle. Saberlight ends up getting doomed. He dies. He buys back because he sees the Sniper's about to die as well, because he wasn't able to do anything during the doom. So he buys back. He ults in. Sniper dies, and then he just TPs all the way back home. So you can see from here, like, Saberlight's just getting controlled in this fight really well by the Doom. You can look at KP's just targeting. I want this Dawnbreaker, the only thing that can really help this Sniper. He's controlled on the side. There's going to be a fissure block coming out as well, so even more extra control. Buying some time. He's dying. And Tomato, look at Tomato. He's just trying to man fight against the Shadow Fiend. No luck. Buyback coming in. Ult in. BKB back home. There's nothing to see here.
There is nothing more that you can add on, except I'm still going to ask Kezu if he does have anything he wants to add on about that Talent TSM game one.
Honestly, the only thing I really didn't like was the Sniper pick in the first phase. I feel like you don't really need or want to pick the hero that early. So I feel like they kind of jumped the gun on that one. Perhaps, you know, wait a little bit. And then the Dawnbreaker, overall a good hero, works well with Sniper. But when the other heroes pick that early, it makes it really hard to complement it later on in the draft, no matter what you really pick.
Our last and final stream is that E1 Aster up against Tundra, Kezu.
Yeah, so in this game, we have Tundra. I think it's their opening series, right? They have 3-3, one of the most notorious Brood, whatever type of players that is going to play the summon. So he picked Brood, but once again, it's very early. I thought it could work out a bit better because he's playing against the Luna, but in this game, I think Aster had way better answers to the Brood as we saw in the EG series earlier on. And then I feel like Tundra just ran into some really big damage problems in this game.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at how that game one did play out a little bit, T-Panda.
Yeah, so basically you can see that Tundra, they have somewhat of a good grip and an idea of this one, but look at this fight. The fissure block is pretty awkward for Skitter. He has to go all around to try to get some damage in, and Mars, quick reaction from XXS, gets a perfect lockdown on them, and this is a complete disaster for Tundra at that point. Like, you couldn't even get one hero down with some damage being dealt up. You're just getting controlled, everybody's running away. It's a full rout, basically, and Aster are really good at these quick initiations. You see XXS, if he goes in, he's already got like 3 buddies at least with him, so they quickly react to these moments, and that's a big strength for Aster as well. Tundra has to be prepared for these.
I'm looking forward to seeing how that game 2 does play out then, but I'm also looking forward to seeing the group standings now that we have seen everyone play at least one game. Some of the series still going on. Fia, are you seeing any shifts in the meta? Are there certain teams standing out to you that aren't abiding by what we saw happen and play out in last chance qualifiers?
We still have a lot of games to go here,
Oh,
but
for
like
sure.
I'm definitely most interested in OG and GG right now. Like GG had like that great comeback series against BetBoom. OG just playing their own style right now and doing really well. EG beating Sonics, like not a huge surprise to me, so I want to see more from both teams. I want to see Sonics hopefully pick it up a little bit in that group at least.
Yeah, like for me, I kind of feel like the teams that really have these range cores that have an easy time dealing damage with the ones that you buff up. We've seen multiple like Beastmasters win today with their snipers, Drow Rangers, Lunas. I feel like those teams kind of perform the best, apart from the ones that pick a melee carry in Pudge, because the hero just seems busted. And yeah, I think for some of the teams, you know, that are losing right now, it's not too bad. Day one, you just keep going, check out your heroes. But at the end of the day, they need to make sure they talk about the right things moving forward.
Yeah, and we'll see at the end of the day what is going to happen, what's going to shift when it comes to some of those picks and bans, see if there is any significant changes in the meta. But the schedule is still ongoing. We are only 2 series out of our 5 that are happening today. So you got that EG LGD, Entity Spirit, and EG OG later here on the main stream. Over on the B stream, that Fnatic Team Spirit still going on. Then you're going to have Sonics Team Liquid, Fnatic Thunder, Sonics LGD. Our third stream that is occurring is still ongoing again with that Beast Coast Entity. Then it's Boom, Hokori, Beast Coast Secret, Liquid, Bet Boom. We have another stream. That fourth one, OG Boom, Talon, TSM still going. GG OG, get to see them play again. Then Tundra, TSM, Boom, RNG to close out the day. And our very 5th and final stream has Aster Tundra ongoing. Bet Boom, RNG, Talon, Aster, Hokori, and GG. God, there's so many games.
Yeah.
There are so many games. They're unfolding. When you look at the ones to come, I know that you said Game and Gladiators for you, Fia. Was there a team for you, T-Panda, that you want to keep eyes on?
There's 2. I think the Dark Horse, everybody kind of outweighing Hokori here, taking the game off of PSG LGD. Very impressive. Showing some of the strengths that they've applied in their drafting, and of course their aggressive playstyle with Lumiere and Analog. I feel like they are in a very hot streak right now, so I'd like Hokori to go there. But BetBoom, also another team, they got to get up from that 2-0 upset. They had 2 games they should have won. Didn't win them. Got to bounce back up.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that real quick. It's like, we talked about how the first series matters the most. I'd argue maybe the second series might matter more, just because if you are 0-2, and seeing if you can bounce back from that is going to be crucial. If you go 0-4, that's a really rough spot to be in. So I think the second series for all these teams that do have losses are going to be incredibly important coming up.
Well, we're going to be jumping into EG and LGD's second series, and the third one with our casters, Pile I Die and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, we're really looking forward to this one. Lots of games going on at the same time. We've had 2 pretty one-sided series so far, Pi. But EG versus LGD, I mean, this one's got a lot of history behind it, doesn't it? Of course, just between the 2 orgs, between the players, Ame especially versus Fly. There's been a couple grand finals between these 2. I think kggaminghub, of course, comes to mind from a while ago. But really, really looking forward to seeing how the roster changes overall have affected them. And, of course, with Faith Beyond, rumored to this one be his last TI, you know. I don't know. Really, really looking forward to this one, man.
No, for sure. We saw EG being super dominant their first series, right? And I think we didn't catch the LGD one, but they struggled a bit versus what you would expect be one of the weaker teams, right? The Corey?
Yes.
Yeah. So I believe they could even have lost both games, but they ended up going 1-1. And like whatever EG were doing was working out, so I'm curious to see if LGD have some answers here.
Yeah, of course, you can see two TI winners on that team from Wings Gaming, Y and Sin Q. Oh, sorry, Faith Beyond. That is. Pardon me. But yeah, I mean, Ame as well. What is it? The uncrowned king, right? Of course, back on the grind. This year, we'll get to see how he gets going. Yeah, I mean, versus EG, right? What they've drafted has been working so far, absolutely, for these guys, right? Abed, I'm not sure I think they would have had a break series, so we're going to be able to catch their first 2 series here. Arteezy as well, playing very well. This is the entire roster, but that's been an NA matchup that they've known, maybe have scrimmed during the tours. You know, this is going to be one I think that they might not have played for a while. So I'm wondering if they're going to have to switch things up and maybe switch out of NA Dota mode into some more international Dota mode to take on LGD here.
Perhaps. I think they'll stick with the same ideas, right? Yeah, because LGD has banned out Undying. They don't want to let them have that. So I'm curious to see what they have to follow up here for Fly. Because he did play Undying both games, and he did dominate.
Yeah, he looked amazing, didn't he? So I think that ban is going to be very warranted. Just checking out LGD's first series to see what they were playing here. And looks like they got their hands on the Enigma, the Tiny twice, a Zeus and a Lesh, a TB, a Faceless Void, and then a Dazzle and a Visage. Okay, so we're looking at those heroes for them now. Of course, we don't get too much time to prep in advance for those series that LGD already played because we were cast in a different series. But yeah, it's really interesting, you know, that Hikori were able to draw even with them. I'd be really eager to watch those replays and see exactly how things broke down. But Hikori, I think certainly Dark Horses now, I think definitely going to be on people's radars, a team to watch, and a very highly skilled team at that with lots of two pretty brand new players to the scene. Honestly, this is their first LAN, but also some veterans in there with the Core as well. So cool to see them doing that. Over to this series, right? The Chen ban as well from LGD.
Yeah, we'll see if the meta sticks here, if they're looking for this Marcy. Yeah, of course.
EG, just a quick note, I believe they banned Clockwork in both of their series versus Sonic, so they find an opening and they're going to stick to it.
I'm guessing they pick Primal, right? That seems to be their idea versus Marcy.
Yeah. Yeah, so what did they do? They got Primal Undying, but that's only because Sonic's didn't ban Undying. So here's Primal. Every single time they have another pick, and that'll be the Rubik.
All right, makes sense. Could be offlane, could be mid Primal, and then the Rubik is just a quick lift if the Marcy ever goes in, and just a solid laner. I don't think a lot of other teams pick Rubik that much, right? I mean, he's probably been picked a few games, but
yeah, I think we've seen a bit of him, but yeah, Crit eager to get his hands on the Rubik. I wonder if this has got to do with like just the interrupt. You know, you talk about how Primal is strong in theory versus this Marcy this year that wants to be rebounding in, and you just kind of run her over on accident when she's trying to engage with the onslaught, right? Maybe Rubik a little bit more targeted there, right? He doesn't have such a generous AoE spell to interrupt and stun, but Telekinesis being instant cast with your cast range modifiers on your passive there for Rubik. Maybe he can be a decent counter-initiator against the Marcy.
Yeah, he's usually good versus all of these, like Magnus, Earthshaker, Marcy, and even... there was one more I was thinking about, but these type of heroes that are tiny, that want to go in and burst and get out, then he just picks them up. And yeah, counter initiator, I guess you can call
And
it.
LGD back to their Visage as well. They did pick that one earlier today versus Hikori.
Yeah. No, solid. It has a bit of synergy with Marcy too. You can buff the birds. The lane is not bad at all. So they potentially have their offlane here with Marcy, Visage.
That's a good point, yeah. And banning out a couple of counter picks. I wonder if PSG LGD will take out the Monkey King, which has been a pretty common solution to the Visage. You know, you just kind of get to do your mischief and usually avoid any instances of burst, off of the, what's it called? The Soul Assumption, that's what it is on the Visage.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty common solution I've seen.
Banning out Ortiz Naga. He's been playing that a lot in pubs. Going for Radiance. So maybe we'll see that later with EG, if they ever get that.
I don't know, the Nothing to Say Ember. One of his best heroes. I mean, he's got so many good heroes. Maybe he's one of his best heroes also that Tinker. That's always a pocket pick for them here. I heard our panel earlier to start the show saying that maybe that Tinker is going to sneak his way into a couple of drafts here. That I think, I don't remember who it was saying, but they don't think the hero is actually that bad and a little bit niche, but might still have a game hero too. And well, if you're looking at mid laners that like to play Tinker, it's Nothing to Say for sure.
Yeah. Probably, unless they see like a lot of stuff now that it's good against, probably not. Like, because it is primal, right? It's just so easy for him to early
Just
on
get on top of the hero. Yeah.
Get on top of the Tinker.
You don't care about laser because you're tanky and most of your damage is spells. And
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Well, that's a good point. Let's just think about other Nothing to Say heroes here.
10 seconds.
Yeah, what you say. Yeah, the Ember was banned out. He also likes Invoker. They could go for something like that, and they can really buff up the birds, or buff up a carry of their choosing, with Alacrity and Sidekick. So that could be a strong. And I think Invoker does very well versus Primal Mid. Cold Snap and Ice Wall, all sorts of things.
So still, well, not likely not with the Marcy. Let me see. I'm seeing, yeah, Marcy got banned against them game 1, which is perhaps why they went for the Tiny. In game 2, Hikori, they managed to first pick for them. They managed to first pick the Marcy. So it seems like they settled with Tiny when Marcy was banned. I think that's PSG LGD's way of looking at this initiating 4 for now.
Yeah. No, they seem very popular. Like the Marcy Tuskar, even Earthshaker. He seems a bit weaker though since he's slower, but also winning some games.
Okay.
Sven.
That's some way to cleave through the birds and the familiars, right?
I feel like this is a position 5, Sven.
Really?
Yeah, just armor versus the physical damage here. That's my feeling.
Right. I've seen a lot of 4 Sven, for Entity and Katomi especially. That's been a favorite of his. Essentially, it's like if you can get a Vlad's, great. He's a pretty good Vlad's carrier. And especially the Shard, which gives your team an AoE 7 undispellable armor, is fantastic. I think you're up to 10 armor with Vlad's on a very generous AoE.
Yeah. No, I feel like the idea here is position 5 Sven, just stunning the Marcy when she wants to go in, being tanky. Could be something else though, but...
I think something else. Well, I mean, if this is going to be a mid primal, it might have some problems, right? Because safe lane primal, like we've seen a lot of counter picks. For example, like with the Morphling, just a casual stun, a casual low mana cost stun, and especially for Morphling 1 that does a lot of damage. If with the 1-2-1 build that we've seen a lot more, but just to stop him, you know, from getting on top of you. Not really such a popular option in the mid lane, but something now to consider, right, for LGD is this mid lane match, because we've already seen Abed can and will take this into the mid lane. And something else to consider, right, as we get that close-up shot there on Nightfall. He's looked amazing in his 2 games he's played so far today.
Yeah, and they also did ban out that Broodmother.
Yeah.
You don't want to deal with that. It's very annoying.
Yeah, Xiaoba paying attention for sure, the director for PSG LGD. Not letting that one slip his gaze.
So EG have one more pick here, or what? Yeah. No, okay, no, never mind. It's the LGD. Go for it. Okay. Oracle. Interesting.
I didn't really suspect we'd see that much Oracle being played in the tournaments, if I'm being honest with you. You know, we got rid of T1. They got eliminated on and sent down a lower bracket on a game where they picked the Oracle. We casted that one.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't expect this to be a mid Oracle, to be completely honest.
No.
But yeah, I don't know.
No,
It's
but
an
the
interesting hero.
theory craft is right. Like, I thought about this myself. Is versus Primal. Like if you use your W, the Edict, I think it's called.
Yes, Fate's Edict.
Yeah, Fate's Edict. You basically reduce his damage to 0, right? The Primal. Like he doesn't deal any damage. But usually what ends up happening is like before you cast any spell, you just have this Primal in your face, killing you,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
But if they can get it so he can stay back and he can just... Because right now, EG only have single target, right? Like everything... I mean, I guess Primal is kind of AoE. But if you can save that one hero, you're looking good.
That's kind of been, I think, the problem that Oracle's had for a while. Call it power creep, call it just, you know, the amount of mobility being strong in the game right now. And I think you were right, by the way, about that support, Sven. Is it feels like there's so many ways for heroes to just get right on top of the backliners, you know?
Yeah.
And that feels really hard for him. I mean, like you said, Primal's got his own built-in way. And if Oracle ends up false promising himself, he's a little bit easy to ignore in these fights from there, right? Primal will turn his attention towards more important heroes in that fight and consider that objective completed.
Yeah.
So, SF then for Evil Geniuses. Of course, they can flex this between mid and safe lane. With the Primal, of course, able... Well, actually, I think Primal between mid and off, right? And then probably SF between mid and safe. That'd be more accurate.
Yeah, we might see the first game here of Nightfall Primal Beast.
5 seconds remaining.
LGD aren't so sure, though. They're going to be keen to take out another hero that Nightfall has shined on in our previous series versus Sonic. So that Beastmaster, he didn't take a death on that game.
Yeah, that's a good bet. That's a good bet. You have Oracle Marcy. Yeah, you have nothing for him right now. Let's get rid of it.
There a consideration then similarly for like a Lycan ban? Are you concerned about that, or do you think the Mars does a good job to build the Arena Blood and build a kennel for that one?
I mean, it also depends on what they want to pick, right? But yeah, if their carry is not particularly good versus Lycan, I think it would be a fair
5
ban.
seconds remaining.
Okay. I mean, it's not. It doesn't look like it's a carry Sven, and it could be for EG, right? We shouldn't say it's impossible, but then the last pick probably wouldn't be Lycan because it'd be Primal Beast off lane or something. I guess it could be a Primal Beast 5. I don't know if Fly's been playing that.
Yeah.
But you know, just Wolf Bite Sven seems like something that could be pretty mean.
No, sure. I'm just worried, like if they have for the Oracle, if they have this Lycan, it's just very, very hard to play into a Lycan as Oracle.
10 seconds remaining.
You have to stand next to your Mars or something.
All right.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so a lot of his heroes are banned out. He likes Pudge. He also likes Naga.
PSG LGD's
Yeah,
turn
Drow
to
Ranger,
pick.
good ban. So what does he have left here? With an Oracle. Because I don't know, like a lot of these times when... Okay, they just got Luna. Okay. Go for buffing the birds. And it's a mid-Mars, correct? Or a mid-Visage. Could be both.
And they do have that flex potential here for LGD.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
wonder how Visage does versus Shadowfiend mid.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't even know that if nothing to say plays Visage. Probably does. Probably plays everything. Hey, I've seen him play Mars a bunch though, so I'm expecting it to be mid-Mars.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of wondering, I think maybe like 2 points in the cloak, and you're probably...
Ooh,
feeling
there was an
pretty good.
Enigma left.
Wow. Yeah, that one snuck on through. And now it'll happen, Pi. I've been anticipating this. I've been putting the lead out there and not getting any bites from EG, but here it is. The one time I don't say anything, they're going to go for the Nightfall Enigma. Not contested, I believe, before, or I think banned, but by Sonics, right? And
Yeah.
you are going to learn why Sonics have been eager to ban that out.
No, for sure. Let me see. Yeah.
Doesn't-
I don't see how you really stop him here. Early on, you can run up and kill the Eidolons, right? But Enigma is going to get his levels.
And
then-
now, you know, having learned from the tops in Oracle, I wonder if there's a point in going for like 302. I mean, maybe not, right? But just going for that AoE damage on Fortune's End and trying to contain and lock down those Eidolons early seems doable for the Oracle now that the magic resist has been reduced for those Eidolons on the earlier levels. I mean, I don't know. Definitely just run on top and get on top of them early on, but Yeah, that's going to be maybe a bit hard with a Rubik there to punish.
Yeah, I think you stick with the 1 point. Just root them and auto, use the damage from your auto attacks instead. Because you do want to get up your E spell. What's that called?
The E is the Purifying Flames, the nuke, and the nuke and the heal.
Yeah, because like you'll get to level 8, and after that it's up to chance, you know. So then you want those skill points done.
I like that. Up to chance. We'll see here how this game will be going. Nightfall over on the Enigma. Both teams smoking out of the fountain and eager to get into battle for game 1 of our 3rd series here on Stream A. TI11 group stage. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really excited for this one. Lots of tips. Lots of tips. Lots of horns. Wow.
Well, it's like a carnival.
It is, yeah. It's like WTF mode with horns. They're experimenting with GarageBand or something like that right now. Very lovely stuff. But again, these two teams, they've met each other a couple of times, some in higher stakes tournaments for some, and grand finals for others, and for the first time for a couple of these guys on these respective banners.
I mean, so far, every time I've seen Sven support, it's been extremely underwhelming. So I'm hoping that it will show me something new here. Because you always have the dream, right, of what you want. You want the Wraith Pact and you want your Ag Shard. But usually I just see brown boots and under-leveled with no impact. So I'm curious if they can show me something new here.
All right, so what do you think the strength of a support Sven, part of me, could be in that case? I know he's looked underwhelming to you, but what do you think? Is there potential for him to get some work done here?
I mean, it would be if they somehow could get kills with the Shadow Fiend using the Stormbolt, right?
Okay, charge on through. They're ignoring the bounty because fights. We got to fight first. Then they go. Crit's going to retrieve the bounty and collect first blood on the Faith Beyond. Sin Q has been forced out. 3 stacks of Shadow Rays should probably send him back to the fountain. And that is going to be all EG here to start.
Very nice. How many bounties did they even get there? I think they got
Looks
3?
like 3.
Yeah. And getting first blood with an Enigma in your team, like, quite good. Very good start. No, because I'm just wondering this Visage Marcy lane. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this Sven a bit here. Okay, I think they're just killing this guy.
Yep, they are. Arteezy with a kill there. Got to be careful on return damage just to not give him enough soul assumption charges for a return kill. Faith Beyond, as you can see, he's eager to go for it, but Fly and Arteezy doing a good job of balancing that lust for a kill with some harass damage out from Fly early. No, nicely done. Q's now back, but he did go for this Dispose early. His mid lane as well. Early level is a bit difficult for the Mars. He always does have this spear to push back Abed if nothing to say gets kind of trampled on and whatnot. But you got to be careful with that because an onslaught could put him right back in your face if you're not careful.
Yeah. No, I think this Visage lane is the most intense one. Because I can see it definitely going both ways, but I feel like when they hit level 2 here with Marcy Visage, they're going to be really, really strong.
Can they just as easily kill this Sven as well as SF, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Marcy's... There you go. Now
there it is. Bounce off the creep. Maybe go for Fly, but not really such an eager, you know, proposal when you got SF idling under tower with all his Shadow Rays and full mana.
Yeah.
Too risky as Abed is taking the creep for a bit of a walk. He looks a bit worse for wear. We'll collect the Water Rune, and nothing to say is zoning him from the mid lane pretty effectively. Abed, he's got Onslaught in 2 seconds and a Fairy Fire, but he's going to send his courier the long way around, and that'll be the refill for him.
Oh, Arteezy is going crazy here.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's in Q. Did actually rebound and dispose already, so he'll pop off a little bit. Mid lane, there's that onslaught on through. The spear, not quite under tower. Abed still trying to do a little bit of damage here, but nothing to say, just too tanky.
Yeah, nothing to say that. He played it beautifully. He didn't let Abed get his bottle before he had to pick up that rune. And then he basically made him tank the creeps. So he's looking really good right now.
2 creeps mid as well, actually, for EG at the moment, watching over both runes, perhaps scouting for rotations as well. As there they go, clearing some Eidolons down bottom. Yeah, nice job making quick work of those. Why? Might be in for a bit of trouble, though, but Crit's all out of mana. They actually, I don't know if luck or what. But
Oh
they've
no.
kind of pulls, and that's going to be the salve getting canceled, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's so bad.
He's got another. Oh, no, he doesn't. Just the 2 tangos then to operate with. It'll be a punishing moment in this lane, perhaps, especially as the wave's pushing on in. Crit might go and stack a camper. Yeah, he's going to contest this pull for sure. You can be sure about that. Sometimes those Warpine Raiders, though, you auto-attack them, and they don't really care so much. That one was more like, it got really, you know, it was like a dog. You show it like a little toy, and it just wants to chase it. That was Oracle's cape right there.
Yeah.
So
At least they can triple the sidelines here.
Yeah. Looks like he'll be able to get that one done. Mid lane, nothing to say, though. Abed, ooh, got pretty close there for a kill, but it looks like the God's Rebuke slow did get him out of what could have been a sticky situation. 4-minute water runes, though. It looks like both would be going to Abed here. Nothing to say. He's got to go to his own jungle to refill the rune, and we'll TP back on in.
Fly dying top. Yeah.
He's going to die. Disposed and rebounded. A little bit of space curated, but now the waves, the equilibrium's in a bit of a weird space. I think this is where the creep wave normally meets top, right? On these stairs.
Sure. RTC got it. Raindrops here now, so he's feeling way better.
Suppose. Might not be feeling too good right now, but has some support from Fly as they're going to make the jump onto Faith Beyond and an easy kill there. They also pick up a kill down bottom onto Y. So Q is the only one left standing here, and Fly can't really eagerly chase for a kill like that.
Yeah, so Ame is doing really well in the CS here, but this lane is not going to get easier. It's just going to get harder and harder, right? Especially when Enigma hits level 5. Then he probably has to plan to head into the jungle. And you can see mid, it's absolute clown show there.
Maybe a little ring around the rosy there in the mid lane. And eventually Abed doesn't really want to contest CS between a tier 1 and tier 2. And he runs the risk of being speared into a tier 2 tower, and those things hurt early.
EGR playing their safe lane beautifully.
Careful though. I think Y takes another death here. This could be really punishing. Yeah, Maleficus is there instantly. Crit with a really nice wraparound, and that's just an easy kill. And now he's got to walk back to lane. Ame, he's going to be alone for some time.
Yeah, very hard. I mean, this is not the lane you pick if you want to counter Enigma, you know?
Top lane as well is not going really swimmingly for LGD. You can see now Sin Q pulling creeps behind the tower here. Just needing to avoid this lane. It's a bit easy, isn't it? It's just Stormhammer into triple raise, and it feels like they can kill either of them.
Yeah. And they have... Oh my god, he missed...
Mid?
Oh, yeah, mid's just taking so much damage. And it's annoying too, because even when nothing to say hits level 6 here.
We're hitting mid here for the minute 6 power and spawns. EG with good coverage, but no wards here. There is a Spear of God, but the rune's going to spawn top lane. But guess what? Nothing to say. We're here for you. Abed's got pulverized, and they've got him dead.
Yeah.
Sin Q ends up taking the rune. It's an invis, so Abed at least won't be getting a bottle refill here, but he'll be happy with the kill.
He's got the bounty up there.
And he's still got his bounty in the jungle.
Voila.
Yeah, and Abed closing in on level 7. Mars still level 5. It's not easy.
It's a rotation top, though. Oracle looking to go top, but mid lane is where Nothing to Say is in trouble because Fly closing the gap. A nice spear back is going to stop Abed from getting the kill, and it'll actually save Nothing to Say. The top, that's where the action is. Once again, Arteezy is going to be disposed from underneath this tower. That will recall Fly to the lane. But it also leaves Ame completely abandoning this bottom lane to Nightfall's Enigma. He has a game here.
Yeah. No, this is what we expected, right? I mean, obviously, the Oracle dying that many times, perhaps not. But it's not easy. Eventually, this Enigma is just going to take over.
Crit even lingering in this mid lane. Good wards up from LGD to at least prevent anyone from ganking Ame in the jungle too easily. So he should be safe, and he's off and continuing to farm out 3 points on the Lunar Blessing. So he does damage here, going for that Mask of Madness early. We should see his farm continue to accelerate, but right now, LGD turn their attention towards the opposite side of the map, where they get a swift D ward against Fly, and maybe looking to threaten the life here of SF.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm going to say it's got an arena as well towards this mid lane. Minute 8 runes are spawning in, and LGD is bringing more bodies here. In fact, both supports to the top rune spawn, which is a haste. Abed's going to get out of here. I don't think he quite saw the rune. Perhaps he did, but back to safety, he'll go all the same.
Yeah. The thing is, even if you trap him in the arena, right? I don't know if they have. They might just have the damage. It's a level 3 Oracle and a level 4 Marcy. It's not. Might not be enough to kill him.
A bit worse for wear. Why, by the way, went for a full null tally here on the Oracle. Does feel like Oracle, you know, with all his magic damage, similar to a Skywrath Mage, right? Can actually take advantage of this with that little bit of spell amp, but maybe a little bit greedy here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even get spell amp anymore, right? You only get mana regen.
Sure, that's you get mana. No, true. Yeah, that's been forever ago. It's just mana. I guess maybe it is for the mana regeneration.
Yeah, I mean,
Arteezy?
I'm actually not sure. Okay,
Top lane.
He's tanking. And
he's got Requiem. Look at that. He's threatening to go for it as well. Why as well? Throwing in some damage. There's Requiem. This time Arteezy, he's not even letting it go quite yet. Teasing LGD with this as he makes it back safely underneath his tier 1 tower. In fact, he's going to get a little bit of healing off of that Oracle.
Yeah.
Of course, he'll TP away. He doesn't want to be too greedy here, but nicely done. He'll tank through 3 yet again.
Yeah. No, so LGD are desperately trying to pressure here, right? Because you can see the Enigma by himself is killing the bottom tower. So I wonder... No, they're just leaving Fly by himself.
Yeah, and he'll die. He'll die that time. Nothing to say with a haste rune as well. It was just about to secure that, no matter what was going to happen there.
No, I'm just wondering, because it would be huge for LGD if they could get this tower here. I feel like Abed maybe should have tried to rotate up here.
He still has time. I mean, Faith Beyond, this push would go a lot faster if he was level 6.
Yeah.
And
the thing is, if they get the mid tower, then that's fine. But
they do force a rotation on back. There's going to be now. Oh, he tried, I think, to catch him with the God's Rebuke, but didn't. And now with Arteezy here with the Shadow Raise damage, the control, it's almost flawless, but it's good enough for the kill here. They might have to let this top tower go in the meantime, but it looks like mid is all theirs. LGD have already used their Fortify.
Yeah, getting this mid tower, then it's fine. You can let them have the top tower. Kill on the mid hero and the mid tower, it's huge.
And now Abed's going top. Another TP coming in from Crit. Abed is going to start with that trample. Plenty of damage now after the onslaught on in. Faith Beyond trying to micro the familiars on over, but he's not making it out of here alive by the looks of things.
Yeah, just auto attack.
Oh no, and he might lose a bird. Oh, the familiar, that's going to be a plus 100 right there for Crit. That feels amazing for a Rubik.
Oh, and just look at the cooldown too. He just used it.
That's real painful. Oh, he still gets to play a little bit of Dota, about half Dota. It's not as bad, right? As I like to say, as when a lone druid loses his bear, because at least Oracle, I mean, rather, at least Visage has items.
Abed is going for it.
Ooh, okay.
Just baiting a few TPs, yeah.
And that's how you, neglect the trample damage, right? You saw it there. Fate's Edict meant he ignored all of that trample damage. It is Delta's magical. Yeah,
completely countered.
Those bait TPs, as you say, and that buys a lot more time for Nightfall to do as he please. And right now, that is Rush Wraith Pact. He's got that one done. It's already flying his way.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a quick look at the net worth here, it tells the story that EG are feeling amazing, and LGD don't have anything right now.
Freaking net worth lead, but it might blossom into a bit more. Ame, I think, is going to do his best to keep that as close to 3 or even 0 as he can, and he's going to get a lot of Eidolons here. That's certainly nice.
Yeah.
But his game is going to be looking a little bit challenging for him. He might need an item or two before he can show up to these fights with how eager EG have been to fight into him. And you can see EG even expecting him in the triangle. Won't find anyone there.
No, I feel we have seen this Luna Visage a couple. Okay, never mind. We have the smoke here. Let's see. Maybe a fight. Fight the brewing.
We'll get back to that point, but yeah, there is the fight brewing. They're going on a fly, but oh no, from behind, in comes Abed. He catches 2 with the onslaught. Sinkyu pulverizes. Well, nice interrupt though, instantly. Oh, but he's actually disarmed by the Fate's Edict. They're going to lose the Oracle. Sinkyu on the run here. Abed giving chase. He's got another onslaught in 2 seconds. Yeah. I don't think he makes it out. He might even use it to try and catch Faith Beyond. No, he's not going to be too greedy. He didn't know what lied in the shadows, and maybe for the best there. It's nothing to say. Did rotate on up and won't really have anything to show for his efforts.
Yeah. I mean, the only positive thing here is Ame is farming up a storm. He's getting everything he wants.
Crit and Arteezy killed him. What do you think? Probably not, right?
If they came from the correct angle, right?
Okay.
But like this, it should be very difficult.
Yeah, they had a ward down, so they knew where he was. Crit made the rotation, but couldn't connect for the kill fast enough.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was gonna say, we've casted a bunch of games now with Luna Visage, and I feel like for some reason it's always looked like this. They just the lanes are just too hard for some reason, and you feel like it shouldn't be that way. Like these are pretty strong laners, but okay, catching crits.
Yeah, he's in the Arena of Blood. Dispose got off the wand charges, but he's still dead. Does force a few more spells onto himself, and Nightfall's coming in. Hasn't used the Black Hole yet. Has Wraith Pact even. Might look for the 2 supports. No. Okay, but he did make them scatter, and LGD are not really looking like they want to fight this any longer. Nothing to say. Doing his best, trying to get out of here, as using the False Promise. Why? He's going to live at 40 HP. The Black Hole doesn't catch anything, but he's going to get those Alpha Wolves. Down they go. Nightfall catches the Black Hole he wants, and LGD make it out alive.
Yeah. Dude, actually, a little thing I noticed is when Sven presses Warcry, right? This Primal Beast goes insane. He's running so fast. There's so much damage on this trample.
That's a good point.
And also with the Eidolons. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
You know, these Eidolons used to be much more sluggish. They did receive some pretty significant buffs, I think, like to their animations and turn rates, which helps them move much more fluidly, but even more so, right, when they've got that move speed buff. Absolutely. Yeah, good call on that. Warcry for Fly. And of course, this is not a chorus Sven. He's ignoring what? It's Great Cleave? What? Am I going to hit creeps? Absolutely not. I'm a position 5. You crazy?
Yeah, this is definitely the best I've seen a position 5 Sven look. Like, solidify his lane, win it. And now just running with his team, being kind of tanky, having a stun, and then buffing.
No, I mean, I'm tanky enough, right? I mean, he's just got a wand, he's got these infused raindrops, and he's going straight into Shard, wasting no time. He's not going to quite be able to buy it right at 15 minutes, but again, that's 7 bonus armor early on. It is completely undispellable, which stacks fully with Warcry.
Yeah, but they haven't managed to catch Ame, so he's still top net worth now, actually, and this is what you need. Like, this was one of the problems for Secret. Like, they didn't have this top...
What? Arteezy? What, you gamer? He caught him in the trees! Unbelievable! Nothing to say. Tried to get out in time. Arteezy knows where he can smell the fear off of him and will collect his soul with... What a kill!
Yeah, very good glyph usage there.
Unbelievable.
And now Abed really quickly sits up top here. But I don't know if they can go. Fly is coming.
They've got Y as well behind. He's got False Promise ready. This does feel like a difficult kill, but not if you take down the Oracle first. He has managed to so far be a bit evasive.
Here's crit.
There's crit in with the stolen rebound. Faith Beyond certainly not expecting that.
Yeah, look at the Primal go there.
Oof. Oh, and they caught Y. He aggroed the wagon on over. So unlucky. Abed is not even bothering with the kill onto Y. Might even just give it. Yeah, there they go. They'll give it to Abed. A double kill for him. Everything's turning up EG.
Yeah. No, looking good. I mean, their hope here is Ame the Luna, going for BKB. And how are they? Yeah, they're kind of closing in on Wraith Pact on Faith Beyond. So that will probably be their timing. Oh, but Roche.
Roche.
The timing is just, it's too slow.
Yeah. In they go. Nightfall with all the Eidolons. Abed as well can tank this easily. He'll probably come in and relieve Fly momentarily. If they can. Yep, go ahead. There it is. Pathing a little bit obstructed there, but this is going to go down relatively quickly. And I just don't see LGD, not without this Blink Dagger at least, for nothing to say. They just don't have the team fight to contest that.
Yeah. No, they're gonna need to Luna BKB, hit the nice arena, and then go in with the birds, sidekick on Ame, and hope he cleans up. But now this Sven is actually...
Birds. Oh, they got both of them. 200 gold for crit, and now maybe even a kill onto Sin Q. They are going to lose, however, Fly for this, but Arteezy's in. He's already got another bird. 300 gold already in the fight, as Sin Q trying to tank through this one. Does get the False Promise. There's nothing to say with the Blink, and he does catch Nightfall, but the Wraith Pack's still out. Arteezy gets off the Requiem. He's still alive, toggling out back to Agi to collect the soul of Sin Q, and he's still going to live through this one. Farming Ancients. Down he goes, finally, I think, to Ancients, but I bet activating the BKB, he's going to go ahead and route Ame from this fight. He's kind of completely alone here, though. The rest of the team trying to catch up to him, and now it will easily collect now the life of Ame. Black Hole as well. This time it doesn't miss, but it is still canceled. There's the onslaught on it. It catches nothing to say as soon as he blinks. Abed really trying for this kill here as the stolen Eclipse used just for a bit of disco lights from Crit. Joining this fight for the second time is Sin Q. This time Arteezy without an Aegis. They're going to have to let Faith Beyond live, but it's at the cost of nothing to say and Ame.
Yeah. Ame really didn't want to fight there, but it was actually looking kind of promising, but EG, they just had too much stuff there. And I think Fly, yeah, he's completed his scepter here, so
here's a replay. When does this stop looking good for LGD? Because from here, it looks great.
Let's see here. I think, yeah, Enigma is on his way here, so the Enigma hasn't done anything yet. And when he arrives here, I think the Tides... Okay, he gets stunned up first, right, so you don't notice him. But the Wraith Pact is here, already reducing damage, and now it's just hopeless. And this is when Ame shows up, when the fight is already over. And he feels like, yeah, now I ran all the way here, let's fight, but...
There's a kill onto Y, and unfortunately, this doesn't really give him a lot of information. Finally, Ame's going to move into the jungle after he respawns, but they were trying to get the D ward there, and they'll swiftly punish him for that. RTZ, okay, slightly displaced from his team. He's just going to activate Mask of Madness and remove half HP from Sinki, though, just like that. And EG, they seem to really like this tempo kind of playstyle. They're already onto the top tier 2 tower, even before mid. Get the Fortify out. Nothing to say is going to clear the wave mid to make sure that they can't siege 2 towers now. That's a good play. It's going to give some breathing room for the rest of LGD to farm a bit more. And with that space, sorry to cut you off, Pi. BKB's on the way now for Ame.
Okay. Let's see. You're still lacking a little bit in damage, but they do, like, it's not completely hopeless yet. They can still win fights here. There's no BKB on Enigma, for example.
Nightfall. He's snuck past his ward. Why? He's tried to catch them out here with this. But LGD as well, kind of following on through, but it's going to be Ame. I think the person they get the jump on. Behind, though, is Y. Can he get the ulti off? Getting the BKB off at least is Ame, but there's going to be no black hole for this fight as they kill the Enigma. It was on cooldown for another minute anyway, but they forced the BKB all the same, and now they're going to look to counter-engage. Abed, it's time for his BKB. Nothing to cancel here, the Pulverize, except for the Dispel. Ooh. There's another Stolen Eclipse here, still doing damage, but Ame still lives. Arteezy has killed both birds as the down goes crit, down goes Ame. Y with 2 kills here. Arteezy trying to get the ulti off. Sinky's going to interrupt it the once before he sent scattering back with the fear. Abed still chasing after this Oracle. Now it's to contend with nothing to say. But EG, they picked up now both supports, or will shortly here, as Y being ran down. Another Stormhammer stun in a second. Nothing to say. Able to TP away. It's Arteezy who gets through Y, and maybe Abed still looking for more. Onslaught in a second here, Pi. Does he die for it? Absolutely. There he goes.
Okay. No, you could see like there was slight hope there, but they have 2 BKB. No, they didn't even have BKB on Shadowfiend yet. He just came in later when most spells were used and they could clean up.
Yeah, I mean, and check out Fly's damage in that fight recap. He's still doing damage here in these fights, actually. Second most behind Arteezy, sure, but 1,600 damage done by a Sven is pretty commendable.
Yeah, no, he's showing that this hero actually works.
And they might be able to catch something to say. Ooh, that was a close one, but Nightfall, ooh, he knows where he's at, breaking the trees, giving chase. There's no TP away for nothing to say. A good spear, but no trees to stun him. As Crit is going to cut him off here. Nothing to say, trying to jig through the trees. I think he now realizes he is well, just about dead. Nightfall doing what he can here, bringing in a couple more Eidolons. So they will eventually get that kill on nothing to say after he escapes their grasp down bottom.
Yeah. And now this game is very difficult. You lost that fight showing the BKB on Luna. I mean, you probably still have 1 or perhaps 2 more fights like that left. Roche is still 3 minutes. So if Luna can pick up another item, and yeah, and hopefully Enigma doesn't finish BKB, but I don't see... I don't know. He only needs like 1.4k gold, right? And he'll have it, so...
That'll be a bit difficult. He's getting there. And anytime they do group up for a siege now, Arteezy has this 15 talent, right presence, aura affects buildings, and he's eager to push. He's going to make use of this even through backdoor because apparently his attack range exceeds that of the towers.
Yeah, and the problem here even is they have a lot of physical damage on LGD, right? But this armor that Sven provides is... I don't know, it's just Luna does not deal the damage you think she does. How much is it? It's a lot, right? It's 7 passive plus 15. So 22 armor if they pop their BKBs. Like, they're not dying to this Luna.
No. Yeah, it's quite a bit, right? I've only calculated it with this 10 Warcry armor talent, but you know, when I tested it in demo mode, it'll bring a hero with 0 armor all the way up, I think, like to 28, which is like 66% damage resist. Yeah. So it's a lot, and it's undispellable. At least the 7 armor is, right? And of course, if you have Vlad's, that's undispellable as well, that aura. So you're already looking at like 10 armor easy in these fights.
Yeah.
The damage mitigation. I mean, maybe this is why, you know, like you said, this is not the first time we've seen this Lunar Blessing with familiars go to work, but they're just not living in these fights. This nerf that Visage received quite recently, where they nerfed the radius from 1200 to 900 on the cloak, it means that the birds can't be that far away from you before they lose that resistance aura, and they're made of paper, man.
Yeah.
Like here, look, Arteezy two-shots him. I mean, sure, he's got minus armor, right? But that doesn't normally happen if they're close to the Visage.
Yeah. And Enigma is about to pick up his BKB. Everything is just smooth. They're just trying to like constrict the map a bit, waiting for the Roche.
But here's an opening, though, maybe for LGD. They're going to smoke up.
Yeah.
They are fighting maybe into this BKB, but Nightfall's not here, so it would be a 5v4 fight. No Aegis advantage. This could be an opening, and that's a great start as well, as Crit is going to be left behind. Fly thought about counter-initiating, but they'll just let the Rubik go.
Now, you got to respect it about like strong teams like this, like LGD. Even though Mars is like 300 gold away from BKB, Luna really wants to finish her butterfly. They still look for any opportunity they can to like stop the bleed.
Yeah.
So it's been at 7k gold in now for what, 4 minutes? And like you don't want to let it slip further.
Yeah. I mean, that power spike, you know, is essentially just on Eagle Song, right? A little bit more armor, some damage and attack speed thanks to the Agi for Ame, and in you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you can really wait, like you're saying, for all these luxury items. I mean, now they're coming online, right? There's Marcy with her BKB, but Arteezy with an eye of his own with a fresh butterfly and likely a kill on a Faith Beyond. Decent micro here, but with a pulverize at the ready, yeah, that Piggy is definitely going to market.
Yeah, and Fly, instead of helping up with the kill, picks off a bird.
Yeah.
He knows how it feels.
Yeah, he definitely knows.
Oh, a full butterfly in Shadow Fiend. Him, you give him 20 more armor, I don't see him dying.
So magic, yeah, the magic damage is not really gonna be enough. Plus, he's got BKB, of course.
Yeah.
And the beauty, right, of being able to disassemble your Mask of Madness is you put all the components to use. That's, what is it, Quarterstaff goes into the Butterfly, and to that, Morbid Mask is going to head into Satanic.
Yeah.
So pure efficiency there for Arteezy. You can see Ame looking to do the same, and he's done a commendable job keeping even here with Arteezy, especially considering how dangerous the map has been for him to be showing on or farming on.
Yeah, for sure. And Roche could potentially be up now, right? So it kind of forces LGD to go.
Yeah, LGD are going to be spurred to action here, but this time I think EG in a much better position compared to when they got the pick up onto Crit. Zapping the wave here, Nightfall. It's going to be hiding in these trees. Blink Dagger and BKB, but the wrap from LGD might break on him here as they're all smoked up. EG, though, showing patience, holding good cliffs here in the enemy triangle. LG just out of range is Ame. He's going to peek on forward. His blink's going to break. There's going to be the drums of endurance. Nothing to say. He's going to go on, finds a spear, but Arteezy's too fast on the BKB. Gets off the ulti. The BKBs, though, from Ame, and nothing to say. Allow him to turn, and the Black Hole is only onto Sin Q. He should die during this. No, he's still continuing to fight, thanks to the False Promise, which only lasts another second. Down he goes. Faith Beyond on the run. But LGD, they've been scattered from this fight. They're chasing now even a secondary hero there. That's why he does manage to escape thanks to a fortuitous Invis rune. Good luck at least for LGD is that Roche is not yet up, but this might cost them still some map control.
Yeah, and they're quick here. Abed, because LGD still don't know if Roche is up, so he wants to farm. But Abed reads this and just finds him here.
And Flies here as well, and there's no BKB here, Pi. They just use it in that last fight. The trample, look how fast he is there with the war cry. Pulverized to secure it, and Abed's got like 9-0 and 11 here on the mid lane Primal Beast.
That's the difficulty, right? You know the Roche could be up, but it wasn't up. So instead of Roching, EG are just out looking for you.
And
that's
now,
the gamble you take.
And now, because you gambled wrong, it's just all gone. You know, you're almost bankrupt now at this stage, because now Roche is going to respawn. Crit is just going to be, you know, the man in the pit, the ward in the pit to notify the team. And that'll go down relatively quickly here, to say the least.
Yeah.
LGD, maybe still a couple fights left in them, but EG with some proper positioning here in that last fight certainly are able to flex their net worth advantage, and now are looking to get an Aegis on top. Nice reaction time there from Arteezy to get the BKB off. That made all the difference in that fight.
Yeah, and even more armor here coming up from the Sven, going for the Solar Crest.
Wow.
So yeah, he buffs up.
You know,
I love it.
Of all the heroes to take advantage of a Solar Crest, I think Primal does it pretty well, right? Because not everyone cares for that 10% move speed, or the armor even, but Primal certainly does. He's happy to have that. Yeah, that one feels pretty good. Abed did lose his courier. It looks like it had a Shiva's Guard on it, so he's got even more armor now.
Yeah.
Careful, LGTE looking for a bit of a jump here. They do have a ward, and they see Arteezy farming, but quite suspiciously, Pi, he's completely alone.
Yeah. But you don't know, right?
Yeah, that doesn't look right to me. It was kind of the right move. And guess what? They're going to find Ame completely alone again. He has BKB this time, but can he even get it off? There's no one here to save him. Someone help out Ame. Oh, he gets the BKB off, but he still dies, Pi. Sinkyu trying to fight through this one. Abed as well. Pops his own BKB. Nightfall has no black hole, but they don't need it. The damage on a Faith Beyond, who's hiding against the spear wall, at least is going to be able to live a bit longer. Sinkyu dies, though. All in exchange only for crit. But Ame, the big one to drop yet again, just moving, trying to make the right moves onto the other side of the map, and EG's just waiting there for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Oracle is so close, but yet so far away. Doesn't make it there with the ultimate then, with the false promise. Because if he gets that off, I still think they lose, but at least they can try to fight back.
Oh no, the birds.
Birds.
Oh, it's just... Okay, he's got two more. He's got two more. And they're level 2 birds at least. He didn't have to cast it at level 11. That never feels too good. The Fortify used out, though. And LGD now, they've just about used up all their defensive reserves here. Wraith Pact even. It's going to keep EG off of the high ground.
Yeah, they didn't still have black already.
Yep. I didn't have it in that last engagement. I don't know how much they really need to force high ground now. They still have Aegis for 3 more minutes here. And now you've got rid of the Fortifies of the birds. All those were brand new birds. They barely get to spread their wings, and now the black hole, it's going to find 2 cores yet again. This isn't a core spec, but he's still doing some damage, and now goes Abed. Down goes Ame. Arteezy punches him into the grave, receives a double kill now. It's nothing to say at BKB, but he's running for his life, and they call it. LGD taken down in just under 30 minutes here by this EG lineup. Well done.
Very well played by EG. Suspicious Oracle pick. You always give the benefit of the doubt, you know, but at the end of the day, it did not work out. It's also this last pick Enigma, right? It's just nasty. Yeah. It seems like Nightfall, like giving him the last pick there's just so many things that can mess with you. But what has he shown so far? Broodmother, Enigma, Beastmaster, all game-winning heroes, and he's performed every single time.
And for EG, it feels like so much of this does revolve around this Primal Beast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give credit to EG, right? When they find something that works, they stick with it, and it looks almost unbeatable here. Granted, this is only 3 of their games into what is going to be 18, so we're still pretty early on to be speaking too decisively. But, I mean, anytime they get first pick Primal, I bet just completely pops off.
Yeah. And I mean, there's also this thing, like, even if you somehow, I don't even know what the pick is, but if you completely counter him, you don't have to play in mid, right? That's the point. And they're really using that.
That's been looking really nice for them. LGD back to the drawing board for game 2. Perhaps a ban onto the Primal is going to be warranted. But even early on, right, this support Sven pick ended up doing quite a bit of work from the lanes, and especially here into the mid game, as we'll catch a couple of highlights from this last match.
Yeah. I think the biggest problem is the Nightfall here, because he was last pick, right? Yeah.
He was, yes.
Yeah, so like, I just don't think teams are ready. They don't exactly know what... I mean, you should know about... Obviously, you can say, like, Beastmaster, Enigma, they're not new heroes, right? But when you get more ready for this, then you can at least prepare with your picks for these type of things, so you're ready, because their lane is just not ready to face that at all. Like Luna Oracle, like, you're not gonna have a good time.
No.
So you need to prepare that with different picks. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, a sniper is not good here, but something that deals with that.
Unfortunately, just taken down. You know, this is, I think, what, the 2nd or 3rd time, if we include the Last Chance qualifiers, that we've seen this Visage in some core capacity. Sometimes it's been mid, right?
Yeah.
But paired with Luna.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know, by fate or luck or just turn of the cards, it's always been kind of Visage not doing very well in their lanes, and the hero just feels so underwhelming. You saw a very last second. I mean, I don't know how much gold was fed from the familiars, but it constantly felt like they were just dying all game.
Yeah. No, he always seems to struggle in lane, and then I don't know. They never get the first Roche. They never get to team up to do anything, and yeah, it just hasn't worked. I don't know why. Like it shouldn't be that bad. Like they're both strong laners, Luna, Visage, but it's not happening.
Oh. Yeah, not really coming to fruition here for them in Game 1 as EG will continue their flawless streak here. LGD, best they can hope to do now in this series is tie it up, which would see them going 1-1 versus Ikoria, now 1-1 versus Evil Geniuses. But certainly I think a team that a lot of people had ranked very highly in terms of their TI expectations. Of course, this LGD, the name has been legendary for so long now that it always feels like they are surely a safe bet to go all the way, if not very deep into the playoffs. And so far, drawing against both EG and Hokori. Not to speak too decisively, we still have a lot of Dota to be played, and I guarantee, I think LGD, one of those teams that as the LAN progresses, as they get more and more experience, I think they're a team that improves with more games under their belt.
Yeah, perhaps that's true. And we can see our TC with 0 deaths. So now I believe we've watched every EG game, right? And so far, every game they've had someone or multiple people with no deaths.
Very true.
So,
yeah,
so far, very smooth TI for them.
And we'd be remiss if we... I mean, okay, Abed as well played amazing, but we'd be remiss if we didn't hype up RTZ just a little bit in that game, right? I mean, having the no-wall to get the Requiem off down bottom to make sure that they could get the kill there onto Nothing to Say, his quick BKB reactions, how aggressive he was in lane, especially when he knew that LGD's lane was just really weak at level 1. I think he played a phenomenal game.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, and that's the thing with all the EG games we've seen so far. Like, yeah, Abed MVP, I'm totally behind it, but like all of them end up playing really well, and that's like they just have a good draft and they play well together, and I mean that shows. Like every game so far, 30-minute stomp. Yeah, they're just a very, very strong team right now.
Yeah. And they have looked pretty darn good at that. We'll see what LGD are going to be now going back to the drawing board with, as the director Jalba has a couple words with them, and that has me excited for draft number 2. But it's EG who lead 1-0 at the break. We'll see you soon for game number 2.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to the group stage, everyone, for the International 11 here at 2022. The team's down in Singapore as it's day one of our group stage. Pretty one-sided series, one-sided games so far here on the A stream. And the way that game one went, it looks like we might be able to continue that trend should game two prove to be the same for Evil Geniuses, as they do manage to take down LGD in game one. Every single time EG has played today, there's been someone, maybe even up to 2 people on the teams that have not gone deathless. How long can this trend continue, man? Like, is this just early out of the gate momentum for EG? Do we expect LGD to come back a little bit here, or is this the early makings of quite the run for EG in the group stage?
I mean, it might be the makings of a great run, but what holds me back a little to say it's going to keep going is it's not like they're playing heroes that no one else is playing, right? Like, if you take a look at OG, for example, for TI9, they had like almost their complete own meta, which with the IO carry, and they had what else? They had something else too. I don't know. Maybe it was the tiny mid that no one else was playing the same. And so far, like it's Shadow Fiend, and they're like very dirty offlane picks that's been carrying them through. So, but at the same time, they are looking strong. So can't speak out against it.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Right? These dirty picks for Nightfall have always been looking pretty clean towards the end of them. Usually cleans out the enemy safe laner, and I don't know. He's gotten last pick. I think we've casted him 3 games so far. Right, we're about to do this 4th.
Yeah,
and he's gotten last pick twice at least in the series, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every time they have second pick, right? I mean, the thing is, it's so few games, so they have had Primal Beast every game, and people have seen this guy playing Primal Beast in pubs a bunch. So you don't know, right? And then he sees a good pick for last pick, and it's like, yeah, let me have Beastmaster here, let me have Enigma, and it's too strong.
For LGD, of course, going to be back to the drawing board a bit there. Some things maybe that they're trying out here early in the group stage, not quite working out for them. Having drawn, of course, earlier today on the C stream, I believe, to Hokori, now do find themselves down 1 game already, playing for a draw versus Evil Geniuses. Eager to see what else they're going to be able to bring us. I think, you talk about performers from this game. Faith Beyond, of course, we talk about Nightfall, rather. You look at Faith Beyond, I mean, naturally already quite the accomplished offlaner in Dota history, right? His pedigree speaks for itself, certainly. But previously in Riyadh, when we've seen him play versus international teams, also quite the player that stood out to me there. Do you think perhaps we'll see LGD look to kind of borrow a couple of ideas here from EG and maybe look to prioritize his picks a bit more and create some space in the early game?
Yeah. I'm thinking... I don't know. I mean, they do like their Visage, right? Mm-hmm. Visage, because a lot of the time, this is how they draft. Like, their first 2 heroes are the position 4 and the offlaner. And they try to find heroes that they can pick into anything. So it used to be Death Prophet a lot. And then they just, they have a Tuskar or a Shaker. So I don't know how they communicate after this game. If they talk and because it was a bit messy, right? I think Marcy didn't get the skill she wanted. She wanted to have rebound, but for the fight, the level 1 fight, she skilled whatever. What's that? You drag them back.
Yeah, dispose. Yeah.
Dispose. Yeah. So she skilled that, and then she kind of just fed. So maybe they're like, yeah, no, this lane should be better than this. And
okay.
They're fine with it. But because I'm more worried just about how the safe lane ended up. You can't have it that bad. You can't get that countered.
No, I mean, you're completely right. I mean, obviously, we don't have the biggest sample size of LGD drafts to look upon. Obviously, none of us really know what's going on in the drafts. In the pubs, make that scrims, right?
Yeah, the scrims.
Allegedly, though, I mean, I'll only repeat this because it was sourced from Xiaoba's, their coaches, what's it called, Weibo, like the Chinese kind of Twitter text client, it looks like. They had a 0% win rate in scrims versus Liquid. Obviously, that could be anywhere from like 0 or like 1 scrim played against them to, I don't know, 5 or 6, maybe more, right? We don't know that information. But all we do know is, again, not the best sample size, but anytime they've picked Visage, which they've done already here twice, they've lost with it. So the Visage just doesn't seem to be working right now. It didn't work against Akori, didn't work here against TG.
Yeah. No, and I feel anytime you and me have casted, maybe
Visage.
once it was good. Yeah, I casted the Visage. It's usually looked pretty underwhelming. Always the lane too. Like it just seems like a struggle to play.
But I do want to highlight, you're pretty right with the kind of somewhat rigid drafting style that LGD have. You know, let me just take a couple look again. We have to look back at the Arlington Major for some more data, which we've had a meta shift by then. You know, obviously this was the tournaments that they played pretty late in and lost the semifinals, or sorry, grand finals versus Spirit. But you know, they do like to ban, or sorry, pick their position 4 and offlaner usually in the first phase. That is absolutely a fact.
Yeah.
So it would require pretty major adjustments and a shift in draft strategy if they did want to try and focus Faith Beyond a bit more. So I'm not sure how easy that is to do.
I mean, they can. It shouldn't be too hard because they have some overlap, right? Like I think, especially versus EG, people have to start prioritizing this Primal Beast more. And if you get the first pick, just take it away from them. Like there's no way Faith Beyond cannot play Primal Beast. And I think the same should go for Nothing to Say.
Okay.
And definitely for CNQ. Like I believe they can play it as well as anyone. So you just take that away, and then you can do your offlane. You can pick Primal plus whatever CNQ likes to play, and you wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, Kuro even showed us a couple of convincing games on Primal 5 during the European qualifiers, you know?
Yeah.
So I do think there's room for this here to be played. And right now, until the meta kind of discovers a solution to the Primal Beast, it does feel like he is super valuable to pick, especially early on. Like the heroes that are so obviously strong, until the solutions kind of rise to the top, I think you just have to contest them. And they'll do it here. LGD, they'll do it with their first pick.
Yeah, they let the Marcy go and they take the Primal instead. So let's see here what EG, how they trade, what they think about this. Here comes the Marcy Visage that we know.
Yeah, the Undying removed, so it's not going to quite be the same as we saw versus their previous series that EG played versus the Sonics.
Yeah.
They've always kind of picked. Well, they can go back to the Rubik if they want. They've done that a lot, but something a little bit new now.
Oh, okay.
Go for this Enchant. Fix this Void in the very first phase.
Very curious. I mean, the Void makes sense. People pick that a lot versus Primal. Like, you can leap away and stuff. But usually, yeah, if he's offlane, that is. I mean, he might still be mid. But my experience is like the Primal Beast just starts trampling on him. He tries to flee away, and then he just charges him, you know?
Yeah.
And you die. And it's kind of similar to Ench. The damage is usually too high. So sometimes you don't even get the pop heal. You just die instantly. Yeah. I'm a little bit confused.
Some burst, yeah. But a somewhat strong lane, some survivability there, right? Built into both the Ench and the Faceless Void. They can engage from range. It's probably Arteezy, right? Who's going to be able to disengage as well and get some HP back, ideally, depending on his lane matchup. Of course, EG, they're still going to be needing to round out this draft. Obviously, there's 3 more heroes to consider, but they are going to be needing likely some more damage into Chrono, especially early on. That's not going to be coming from the Ench. I don't think Fly quite plays the Ench like he plays Puppey. Like Puppey plays the Ench is what I meant to say. Pardon me. But I mean, Ench is not going to do damage in Chrono. So we need maybe like a Snapfire to consider, or some mid lane with some splash damage into Chrono, which would be nice.
Yeah, they picked Doom. Okay. I mean, if we go by their history, this is a position 4 Primal with a Doom, but yeah. No, that's kind of an odd pick to me. Obviously, the plan is to Doom the Void, but I mean, the lane is okay for Doom. Like any hero that deals damage over time, right? Is decent versus Void. But in general, I would say Primal has a stronger matchup than Doom in the lane, at least. Later on, maybe not.
By the way, this is the 4th straight game that Evil Geniuses have banned Clockwork in the first phase, pardon, and the 3rd game that they've banned Morphling. You know, I know everyone likes to meme on EG, but it seems like once they find something that works for them, they really just kind of stay true to it, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, especially now when there's not a lot of information, right?
Right.
Like, what are they gonna do? They look at LGD's games versus Okori, where they almost lost both games, and they're gonna go like, yeah, let's ban the Visage. Like, nah, let's keep banning this Clockwork. We don't like playing it.
Yep.
Whatever.
Here to deal with. No?
I mean, I wonder if this will be the first match ever where Marcy is not banned or picked. That will be interesting.
Yeah, curiously, so far uncontested. Also, another elephant in the series to address, pardon, is that Enigma. Not the best synergy, right, with a Faceless Void. So, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised if EG pass on it this time in exchange for, I don't know, something like a Beastmaster, say, for example. But yeah, it's also uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. Oh no, never mind. EG, yeah, they can.
PSG LGD.
Okay, oh, never mind. Here, there she goes.
Okay, there's the Marcy. You just had to remind them, didn't you? There's the Marcy. Okay, sets you up for a fairly aggressive offlane. Of course, right now EG have very little information on what that lane is going to look like into the Marcy, but given how strong the hero is, I'm sure that's a confident pick all the same.
Yeah,
5 seconds remaining.
for sure.
So for LGD now to respond.
Wait, so EG have second? Did they have second pick both games now?
See what.
Yeah, no. So I guess they're choosing Radiant, or they're choosing first pick. Quite strange. Because it seems like versus EG, you don't want to let them have second pick.
Yeah.
They just have too many strong last picks and like second phase last pick. You just get countered.
Okay, so the Slark Lich, a hero we're starting to see a bit more of, and of course in a hero that's very annoying to the Faceless Void. You don't really want to have to chrono a Lich. He doesn't like desperately ruin your chrono like a Wyvern would, or what's another hero? Like an Oracle would absolutely ruin your chrono. But he can certainly be annoying enough to consider with the strength of his shield, right? Reducing the physical damage. That's something to consider now for this Arteezy Faceless Void.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're considering Leshrac now. Like, that's the insta hero you think about when you see Slark. It looks pretty good to me. I don't know what would stop them.
Well, these kinds of heroes that, like, obviously they don't like being doomed. No one really does, except Doom when he has his own Acceptor, right? You can doom yourself now, quite funnily.
Yeah.
But no one really likes being doomed, but there are some heroes that don't mind fighting into it, as long as you're not broken. And I think Lesh, right, if you can, you know, toggle on your Pulse Nova, maybe you still actually fight okay.
Yeah.
You know, Monkey King as well is one of these heroes, right? Like, he sometimes doesn't care, especially if you doom him inside his Wukongs. Like, he'll just fight you anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
These kinds of guys. So, for EG...
Yeah, never mind. Enigma makes sense.
Enigma. Okay.
It's strong, right? Yeah. It's also a hero that Slark really doesn't like playing against. Like, you're just taking this casual AoE damage from Midnight Pulse, getting trapped in the black hole is spooky. And I don't think the lane is particularly good either.
Yeah. I don't think Lich really fancies that matchup either, right? He doesn't want Chain Frost bouncing to 6 Eidolons in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, and I don't think the lane is... I mean, they're gonna do fine versus level 1 Eidolons, right?
Yeah.
But then it doesn't... It's not very good.
Yeah, and even then, like, I feel like even if it's like level 2 Eidolons and you get rebounded and disposed and they split on you, you just have to run. I mean,
it's very easy to feed here with the Lich.
Yeah. He's a kind of a sink or swim hero. Generally, he does well versus these like singular heroes that bully offlaners, or the singular bully offlaners, like an Axe, right? He really is good against, or someone like a Centaur. He can be good against, right? Because he's just magic damage and you can never catch up to him. But as soon as you bring summons, yeah, Lich is a little more difficult there to deal with. So EG looking still for a mid laner then. Right now, the only problem I'm really seeing here, Pi, with EG's draft is they are, especially in the mid to late game, a bit dependent on their cooldowns, right? Black Hole, Chronosphere, absolutely teamfight turning abilities, right? It's the ones that make the caster scream. But we don't get to do that very often, and that's the problem here for EG's lineup. They need a little bit more. They're reliant on their uptimes on their ultis.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I like the Tiny and the Lina ban, especially if you go for like Matt.
Really curious to see her. If LGD, if this Primal is mid, or I mean, I just get the vibe that he's position 4, right? We looked at a lot of their games, and I mean that's their history. They picked their 3 and 4 first two, and then look for something more nasty here for the mid lane. And EG should be feeling good. They have so many picks. I guess a lot of mid laners are banned out, but I mean the Leshrac is still there, and depending on what LGD pick, it might just be an amazing hero for them.
Yeah, and the Lesh still is an option. That's certainly a hero that fits my criteria. Low downtimes, lots of damage output, even into Chrono, right? That could be something. Nihilism is always somewhat interesting against these melee heroes that want to get on top of you. We saw that earlier for Quinn, and unfortunately we didn't really get to see too much of it, right? Because that game didn't last long
they
after.
ban it. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, and actually, I hear you mentioned earlier, but not for mid, is Snapfire. Like, if LGD pick a melee hero here for mid, Snapfire can be quite strong as a core. Long range damage, and then you have low cooldown spells that also deal decent damage.
Okay, somewhat of a risky pick here, but without like an instant stun or disable, it's really only the threat of Chrono or Black Hole that is really going to condemn this puck.
Yeah.
So I like this for nothing to say, right? Give him a skill-based hero, something he can outplay his opponents on.
Yeah.
So for EG, is there a mid laner comes to mind, has that kind of catch, that disable for a puck, while still meeting some other criteria, perhaps, of being able to assist in early Chronos and a little bit more of a generic skirmisher and not so much a big ulti kind of person? I don't know. It's kind of asking a lot.
Yeah, it's hard. Like a tiniest band, right? I guess you could go for like a Queen of Pain. It's not the best though. It's like feels a little awkward.
I mean, there's a Void Spirit. That's usually something we see.
Oh,
against
Ember was left. Okay.
Okay. That's damage into Chrono. That's a decent catch.
Yeah. No, it's a good in lane too. I mean, it will still be hard to catch puck later on, but I mean, you catch him once and that's enough. It's Chrono him.
Exactly, especially once, I mean, if this game goes really late, Na'Vi, they're not with us here for the, they didn't make it out of the last chance qualifiers, but if this goes late and in Na'Vi fashion where everyone's got refreshers, that's probably enough catch, isn't it? Pardon me, isn't it?
Yeah, not for sure. And I do believe this matchup is very good for Ember. Unless Puck gets some help early, like deny some runes, because eventually, like, it's a brainless matchup. You're just spamming Sleight of Fist. And it's just too much damage for the puck to handle.
Yeah, of course. And with the removal of the mid-side camps, right, these kinds of matchups do get a little bit more punishing and difficult to recover from in the mid lane. Yeah. You're going to need to look for some rotations. And this lane puck with some lanes to rotate into, right? An Enigma pre-6 or even a Faceless Void might be an option to gank alongside a Doom as long as you have the coil up. So, yeah. I'm liking this draft from LGD a lot better. I like this Lich much more than Oracle. Again, the Oracle I'm a little bit still on the fence about. I think we've seen 2 games, right? Didn't Thunder try it out as well? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so 2 games of it that have not really looked so good. Lich we've also seen, and I'm a bit more hopeful about this hero in this kind of lineup for LGD.
Yeah, they have a shot. Like, especially if the Marcy tries to rotate early, they can just go for the kill on Enigma. Like, because Slark, he can dispel the stun, right? But if the Marcy like commits to laning with Enigma, I think this lane can get really rough for Lich and Slark.
And there you go, the exchange of tips. Everyone eager to get them out ahead of time. I think is a nice showing. Making sure you're not saving them for, you know, when an enemy misses the last hit or an ulti or something like that. Fly gets into the mid lane rather quickly, but of course there's Hame up on the high ground who's got really good night vision. We say it every single time, and somehow I always forget that he has 1800 day and night vision.
Yeah. And he went for Orb of Venom, so they're looking to go really aggressive early. It's Lich and Slark. I wonder if they can even get a kill. Huh?
The dove voice line. Sorry, I always forget about that versus the mental game, right? This is Arteezy. Good stuff there as he plants his banner. He's looking eager to fight here. Both teams kind of just sat across the river, staring each other down. See who will break the peace right now. It's kind of Sinq wagging his tail in the middle lane there.
Some respect to Nightfall there. Even as an Enigma, he shows up to contest runes. It's very helpful.
Yeah, make him think you're going to take level 1 Malefice, right?
Just being the body here is good
Yeah,
enough.
not good enough. And it'll be runes 2 apiece. LGD will get the river runes, and EG will settle for the high ground runes.
Okay, so I'm very curious how they'll play their safe lane here. Because he has an Orb of Venom. Lich, obviously, low cooldown Frostblast. So how do you do this? Let's find out.
We'll take a look. Mid lane, of course, Abed versus Nothing to Say. On the Ember and Puck matchup, certainly a high skill-based one. Might end up seeing a solo kill if things start snowballing one way or the other, but of course EG with the ability to rotate slightly easier on this Marcy.
Okay, they're just manning up on Enigma straight up. And
Yep,
he...
and he's TPing. Oh, he cancels it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Crit did take, of course, Dispose early, as somehow this wave got completely pushed under tower for Arteezy top lane. I didn't quite catch how this happened, but this lane already is looking a bit funky.
Yeah.
He's going to need to stack and recover them here. Has Time Walk, fly with level 1 Impetus, just harass it as much as he can. He'll go fly and try to absorb as much experience here. So it's solo XP for Arteezy on, I think, what was a double range creep lane. So he's doing pretty well for himself up there. The Primal having to split experience a little bit with the Doom.
Yeah. And yes, Nightfall survived the level 1 here.
So far, so good. And it does get the split there on the Eidolons, but again, they're not super scary early. More when they get upgraded and they get some titles in front of their name. That's when you start being a little bit more concerned for your well-being. Bottle for Bottle in the mid lane. Nothing to Say gets his just slightly earlier. But of course, with the points, its Flame Guard can be extra annoying. And as you say, just maxing Sleight of Fist. That's all there is to do in this matchup, it feels like.
Yeah. No, you just spam that on Puck. It's very easy, harass. And we can, like, Abed Ember, it's also a little bit of a specialty hero. I believe, like, every time he's reached one of these MMR goals, you know, like, whatever, he was one of the first 10, 11, or 12k, one of those.
Yeah, one of
It's
those.
always been Ember Spirit carrying him there.
A skill-based matchup, and, you know, like this game, his enemies are going to need to put, you know, together the lockdown here quite effectively to make sure they can kill him. You know, with a Puck to get the ball started, it should definitely be possible. Not to mention, actually, Lich has somewhat decent catch. You know, whether or not he actually lives to remember jumping him is an entirely different question. But Sinister Gaze is actually an instant cast if you're facing already your target. So that's also a possibility to set things up on for an Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Cheeky point there in the Syrian Chains for some more damage. Forcing back Nothing to Say a bit. And it's a minute to Water Rune, so Nothing to Say is going to be forced back into his jungle. But look at Crit already moving on over to pick up the rune. Nicely done.
Very
Asking
good.
for the high five there. Making sure he sees me, you know?
Yeah. It's well played.
Bottom
Okay,
now.
maybe Nightfall can die here.
Yep, he has left him, and there's not a TP scroll here. There's a Dispose, and that's going to give enough space for Ame at least not to collect the kill. Why with insufficient damage? But I don't know how aggressive they can look to get top. A little onslaught here on the fly. He's not really pounding so much there, Sinq. It's like a tired toddler, really, as soon as he has that debuff of time dilation on him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's hard there. It's not much damage too until it hits level 3. Fortunately, Ame's courier gets... Oh, both. He crit snipes both couriers.
Yeah, that's
So the
pretty
Orb
big.
of Corrosion is not coming now.
Yeah, that's right. So a little bit... Well, you've got the components, but you're just missing the recipe, so I don't know how much you're actually missing out.
Yeah, true.
but-
A bit later boots. I guess that's the most
definitely. That's going to be the impact here. Faith Beyond, if they get a couple of bashes here, Artur looking for one. It's been 8 or 7.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
there
we
we
go.
go. There's the double bash he needs. Is that still going to be enough? Faith Beyond quite speedy here. Fly looking to cut him off as Arteezy has to just wait patiently. Go and trying to find him around the trees and will receive the kill. Nice
Very
patience.
Dire structures.
Maybe even another? No, there's an onslaught. All right.
Need to time the impetus there for maximum damage. Oh, mid lane, Abed is diving. Oof.
Oh, and Abed's getting a kill and nothing
Yeah.
to say.
Oh, it's so like being this puck. How much armor? Yeah, he has 2 armor. Like if you're playing puck in this matchup and you don't do well the early waves and get to a chainmail, like you're in trouble.
For a rough time, yeah.
Yeah.
And now it feels like it might snowball, right? Look at Abed. I mean, yes, he was low in that exchange, did have to tank tower, but he's right back to mid lane, full HP, full bottle.
Yeah.
Remnants, man.
Now showing up here now is just horrendous. Because you'll get harassed down, and then when Amber feels like it, he'll just fire Remnant on top of
Ame,
him.
I don't know if Ame is so safe here. Yeah, they toss him under tower. He's gonna die.
Yeah.
And why? I think he makes it out of here just fine, but a Nightfall with these level 2 Eidolons and some nice movement from Crit, they will punish that attempt.
Yeah, and it's not getting better down here, right? He's about to hit level 5 on Enigma.
Yeah.
That's when the Eidolons are really powerful.
Something didn't quite connect there. I mean, it is the Frost Shield, right? Level 1, you do reduce a significant amount of damage at 30%. Nothing to snuff at, right? Or whatever, sniff at, whatever you want to do with your nose. But just clearly wasn't enough. There
Oh,
he goes
tossed into the
again.
tower again.
Yeah, there's a Maldic, but of course with Dark Pact and Pounce, they'll force at least some abilities to be used. Mid lane though, 6-minute rune time, and that's where the supports are paying their attention. Abed's going to get his regen rune, refill the bottle. Fly doing a really good job there, harassing back Sin Q.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh,
killed.
Coil. Breaks it.
Yeah, he'll snap that one voluntarily. Do they have enough control? Abed, he gets off the remnants. He had one stored down bottom. Regen active is
It
interrupted
broke.
by something. I didn't. Maybe there was a projectile that was chasing him. I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, I guess.
Bottom though, they are going yet again, and this time, just like before, it's not going very well for LGD. At least it's Ame who stays alive, but it's Y who will take a dive. And
Yeah, unfortunately, this game is looking very much like the first game in terms of net worth, right? Every lane winning for EG. And these type of games are so difficult to play.
Beyond. Oh, Arteezy's getting body blocked a bit by the creep. Fly will micro it away. There's a TV coming from Crit, though. They really want this kill. And with rebound, and even now the,
Yeah,
what's
there
that
he
called?
goes.
Yeah, the side kick. That'll be a kill if Arteezy can get a bash. There it is.
Yeah, giving the kill to Arteezy there. Just
though to refill the bottle of the puck. He's only at level 3 though. And nothing to say here with Coil coming off cooldown in just a second.
yeah.
As,
I mean, yeah, this is what
okay,
they have
well,
to do.
we've got to do a picture. There we go. Okay, back into the action here. Coil onto the mid lane. It's 3 heroes, soon to be 4, with the TP completing from Faith Beyond onto Abed, but he still gets thrown it off. That last projectile mid-air, the bottle sip there, certainly is going to leave him with enough HP. I think he would have been fine regardless, but Abed doing his due diligence there, and still with 7 wand charges, may look to counter-initiate because guess who's here? Arteezy, getting ready to flex this Chronosphere onto the mid lane. Faith Beyond only level 4. Has plenty of armor, though. Be a bit of a difficult kill here, especially with Abed worse for wear. Instead, Crit is going to be trying to tank this one. Rune spawns top. It's a DD, but Arteezy, he's down bottom, wants to look for a Chronosphere. Pump fakes it the once. There's the bashes he needs onto Sin Q, and it's eventually going to be a kill in favor of EG. Abed doing a fantastic job playing this one on edge.
Yeah. Finally, they're rune for nothing to say. So that's a bit of relief. Yeah, I was going to say, like, LGD, they don't want to sit in any of their lanes, right? So that play they make mid, that's the only thing they can do. Coil the Ember and pray that them as 4 heroes can kill him.
Now the problem is you don't have Coil immediately ready for this DD rune. Nothing to say, though. Still eager to get it used. There's a Remnant as well showing mid from Abed. Maybe they can still string together a kill with DD, but it is slowly starting to tick down here for nothing to say. About half duration remaining. And doesn't really look like he'll get much out of it. Nice warding for EG. I'll go ahead and credit with that a little bit. Scouts the rune top. And Scott had nothing to say with the active, so Abed stays well out of his way. Top, though, it's Slark. He's here. Arteezy has Chrono, and he might not even need it here, Pi.
Yeah, he looks quite dead on my screen. God damn.
Yeah, he's dead on my screen, too. And that is the second death for Slark. I mean, obviously, bottom is... I mean, he's had to give this one up. Just look at this. There's nothing he can really be expected to do here, to be honest. Not without dying, but top lane, he gets going, and maybe a bit of frustration, not enough patience. I don't know what to call it there, but he kind of just runs straight into his death.
Yeah. SyncQ lives at least. No, this game is almost even worse, right?
Yeah.
At least they don't have this Shadow Fiend
Here they
push
go.
towers, but
Yeah, Leash. Oh, but there's been a Chrono the whole time. Arteezy, how aggressive is he going to want to be? A little aggressive. I mean, look at those bashes. How could you not, right? And it's going to be the impetus from Fly to get the kill. Arteezy didn't even have enough mana to time walk out, but wasn't really in much threat. Faith Beyond's only level 5.
yeah. RTC, yep, he finishes Midas.
Tower is under attack.
Let's see who gets the rune mid here.
Bottom.
Yeah, looks like Abed is gonna get it.
Regen. But now that Chrono's been used, it doesn't look like EG are too excited to defend this tier 1 tower. So they'll let it go. Less than 200 HP anyhow. They got a kill onto a Slark. They got a kill onto Y. They're pretty happy with that. And they'll let that one fall. Maybe, just maybe, they can look to do some pushing mid because they know that Slark TP top for that tower.
Yeah.
And with Nightfall perfectly connecting, right on cue as if, he is getting to work already. Still has Black Hole.
Alpha Wolf there. Look at this tower.
They doubled up the Eidolons briefly. The Searing Chains on the SyncQ. Oh, couldn't even deny the tower. As Crit will pick up the kill onto SyncQ there. Top lane Arteezy's gonna receive this big old wave that Ame's been pushing. And Faith Beyond finally up to level 6. He's well on his way towards Midas, but it's difficult Doom game here for him, to say the least.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. Oh, here they go.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to get the Doom off. That is going to dispel at least the Flame Guard as well. Abed might have bit off a bit more than he could chew. Arteezy gets the deny! And now he might even go for a bit more. Faith Beyond on very little HP. He might even drop to the time dilation. And it's Ame who's going to die. Oh! Oh no! EG, 10 unanswered kills there. They're going to snatch that one away from Faith Beyond.
That was a beautiful deny. Beautiful. I was just going to say, this reminds me of a Doom we saw earlier. Resolution Doom.
Yes, it does, versus Thunder Awaken here on this channel, game 2. Which was also quite one-sided. This one, well, Pi, it's a 5k net worth lead already. We'll take another look at that one. Why don't we?
Oh yeah, you expect them here to get a free little easy kill, perhaps a comeback going. But like these type of denies just...
They're heartbreaking. And Abed's going in, by the way. Look at this. Nothing to say. He's got an Elusive Whip in a second. On to Strength Treads, 9 HP. Can he escape? The escape? No. Cut down in his tracks. Nothing to say. Is killed off. Nightfall's coming in as well. This fight is not looking good right now. And they're looking set as well to catch Faith Beyond. Evil Genius is diving underneath tier 2 tower. Why? Trying to pick up the first kill here. But Crit's just a bit too tanky. And with Fly here to tank and Nightfall to cut the trees, there's just no hiding. Abed, cool guys don't look at their Searing Chains kills, but he's going to definitely get this one. Sleight of Fist at the ready. Abed blowing up a balloon, and he's going to pick up the double kill with style points here. Oh, EG, they're feeling themselves.
Oh my god, yeah. No, this is utter pure domination.
Oh, yes, it is. And it just nothing seems to be going the way of LGD. I mean, 14 unanswered kills, 8k the net with it. It's almost 1 a minute. Arteezy, no one can farm near him right now. He's got Chrono, he's got Javelin. He might even be able to kill some of these heroes. They're so underfarmed.
Yeah.
And just like, we've barely said it here, and we haven't even seen a black hole. But once again, Pi, Nightfall. He's top of the net worth, boy. He's pushing tier 1 towers all by himself here. Ame, he might be just dead.
Sniping the courier.
Okay, they're not gonna be that aggressive. Okay. We're gonna hold the horses. No need. Can you tell I've been casting a lot of SA Dota? I was expecting them to just walk up and black hole them. No, not quite.
Going mid though.
Patient. Instead,
Faith Beyond.
The action's mid. Faith Beyond takes another death. EG, in they go now. Finding a bash there onto Y. Just a Lich, but...
Oh, and you have to point out that it's 14 minutes in now, and Lich is still not level 6. That's
rough.
Yeah, it's not fun at all.
I thought you were going to point out the Arteezy, what is that, a triple, maybe quad bash there? I mean, just no luck here for LGD. And their map is being choked off. A DD rune spawns top, that might be something for them, but nothing to say. Is not in a really great position here to be able to recover that, as he's still well behind on his build up towards the Switchblade.
Yeah. And you can see Fly, he's going for the ultra greedy build. No points in heal, just max damage. Almost complete the Dragonlance. Like, he's really strong too.
That was incorrect. He is going to be going for a bit. Pick it up, Fly. Come on, come to the dark side. Abed doesn't need that. Oh,
Coil?
but Abed maybe needs some trouble. There's going to be the onslaught. Syncue is up to level 6, has Pulverize, and they're going to be able to catch him, but Arteezy threatening with the Chronosphere, scares away the puck, and Abed easily lives through that minuscule amount of damage he takes. Nothing to say now, being given chase. He's got Phase Shift, and he's got now the Elusive up. Black Hole to catch him for Nightfall, and down goes Nothing to Say. His third death this match. Of course, no kill still in favor of LGD, as Evil Geniuses continue just to absolutely apply the pressure everywhere.
Yeah, no hesitation on that black hole. Only level 1 phase shift, right? So you're gonna pop up sooner than later. Only 1 second.
This one just isn't getting any easier here. The all too familiar jingle that LGD's can hear. Aegis 15 minutes in for Abed. We'll cover him, and that'll honestly allow him to make some more aggressive moves on top of this. I just can't believe. I mean, Abed, he's having such a game. Does have 1 death, so is there? I mean, there's got to be deathless people still so far, right? He's been denied the ones.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not even a real death, right? It doesn't show up on the scoreboard. It doesn't count to me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Will it be 20 unanswered kills here for EG? Only time will tell, but right now it's a smoke play, as they were, at least forcing back Arteezy. Still has Chronosphere, but of course this Slark slightly tankier now with his Echo Saber up.
Yeah. So how do they even kill Arteezy? Guess they have to catch him in a Pulverize into Pounce.
Yep, and then a Chain Frost maybe with that creep still there. This could be an opportunity. There's going to be the Pulverize. Arteezy left alone. Is he going to be first to die? He is. The thanks as well from Arteezy in the quick chat, but in exchange, it seems like they might be able to find Faith Beyond. No, he's a bit too speedy, unless Crit really wants to go diving. Likely not underneath the tier 2 tower he wants, and I don't believe has the night vision for it either.
Ooh, there looks like they want to dive though.
Yeah. Well, Nightfall wants to push this tower, and now they see Faith Beyond. He gets the Doom off, but onto Crit mid-flight, and Faith Beyond won't even see that Doom time out by the time he dies. TPs are coming in, but the coil it's not going to connect, and Abed's in now as well. He's got a full Maelstrom, as they're going to focus down on Nothing to Say. Look how quickly that puck goes down. Ame might just be next. He's already used Shadow Dance. 3 dead, all 3 cores, just like that.
No, you can see, and who's dealing the damage there? It's actually Fly on the Enchantress. Ooh, beautiful.
Nice jump. Crit might pay that with his life as a Pulverize. Going to send him to the ground. That's going to be the second death here. Is LGD falling 2-22 here. And this is all without Arteezy. He still has Chronosphere.
Yeah. Didn't even bother to rank it up. Too much mana.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this Ench is doing damage. It's everyone really chipping in here for Evil Geniuses. So they look to take down a tier 2 tower the first of the game. We'll take another look at that one as well. Faith Beyond.
Yeah, you can see here, it's a very good Doom. He gets him in the air, but here you'll see they missed the coil on Nightfall, right? And Fly is gonna start dishing out damage here.
And that just absolutely frees up the Ember as well, right? He doesn't have to worry about coil. Got an Illusion Rune as well for a casual dispel.
And that's how she goes.
Mid, I mean Crit. He's gonna tank it.
You know, that's it. Because they do have Midas on Doom, so he will get some farm. So if the game can keep going on, like, and them not dying that much, that's all they can hope for right now.
Absolutely. No, Arteezy wasn't able to catch him there. Not much missed, but Coil on cooldown here. Shadow Dance just coming off cooldown and Doom in 20 seconds, but EG are not going to wait that long here. They still have got Aegis. They've got Arteezy with Chronosphere. And they've got themselves now maybe a Slark cornered. As in goes Arteezy. He gets off the Chronosphere. Time dilation slow. Nightfall in as well with follow-up and a black hole if needed, but that would have been more than overkill. Ame is dead. Arteezy, all he's going to do is just Midas a creep over his dead body. All right, Abed. No, he's fine. Q even. Oh no, he's going to run into Eidolons. Good micro from Nightfall. They've actually split here, and Abed might give chase, as they are going to be able to catch Faith Beyond, trying to cut a wave in the mid lane. That is swiftly punished.
Yeah, this is unfortunate when you're trying to catch up through farming, but you're dying all over the map. It's not a good feeling. And Abed is going for the Aghanim Scepter, right? Which means he'll be able to jump wherever he wants. He can like travel the map in 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, and he just kind of has to be a little bit scared if he's affected by Witchblade or maybe a Frost Blast slow. That'd be a little bit annoying for him as it does impact your Remnant move speed. But yeah, he's going to be feeling pretty good. Nothing to say, did jaunt on that. Abed once again giving chase. He's completely alone here, but I think given the net worth lead and the state of this game, that's a position that he's rather comfortable in, and nothing to say, feels like he's in the new Halloween movie.
I wonder if he'll stay for this wave here. Or, oh, nothing to say. Is he going for this?
Oh no, look at why. He's just trying to farm, man. Come on, Arteezy. No quarter given. Out comes the Chain Frost. Some damage on Arteezy, but I'll just time walk that one off, and they even get Sync you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
EG, I mean, they've got to be feeling really good here right now in this series. They've dismantled Sonics 2-0. They're about to do the same to LGD. Whatever they did in their boot camp has certainly been working out for them. They look almost unstoppable right now. And there's a black hole as well up from Nightfall. Out from the trees, a root, surprised they had nothing to say. Oh, a little bit of HP he's going to be living on. Gets off as well. A really good coil, and he'll make it out alive.
Very nice. Didn't have Unleash up, so not enough damage there.
So, spell wasted there. Maybe a potential opportunity now for LGD. I mean, Pi, if there's any time to go, I'd say it's now. No Chronosphere, no black hole. Sure, you're without coil, but with whatever farm that Almay's managed to muster up, I think it's time to call him to arms.
Yeah, they're smoked up.
And they go, but it's Fly. That's not the target that they're looking for here. Crit is well ready to counter initiates, but it looks like they should be able to get through Fly. Nightfall wishing he had a black hole right now with 4 heroes surrounding his Enchantress, but ultimately can do nothing but watch.
Okay, Arteezy is here, 3 seconds to Chrono.
And that might be
They
problematic.
Caught crit.
Yeah, and that might be crit going down as well. Silence, he shall die.
They have a Doom
and a Doom
on
onto
Abed.
Abed. Oh, but the Chronosphere, it's only going to catch 2, but Ame has been caught by it. Arteezy not finding many bashes, no like here for
he's
him.
dead, right?
And now even Arteezy in an amount of trouble and killed off. 4 dead. They get Abed as well there. Pi.
That's
okay.
huge. Actually, a slight breath of hope there.
Some breathing room at least for LGD. They're still, now there's still some pretty far behind, aren't they? I don't want to sell them down the river. That was a great move, and I'm sure they're going to be very relieved to have gotten those 2 core kills, right? But they're still facing a 7k net word lead, and unfortunately, it's not quite in this Roche window.
Yeah,
but
no, for sure.
It's a start.
I mean, even the thing with their lineup, even if Roche is up there, unless they have like what 30 stacks on Slark,
yeah,
it's quite hard to kill.
That's a keen observation. We'll take another look at that fight though. This one kind of just felt like a little bit save your body syndrome here for Evil Geniuses. Just too keen to fight.
Now, because they know how far they're ahead, right? So crit is kind of baiting. Like, come on, guys. Like, there's no way they can do this. Yep. But then they, yeah, I'm wondering in the back there. Yeah, Faith_Beyond is patient. He sees Abed and he catches him.
Nice shove there, Faith_Beyond. That's a nice good bit of bounty for him. Does seem a lot closer to this BKB. That'll be a significant item. I'm going to say as well, with the Blink Dagger, it's going to enable him to cut waves. He gets that one off of that last fight. And even look at Ambe. He's finally got a real big item, right? He disassembles that Echo Saber and turns it in, or uses that Ogre Axe, pardon me, for his Ag Scepter. So now double pounce, which now does apply a little bit of essence on every single successful latch. So it does help you quite a bit in these fights.
Yeah. No, he's almost the most farmed hero on the map, which is something you need in combat games. You need one guy who like to carry the hope or whatever, like someone to carry you. And then the rest just have to land your spells.
Exactly. I think the only issue is I think LGD fights kind of need to go like that for them. Kind of one at a time for this Slark, because even with, the 3 essence now on Pounce, like he's still a hero that wants to go 1v1, through the entire enemy team. Not quite, 5v5 where he doesn't really get to click on everyone a couple, dozen times. Like the fights want to go long. They need to go long for this Slark to feel really impactful.
No, for sure. And they're gonna have this problem because Enigma is gonna finish his BKB now.
Yeah.
And maybe they can get a killer on crits.
Yeah, submitting the coil. Nice to
he's living a long time,
he is living a while, and Abed's in now. Nothing to say. Wants to commit for the kill, and in fact, maybe Abed in some trouble. But careful here, Arteezy looking for a bash on. Nothing to say. He's got no spells because of time dilation as well. The cooldowns, the bash is Arteezy with the kill on a nothing to say. That'll stop LGD's aggression in its tracks, and even a DD rune spawning in the river. EG could look for an aggressive move of their own here if Arteezy spots that one, and they will.
LGD are here smoked though. Doom is ready.
I think Arteezy, he knows something's up. Okay, DD Rune's going to
going in.
go invisible as now Ame in
No
the
mana
second
for Black
pounce as
Hole.
well, and now the Doom prevents the Black Hole from coming, but Arteezy's just a little bit too scary here. Chain Frost with the Axe Shard now from Y, just not doing enough damage and bouncing on over to the Eidolons. Great micro from Nightfall, as Y is going to die for that attempt.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they doomed for nothing there, but you know, it was a decent attempt. Could have worked. He got the Wraith Pack down, which was huge.
Yeah, it's
it
problematic.
reduces the damage a lot. And now Roche is up.
Yeah, they do kill crit, but nice positioning there by Arteezy, and yeah, that 1 point in time dilation, man, so valuable. The cooldown progression slow, it's super punishing there. Just absolutely no chance for it. I was about to say, there's still 2 seconds left. Where's the phase shift? Where's the phase shift? No chance.
Yeah.
And I believe that's Ag Shard for Arteezy, right? He consumes that. So now he's got this little slide whistle time walk that he can use. Helps him in these poking and prodding matchups when LGD are a little bit already on edge from, to be honest, basically prior 25 minutes.
Yeah, but at least LGD, they've kind of completed their basic items here, right? Doom has BKB now, BKB Blink actually, and Primal Beast has his BKB.
True.
Slark is decently farmed.
I
Puck
think
has managed to scrunch up some net worth, so they can fight back now.
I think Lich is even decently happy with a shard, right?
Yeah,
To be
no,
honest,
for sure.
400 gold is it's something for him. Oh, but in trouble for nothing to say. There's a Black Hole at the ready, and Nightfall, he's going to go ahead and let this one go. Abed as well this time won't blow up a balloon, but still is going to find the kill. I don't know, nothing to say.
All right.
Nice timing there by Nightfall. It's not super easy to catch a puck like that with Malefice, but he cast it at the right opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, EG going high ground, probably not that. It's probably not that easy, right? It's Frost Shield, the Doom lurking in the back.
Do have Aegis still, but that Doom is going to be, I think, perhaps the big boogeyman right now for EG to face, especially with Ember Spirit on the high ground, right? That BKB not going to do much against the Doom. Well, that Lotus is going to be a prerequisite here for him to be standing on high ground with any degree of confidence.
Yeah.
Ame doing his best here on the enemy jungle, has picked up now the Mage Slayer. A little bit of more stats for him, and some magic resist. So I'll be happy to have this, just any little bit of additional agi or stats or survivability for him at this stage to just drag these fights out a bit longer. LGD, they've done well to stem the losses, to stem the hemorrhaging really, and they've kept the net worth lead mostly stable for the past couple of minutes. There's still a long road ahead of them for a full comeback.
For sure. But at this, like 10 minutes ago, it was looking way worse.
Definitely.
That's for sure. Okay, they're trying to set up some Chrono Player. That's kind of hard, but...
The trees, there he goes, on in, and the Shadow Dance
fast.
is used. Nicely done there from Ame, but there's absolutely no reinforcements for him here. Can he make it out alive? No, he can't even, he doesn't even get to turn around.
And they're killing mid too, sink you down.
Lucky there. The bashes, maybe. There was a hope. Maybe there's a universe, right, where he gets to pounce away, but not in this one.
Yeah. Oh, this is very well played by EG. Just using their cooldowns for something. Like big kills like Slark.
Yeah, and it just, when you're in this advantage, you don't need to win this big, ginormous 5v5. It's just about securing the kills and stopping these heroes from cutting lanes. As the Invis rune into the bottle of Abed. Oh, okay, but the Doom actually to turn on to him, and now try using that Invis now, Abed. Down he goes. Mid lane, though, they are diving into the base where Y.
Yeah, RTC got killed.
Yeah.
Solo killed by the Lich.
He did go down. Very good point. And nothing to say, maybe bolstered by this. Jumping on a Nightfall. He knows that there's no Black Hole. Oh, but the bash is out from Arteezy on the Faith Beyond. The BKB comes out. Crit chasing for more as well as
they're
Arteezy.
respawning, though.
Okay,
LGD
he's
are
going to time
respawning.
walk on back, but Nightfall is in a bit of trouble here. Nothing to say. Giving chase. Arteezy now on top of him. In goes Sin Q with his own BKB. And now with the Pulverize has a kill. But the bashes are relentless from Arteezy. Eventually forced to back up as another coil onto Fly. Arteezy continuing to fight, but Ame is actually alive here and out fighting him. Arteezy not super comfortable here. No BKB, only has a Mjolnir active to use now, but with plenty of time walks away. Is still being chased by LGD. Ooh. Another pounce doesn't latch, and that's going to be Arteezy with one last time walk. Crit, perhaps not as lucky. His BKB on cooldown. No, gets a rebound target away, and Arteezy thinking about turning. Did get
Oh,
3
he hit
stacks of
it, he
time
hit it.
dilation. There's a silence, but that's not going to stop the bashes. But Faith Beyond there to support him as well with the hoof stomp. Ame going in, does miss on the pounce. No, he didn't actually. He's still leashed up, but crit on the damage. They're trying to turn this, and EG, they're reviving. Down goes Ame. They've overstayed their welcome a bit. Sin-Q desperately tries for the kill and doesn't get it. Abed saves his life.
Oh, that's so close for LGD to like start their comeback right there. It's just so close. I wonder, because he TP'd out of base, right, with Ame. If he could have picked up the Ag Shard, it would have made him a bit more brave there.
Yeah.
It would have been very useful, but he wants that Basher, so fair enough.
Great plays, though, from LGD. I mean, you have to respect it as well. Just, you know, diving, unfortunately, beyond their reach at that stage, right? EG respawning and are keen to punish, of course, how aggressive they were being, but absolutely, I respect the plays there. They looked to be like the right ones at the time.
No, you have to say too, like how this game started off. Like LGD they're not making it easy for them.
No, not at all. And there is that problem with high ground, right? So they did lose Aegis solo there on high ground between that Ice Spire and Chain Frost, as we're going to take a replay here about how close Arteezy actually was to death.
Yeah, so the first pounce misses and he uses his second pounce.
Ah, thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, and I mean, if he hits the first pounce, it's honestly probably dead.
Yeah.
It's not that easy of a pounce to hit, but you do wish you hit those.
Yeah, and now that was close for Arteezy. I wasn't quite clicking on the hero, so I didn't quite catch that in time. But yeah, certainly a woulda, shoulda, coulda moments there.
Yeah.
But ultis are back now for LGD. Ultis are up now for EG, but they're feeling all of a sudden what was a 7k net worth lead 10 minutes in. Feels amazing. 7k net worth lead at 20 minutes in. We're still in control of the game. 7k net worth lead now, 6k at 30 minutes in. Pi doesn't feel nearly as good.
No, for sure. I mean, the thing is, that's the nasty part about EG's lineup, though. They still have this Chrono and Black Hole. So, like, when you win 3 lanes and you have Chrono Black Hole, even in these like slight comeback situations, you're not feeling that bad. Like, you know, you have this backup, and you're all farming too, right? So
right. Yeah, I suppose that's fair to point out. They've been, I don't want to say reserving these ultis basically for solo kills, but they've been a little bit flippant with their use, right? Oh,
Yeah.
whatever. I can just use it because I can still just time walk in and bash them and kill them. They can't kill me.
Yeah.
But now it does feel like, okay, now I actually have to utilize my Chronosphere in a proper team fight. I have to commend them. 5k, I mean, I didn't see much of a way back in this game for them. Heck, 15 minutes into the game. Here we are.
No, for sure. No, it was that they had that one fight around the shrine, which turned around a lot of things.
That's right. Yeah. Their first 4 kills, and from there,
Yeah.
they figured out, yes, this is how we do it. But now things may be looking a bit more difficult for them. It's EG, it's Arteezy with the DD in the bottle. Abed's going to go ahead and lend him that. Abed now as well with the Lincoln Sphere.
They're going.
And they are going to make the jump. There's going to be the Doom as well. The hook stomp perfectly had to do it from Faith Beyond, and 2 heroes just deleted. LGD, the perfect initiation for them. Maybe even Abed now with a basher. Ame, he's got him leashed the once. Ooh, he can't quite leash him a second time, but that's where Nothing to Say comes in. Does force Abed to TP away. Crit as well, retreating under the cover of a BKB. Might not be too safe here. LGD might look for more. The second time they go diving beyond tier 1 towers, beyond tier 2 towers. How far will they go? Not this deep. Okay.
They give up there. All right. Roche potentially up in 15 seconds here.
That has got to be the dream catch. We talked about how EG still have these big ultis to count on. Not if you're getting caught by a 2-man war stomp out from Faith Beyond. What a play.
No, that was a really nice smoke by them. You also have to say that EG are a bit careless there. They haven't seen anyone on the map except the puck split pushing for a while. But overall, just a great play by LGD, how they smoked and set up there.
Absolutely. No hesitation there from Faith Beyond, just makes the move. Great job as well from Nothing to Say. And the fortitude here, LGD showing a lot of fight in game number 2, in a series where they were stomped pretty hard in game 1, in a series where game 2 was looking way worse than game 1 was.
Yeah.
Here we are, on the verge of a comeback, and I think for the first time this entire game, about to equalize in terms of net worth.
Yep. Very impressive. And I think, yeah, now they want to wait a bit. Obviously, you never know, right? Roche can be spawning any second, but they need their Doom. So they have to wait for that.
This will be 30 seconds. I mean, LGD, of course, they're they're not so scared that they're hiding in their fountain, but, you know, they'll regen up and stay safe back here. BKB is ready to go. Faith Beyond as well. He's got the quickening charm in his clutches just to make sure that he gets these abilities off cooldown even a little bit so much faster. Might make a big difference here. Roche up in 7 seconds. I think LGD, they might get a go at really contesting this.
I think so. They have everything, right? Doom is coming up now. They're actually looking for Arteezy here. He's desperately trying to finish his Lincolns.
He's got Basher. Okay, but he's not going to be so YOLO. There's a bunch of enemy heroes missing on the map.
Yeah, but see, he knows there's no vision here, right? With his ultimate.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Slark able to be a little bit more of a hunter, opportunistic, but still wants to be playing it cool, right? So they already went diving, maybe somewhat recklessly once past tier 2s. Maybe, right? I'd say that was completely justified, but I do think it's enough to give him pause on making some solo plays like that.
Okay, the Roche is going down now. I mean, LGD don't know anything, right? They know it can be up, that's it. But they're gonna be too late for this.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, are they really scared of this Aegis? The last time Arteezy had Aegis, Y took it from him.
Yeah. I mean, the unfortunate part is you have Doom, right?
Yeah.
And his biggest counter is Aegis. So it's quite unfortunate that
That's a good point.
that they don't get to have this fight here.
I believe Abed as well. He is holding on to the Axe Blessing from Roche, but Ame, eager to fight, does find a bash there, starting to really get these essence shifts up. In fact, pops the Shadow Dance as Abed uses the BKB, commits for that.
Yep. Oh, just a little poking. How much? Yeah, 13 stacks, 52 agility, not bad.
Not bad at all. He's really getting up there. He's climbing the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that simple for EG anymore, even with this Aegis to like force high ground or force a fight.
Of course. No. That net worth lead, of course, jumping back to 5k, favoring Evil Geniuses. The bounty, your net worth does increase if you actually consume this Axe Blessing. Abed hasn't done it yet, so he doesn't. You need to consume it. But I think the reason he's not is because it would increase the cost of his buyback. Oh, bottom though, Sin Q trying to onslaught away. That was a mini black hole from Nightfall. He committed there. And Sin Q, he's going to be doomed. No, it's the self-doom on the new Faith Beyond Acceptor with the guitar. That's how metal he is. Doom's 2, but cannot save Sin Q. Trying to TP away, is not going to be able to do it. Doesn't last long enough. And Crit, despite being doomed, fights through it for the kill onto Faith Beyond.
Yeah, very, very optimistic play down there. Probably need your Slark to be making moves like this.
But I did want to point out 2 Ag Scepters there revealed. The Doom Ags, as Arteezy is giving chase here with Chronosphere, but can't quite catch this Slark with 2 pounce charges. But that was 2 Ag Scepters revealed, right? That was the Doom Ags, which allows you to cast it on yourself or allies, and gives that little really beautiful Doom AoE. Dooms anyone in there. But it also this Primal Beast Ags, which breaks and does decent damage, honestly, on those shockwaves, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, it's I'm guessing mostly for the damage. But breaking enchanters, for example.
Oh,
they're going in.
Crit. Abed, I mean, okay, he's okay. Arteezy even tanking a little bit there. That's a little dangerous there, just a bit. That's why trying his sneaky move yet again. He's gonna
nice sniping couriers.
Be a minute without it. Ame does get the 2 couriers. Oh, the onslaught canceled. Sin Q, no, he's got BKB in 2 seconds. Gets off at least his Ag Scepter, but Ty's not able to live too long. It's activation on the uproar, that one. Does break EJ a bit, but otherwise the push going unabated for the most part. Damage onto Arteezy is significant. But yeah, there's Fly to top him back up. Arteezy just poking in for some more vision.
So they have no black hole. Yeah, it's a little sloppy there. I feel like LGD can get better fights than that. I guess there's no Doom either, so that is a problem. And there's an Aegis with Chrono. No, I get it why they're a little careful. But it's very... Sin Q probably, like, it's that feeling, right? When BKB has less than 10-second cooldown, you kind of believe that you have it up, right?
Yep.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, it did get nerfed as well. I think for a lot of these veterans of the scene, you know, BKB cooldown had been pretty stagnant for, I want to say, it's majority of what... a couple patches ago, the thing got reduced, and maybe for supports who don't buy it every game, maybe still kind of internalizing that change, that extra 15 or 30 seconds that it got. But yeah, I think I count 2 Lincolns here, by the way, Pi, on the side of EG. Ember with 1, Abed's got 1, and Nightfall as well. And you can fully stack those Lincolns.
Yeah.
So that's a powerful tool for an initiator.
No, for sure. I mean, this makes the game way harder for Doom here. I don't know. He cannot break it right now, right? No.
No, he can't. He doesn't. He hasn't grabbed a creep that allows him to break it. Again, he can self-doom himself.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
So-
that's what he's going for. He's never gonna doom anyone anymore. He's just
Yeah.
gonna be dooming himself.
He's gonna doom himself and blink in. I gotta be honest with you, I haven't seen a lot of this, but I mean, it looks really nice with the guitar immortal. So I mean, I can't blame him.
Dire's tower is under attack.
And yeah, Nightfall. It did end up turning into one of those games where now 40 minutes in, now we're lead back up to 7K, but game a little bit more finely balanced than that. Is Ame. Arteezy thought about Chrono, but of course, remember there's another one. Oh, but the shard! Oh, crit! He bought the shard, and that actually pushes Arteezy within range, and that's an easy kill for him in the Chronosphere. Ame thought he was safely away.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Scanning.
Wow, that's the only time I've ever seen Marcy Shard do something. Usually you grief your teammate or you
Yep.
kill yourself,
Yep.
but that was beautiful.
That was amazing. Yeah, you can go ahead and auto-cast. So whenever our observers clicked on Marcy, if you see that little border outlined, it means that he's gonna shoot whoever his target is, right, instead of himself. And that ended up being the exact perfect usage of it. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess for crit, you know, it's not the most casual of pickups, but he's got BKB, he's got Basher. What else do you want on this hero?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not bad at all.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of makes sense for this game too, right? If the Doom self-dooms and he's like on top of a hero,
Yeah.
you just toss him out, right?
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Arteezy then can time walk, get his HP back, and continue fighting. Something like that. Absolutely. Yeah, good call.
I mean,
Ame.
Puck is. I mean, they're all farmed though on LGD, so like these games with these type of heroes are never simple.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh.
Setting
They're
up for
gonna
a
fight
fight.
it. 15 seconds until Ame's back, but nothing to say. He TPs into those trees. Has a Blink Dagger, of course, an Octarine Core now. Almost at Aeon Disc, actually. I think he's... What is that? That is Aeon Disc. But he doesn't have the components in his bag, does he? It looks like
Yeah,
he's going for Overwhelming Blink first.
Yeah, I think he's still choosing.
Yeah, so he's at some point likely had the Soul Booster and the Vit Booster, sorry, the Energy Booster and the Vit Booster, but instead turned it into Octarine because he was like, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Now, Overwhelming Blink. Well, that does leave him without buyback, but just by about 400 gold here, crucially. So
There's been this double damage rune on the bottom side here for almost 2 minutes now. No one's scouted it out yet. Yeah, I guess it'll just disappear. Gaben will take it back.
Gavin will take it back. Mr. Frog back into the vault of runes that could have affected a TI. This one, it was passed.
Yeah. No, so I'm pretty sure EG, they have their bottom ward down there. I'm pretty sure they've seen everyone walk over here now, so they know that LGD have snuck down.
Faith Beyond as well, just pointing this one out in case it comes relevant later. He's camping this Tinker Ward where the Dire Tier 2 bottom lane used to be. There he is, our little picture-in-picture. He's trying to be a little bit of a ninja here, cutting the waves, eating a creep here. Q, of course, coming in to support him as well. Just continuing to cut these waves now. Forcing EG, they'd rather not split here. It is looking a little scary, right, with a Doom that can Doom himself and get through your Link-ins. Yeah, you'd rather not split. The pickoff lineup is maybe even favored if you end up doing that. You want to be able to use your team fight ultis, even not two of them, right? Arteezy with a Refresher Orb, you can no longer stack them, thankfully. That was the most recent change. You can no longer stack Refresher Orbs and Refresher Shards for 3 Chronos and stuff like that, but he does have 2 of them, and the VKBs, of course, and Refreshing Linkens. That might be...
Yeah, and
big.
it no longer, if you have it in your backpack, right, it no longer shortens the cooldown.
It no longer
So-
counts down, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe backpacks, you know, they double the cooldowns essentially, but basically people would use the refresher and then slot in a more efficient item for a fight,
Yeah.
you know, or just have it in the backpack between the long late game fights. Arteezy, by the way, looking for a Chrono.
Ooh,
The
so
reaction
fast.
time from nothing to say. Not going to let that one happen. Will Arteezy refresh and look for another one? Oh, he gets a bash. He's thinking about it. He's got the refresher up. He's letting him sit. Nothing to say. Once again here, does jaunt and blink away. Absolutely leading EG on a wild goose chase. His Fly's going to be the one to catch
He
him.
has the
With
scythe.
the Scythe of Ice. In goes Arteezy. The bashes and the kill.
Ooh,
Nothing
Faith
to
Beyond
say.
is going, though.
But here it comes. Faith Beyond. He's already self-doomed himself. and Ame's in on this with a black hole onto 2, and there's going to be the save from Crit. Arteezy needed to escape, but he's feared up, and the Chain Frost is going to put him down. Nothing to say, he's bopped back, and he's in this fight as SinQ pulverizing down onto Fly. The remnants of the Doom will condemn him, and EG, they lose 3, maybe even 4, as Faith Beyond setting up for this kill onto Crit. Ame's in on top of him alongside SinQ, and EG are going to get picked off as they chase and what seems to be nothing to say to the ends of the earth. What in the world?
Yeah, what is the buyback status here?
Not looking good for EG. Arteezy with buyback at 90 gold. Abed, though, is the only one that's really far up buyback alongside Nightfall. The black hole, not enough there to turn things here. And LGD immediately up to the high ground.
Do they get thrown there, or what are...
Evil geniuses, the Fortify's out here. They're going to nuke the wave. The fresh reinforcements now trickling in, which means back door's not going to be broken. No buyback here on Arteezy. There's no bounty runes either on the map. Y is in the Roche pit. He's pinging knows me. And LGD, they are going to back up. Happy with the mid lane of Barracks, but EG breathing a sigh of relief that they are not going to have a certain website updated today. Not yet.
Yeah. No, and I also forgot, with the new glyph change, right, I think it's too hard to go throne there. Because they get the second glyph after they kill that tower, right? So
look at
there was no way, right?
And
ooh, look at this Chain Frost, beautiful.
And Crit almost saves him too, doesn't he? In that last team fight there, looking at that replay.
Oh yeah. No, but I think I almost want to, after this I'm done, I want to check the replay here. Because I'm wondering if he misclicked his rebound. Like I feel like he should throw him further away, but he was trying to be so fast that he just kind of just yoinked him a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
Could have been. Yeah, maybe trying to be ultra efficient, right? Time walk back in. I'm not exactly sure, but it did seem like, yeah, Marcy should be able to rebound just that much further.
Yeah, because he was still stuck in the Doom, so he couldn't get anything on.
That Doom AoE, I mean, it's fairly generous. I have to say, I thought this change to the Doom Axe was maybe not strong, but I'm having my mind changed on it. As we get through this game now, progressing well into what I think everyone would consider late game. 45 minutes in, refreshers abound. And I think a lesson learned there for Evil Geniuses. Have your buybacks in the green here. Abed only 300 gold away from it. Arteezy, he's quickly farmed up the sum of money he's needed, but it's left Nightfall without much farm for himself. He's still very shy of a buyback.
Yeah, but he does have every item he needs, you know. It's just that LGD keep getting these beautiful initiations where they just get to blow everything they have. Because Nightfall has 2 black holes, you know. I don't think he's gotten to use it a single time. And the same for RTC. He had a refresher chronosphere there, but they just never get a chance to use their spells.
No chance. Yeah, he held on to it. I mean, he's got to be asking what could have been, right? Remember when he was looking right into the eyes of the puck, found a bash, didn't want to refresh for that second chrono, right? What could have been? But
yeah, but the thing is, they did catch him, right? He just bought back. They got the sight of the vice on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you have to give credit to LGD.
It's true. And a win condition somewhat neutralized, right? LGD, they play well, and they secure Aegis now for nothing to say, and now they're going to smoke up. EG itching for a fight here. They're holding this ward cliff right now. Smoke is going to break onto 1, but the immediate Hex, sight the Vice on a nothing to say. LGD waiting for the opportunity to counter-initiate now as the onslaugh's onto 3. In goes Nightfall now, but it's Arteezy with the Chrono onto 2, and he's caught Ame, and he's got another Chrono ready to go for Faith Beyond. He catches Abed in this one, but there's no follow-up damage. 3 buybacks out from LGD. What's left to fight with for EG? Not much, they decide. Trying to TP out. The break there is not going to cancel the TP of Fly, and it looks like Arteezy as well will make it out alive. Not as lucky though, perhaps, as Abed. Gets off his BKB, and he is going to TP away. Whew, that was close.
That's a huge fight for EG. They got every buyback, basically, I think.
Yeah, I just missing the one on the Lich, but all 2 cores buying back there. Whoa.
Yeah, that's when you catch the Slark in Chrono, and he doesn't press ult in time.
Yeah.
He's just gonna die. And I like Nightfall. Like, he doesn't hesitate. He has black holes, a position for Primal Beast. Like, let's just use our spells, you know? Like,
yeah, that Primal is,
we got.
That Primal is certainly no joke, and they triple buybacks.
Ooh, he's going top Faith Beyond.
Yeah, he
catches
is.
RTC.
And he has caught RTZ, and RTZ's muted. Oh, but he actually gets kind of pushed out. I think that was nothing to say as I accept it, but it's not going to matter much. They still have to kill onto RTZ. He's going to have to buy back here. LGD needs to apply a little bit more pressure, and things looking real spicy now for EG. Everyone else with buyback, though, as there's going to be a Chain Frost. Y, unfortunately, cannot get a kill there. He's also got buy, though.
Yeah, no, Ame got caught by a black hole in the mid lane.
Uh-oh.
They're still fighting.
They are still fighting. There's a buyback, but Ame can't be back in this one. Arteezy holding on his buyback, but Abed, he's being stunned up and killed. He has buyback. He's got remnants in the fight, and he's going to come back immediately in onto nothing to say,
BKB
but he's
though.
been silenced, and no BKB. Sinq trampling around in the fight, chasing after Crit. In goes Abed now. A Hex out from Fly as Abed with the BKB active gets the dieback onto Sinq. Faith Beyond as well in trouble. He's bought back earlier. Now he's died back.
Ooh,
Nothing to
all
say,
of
holding
EG.
on to Aegis, but EG, they're making the call. There's blood in the water. They bought back on Arteezy. They bought back on Crit, and they're chasing down nothing to say. And the Hex, it's caught him yet again. But they don't have enough lockdown. He's out. He's away.
But they have the creep wave at least.
No
They have one
buybacks
creep wave here.
for LGD Pie.
Yeah, no, because nothing to say is cutting this wave here. So they have one creep wave they need to keep alive. Because I'm guessing they'll just go throne here, right? Yeah.
Looks like it. LGD cutting
Ooh,
the
he's going
wave
in
there.
for the
He's
creeps. Two more
almost
creeps.
nuked the wave, and the coil's going to connect
Scythe, though.
onto 3. Oh, but he's been caught. And a Hex. He has Aegis, though, but no buyback. This is almost truly it for LGD here. 2 seconds to respawn, but
Oh,
a Chrono
beautiful.
awaits him. Arteezy mercilessly makes the jump, and even though I think there was an Andis active in there, hold on. He's still alive. Can he get out? No. Crit times it perfectly.
No creeps though yet. They don't have any creeps. So backdoor's gonna kick in soon.
It will
But
kick
the
in.
creeps are coming though, so this might be it.
This could be it. EG, they started off this game, what, close to 18-0, I believe. 17-0 we got up to. That's no damage that tower's taking with Frost Shield. Creeps, though, are about to kick in this back door as Ame makes the jump in. Okay, that might be something on Arteezy. The Chain Frost, but Knight falls in with the BKB, and he's caught Ame with this one. Arteezy back into the fight. Chain Frost bouncing around, but not doing enough. Ame throws his body on the line, trying to stop this game from ending, but EG, it's just a bit too much. Arteezy now with the Chrono in the fountain, and that's all 5 dead, and that's GG. Well played. Oh, that one was close. That one was close, Pie.
That was a nice game. From looking completely hopeless, LGD almost pull it back. But at the end, yeah, EG get it together. They finally start casting their spells. And yeah, in like buyback mayhem, they come out on top.
And some absolutely chaotic late game fights. LGD, definitely a tough loss to take there. A game that, by all means, 15 minutes in, was almost not even theirs to win, right? They get that close to taking it, go back for the Roche, get the Aegis there, nothing to say, and unfortunately are still just going to be that much outfought by Evil Geniuses, who will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, no, it almost feels worse because you kind of forget like what position you were in. Like you were what, down like 10k gold at 12 minutes? Like it was something absolutely terrible. And then you come back and you're actually ahead. Like not by a lot, but like you're looking pretty good. And then EG finally get it together and they finish you off in a 50-minute game. So does not feel very good.
No, yeah, especially as we continue LGD's story, you know, from their first group stage series, right? It's kind of, I think, taking that surprise loss to Hikori, a team I think not many people even knew all 5 players on, and fair play, right? For 2 of those players, it's their first LAN. LGD drawing the series against them. EG come out swinging, look like they're about to deliver the nastiest 1-2 punch I've ever seen in a group stage of TI, and we get this incredible game only for them to just fall that short. Just so close.
But EG, they should be ecstatic now. 4-0, right?
4-0.
Yeah. And I mean, except this game, very convincing, but it is LGD. Like you just give them a little bit, and they won't stop fighting.
It's got
they showed it here.
A terrifying reminder for EG, I'm sure, right? And that killed, you know, if they get Arteezy there, who knows what looks different there, right? So that dive on the first time where...
Yeah, but it's these type of fights, right? Like Faith Beyond, you have to be like, you had so many beautiful initiations.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I think maybe you're right on that rebound as we were looking at that highlight, just not quite yoinked out far enough out of that Doom AoE.
Yeah.
He gets in the damage. This is 4 dead all of a sudden for EG, and things looking mighty rough. You can see that buyback from nothing to say, and then they're pushing high ground. They're taking barracks. Like you say, that glyph change certainly slows them down and does eventually get them to double back to take Aegis. Whew, what a game.
Yeah. And then they take kind of a poor fight there where Puck baits his Aegis. But EG have this beautiful ward, right? So they see everything, and RTC finally gets to use his Chrono on Slark.
Absolutely.
And just kills him.
Well, yeah, our uses Chrono on Slark. Was this not when they got the black hole onto the Slark mid?
That was later, after they
okay.
all bought back.
Yeah.
I mean, no, this is, I don't know when this is,
Yeah,
but like it started off with Slark dying to a Chrono, then he buys back, and then they kill RTC in the top lane, but at the same time they catch the black hole on Slark.
Yeah. That one was absolutely punishing. So well played to Nightfall yet again. You know, he keeps getting his kinds of heroes. It's once again an Enigma not banned against him, and perhaps once again a game where it shows that maybe you should consider the ban against this kind of guy. The playmaking potential that Nightfall has doesn't just stop at the early game when you give him his Broodmothers, when you give him his Beastmasters, when he's pushing early, taking over the map, giving the boot right to the enemy safe laner and increasing your map space. It's also these late game plays it looks like he's capable of making. And that, I think, is kind of what makes an offlaner truly terrifying, right? And kind of takes him to the next level even.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, the biggest confidence, I mean, the best feeling, like when you're in a team for your offlaners, that he has these heroes that you, like, he sees 3 or 4 of the enemy heroes and he requests a hero, and then he performs. Like, that's when you feel good. Like 33 from Tundra, for example, he has similar things. Like, if he asks for a Lycan, like, you pick him the Lycan and you feel good. And now Nightfall is like similar with EG. Like, you give him a lot of like information and he gets to pick a hero that always performs.
We'll take a look at the scoreboard. This time, though, EG, their streak of having a hero each game in their first 3 games here in the group stage where a hero does not die is going to be snapped. It was really genuinely looking that way for a while.
Yeah, like no kills.
We even quipped that Abed got denied one, so that was maybe the only kill LGD we're going to get. One little chain feed and extends the game maybe about an extra 30 minutes or so. As we'll get our match MVP for crits. It's hard to say in this late game scenarios, but he's certainly played a wonderful role on the Marcy. So always does, right? On your Tusks, your Shakers, your Marcys. It's like just a hero whose toolkit is so easily integrated into this kind of play style for this kind of player.
No, for sure. I mean, and his highlight was the tossing the Faceless Void into the Slark.
Yes.
Right? I don't know how much that mattered, but that was the coolest use of the shard I've seen so far.
I agree. And an absolutely barn burner of a game here between EG and LGD, I think, like we were all expecting. Of course, that's only one of 5 series that was running at the time. So to break down the other series and catch you guys up, do stay tuned. We're going to throw it on over to our amazing panel to catch you up with all the other action that you may have missed.
EG 4 for 4 so far with this 2-0 against LGD. Oh my goodness, that game 2, whilst it wasn't clean, it was definitely very hyped. Like seeing what both EG and LGD were bringing out there. But let's start with game number 1. Let's have a very quick discussion about it, especially in your eyes, Kezu.
Yeah, so starting with the draft, I think this is a very illegal last pick Enigma that EG got their hands on here. Yeah, very much so. If you look at LGD, their draft doesn't really deal with it at all. Also, the best carry in NA, he got his hands on Shadow Fiend, so that's good. So I have 2 clips in this game that I want to show you guys that had very, very, very high impact. The first one is going to include Arteezy on the Shadow Fiend. So the enemy team here, LGD, they're bringing all of their heroes into the top lane. So what EG are going to do, they're going to rotate out their SF. He's even going to join his team in the mid lane. And they're going to end up taking this mid tower, you know, kind of together. They also pressure Nothing to Say here quite a bit. As you can see, Abed comes over. They get the charge down. Bam, bam. They slam it into the ground. Primal Beast, very cool hero. Take the mid tower with a lot of heroes. Nightfall, he chills around. He farms the jungle. And then the next clip, which is basically just going to sum up the whole game, is going to be a clip in the enemy triangle, which we have here, where LGD kind of try to take like a last-ditch effort fight. They have a high ground ward. But as you can see, sure, they do kill Fly on this Ven, but continuing again, they have this Aegis, Arteezy is very strong, they already have auras for him, Nothing to Say. He kind of, you know, comes around, tries to get off an arena, but here's the Requiem. They can't really fight, they end up losing this fight, and then the whole game just kind of crumbles from there, and EG take it.
Yeah, pretty rough game, like for PSG LGD when you look at the Eyes of the Visage, for example. pretty tough game to play when you're pre-level, like under level 12 in a game. I'm trying to get it right here. So in a game where like your opponent is ahead, you've got no lane pressure, you've got slow farm, you have to sacrifice your own farm efficiency for the other cores to catch up. So it was really rough watching it, like from where the Visage was going.
Yeah, this game 2 draft now popping up here, Fear. So let's run through this back and forth game where EG were looking good. LGD sort of bring it back. EG close it out.
I mean, what do you know? Nightfall again with the Enigma.
Hey.
Counterpick the Slark. It's not a good matchup against Enigma. The Lich isn't so great either. And like, EG dominating this game from the beginning. They were completely dominating. Then a couple good team fights with the Doom. They caught the Faceless Void. The one clip in the middle where they ended up getting is the Void and the Enigma at the same time.
Yeah.
Absolutely massive. But you know, you're playing versus Enigma. You're playing versus Faceless Void with fresh orbs. At some point, they're gonna take the late game. Really back and forth game, but EG take it in the end.
Yeah, EG looking really good. I know you kind of made a little bit of a joke, but you're a big believer in EG for this TI, Fear. I'll go some...
That wasn't a joke.
That wasn't a joke. I said you made an NA joke earlier. Okay, there's a difference, slight difference. I'm going to come back to this, though, because I do have some questions about how it's looking for Group A when we do circle around. We want to look at Group B, though. There were some series, some games going on that weren't finished last time we were on this panel. So let's quickly jump to this Fnatic and Spirit One, Kezu, and you can run me through it.
Yeah, so basically we have a couple of clips coming here. First one, I just want to highlight a few very cool plays in this game. You have DJ coming around with the Avalanche, they drop the coil. Then you have the toss out of the coil. They do kill Yatoro, and as you can see, the game is pretty even. So not only do they kill Yatoro with very nice spell combination, they also end up finishing Collapse here. And then slowly you can see that they're like, okay, so from here on, we can go Roche. And this is the first time that Fnatic really take like the first lead in this game. Now we have a second clip in the Dire Triangle, with the game still very even, and I want you all to put your eyes on Collapse, the brown dot on the minimap. So look at him on the left side, he's waiting, he gets the arena off, double spear, but look at Team Spirit. This is already a win for them. Tombstone dropped, Exorcism used, Meta used, now they all just disengage, this is a win for them. And another really high level play, Team Spirit, they're down 20,000 gold, their Mars is back. Look at how they defend this base. They jump to TB very casually with some spells, they use a buyback on Collapse, and important to note, Collapse has Hex. He Raven respawns on TV, he gets Hexed, Requiem, lifted, Arena speared, and even though they're down 20,000 gold, because they know how to use their heroes, their items, their spells, bam, they hold.
That's it. All done and dusted.
Yeah.
Talon and TSM also very quickly feel the game 2 there. We don't have to draft the show, but just a very quick summation for you on how that one played out.
Well, Tomato on his Morphling got really, really farmed. They tried to do the carry Lina to end up stopping it. It was laying versus Death Prophet. I was very hopeful for it, but at this point, I've seen it enough. It's not working. But Tomato pretty much just put his team on his back. The game always #1 in net worth from start to finish, just having an amazing performance on his Morphling that game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring out when we do have Group B versing off against each other again. But let's round out what we're seeing at the current moment in Group A, the best of 2s that are happening. That Liquid Sonics 1T Panda having a little bit of an interesting play out.
Yeah, this first game was actually a pretty interesting roll because when you look at the drafts, and in general, you're like, all right, well, Liquid's been on a good roll. They've learned how this Morphling works out. Should be an easy win, right? I mean, Sonics coming out from a loss earlier on, and this, again, comes back to our segment from earlier on where the talks from the start, you got to get focused on your next series. And goddamn, did Sonics pull off a show against that Team Liquid game. It actually ended.
Oh, did it?
And Sonics actually took game 1 against Liquid, and it was pretty one-sided in the
There
end.
you go. Yeah, we were here
Slow but
on the
one-sided.
panel. We were on the panel, so we actually didn't see it all play out. Your laptop could get had the opportunity to watch it. C, though, I know did finish before we came here live. That was the Hikari vs. Boom one, and the Boom draft looking really nice in favor for Boom. Sort of the style that SEA likes to play. I know FBZ got his Mars. They also had a Tusk 4 there to really help DP mid. I think there was an essence, Kezu, where it felt like maybe Hikari could have done something.
I mean, they had a pretty good draft, and I think they started pretty well in the game. But then when you pair it up against Boom heroes who are very fast, they can take objectives with their TA, they just kind of got the ball rolling, and Hikari ran into some damage issues, which can happen when you have like the single core who's playing into like anti-teamfight heroes.
Yep. All right, well, OGGG as well, if we do have the draft, I believe, Fear, you're going to have a look at that one. We don't have it, so don't worry.
Oh, don't look at it.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
You're good.
Do you even remember what the draft was off the top of your head?
Too many games.
Yep.
I don't
A lot
want
of
to draft
Dota.
right now.
All right, well, hopefully instead we can bring up the standings. The
standings.
RNG Bet Boom draft we do have.
Oh, yeah.
This is their game 1. Saphir, instead you can theorycraft this one, as we didn't personally get to see it play out.
Right, everyone was laughing at me in the last chance qualifier about the carry bat. I
No,
made a
we
comment.
didn't. No, we didn't.
Maybe not you guys, but maybe
Everyone else.
Everyone else.
Everyone else.
But the Hawk playing carry bat rider in this game, very interesting. It does make sense because Laurel is playing the true carry and the sniper in the mid lane. And the Hawk, we all know he's not a man that is afraid to pick like an off laner as a carry and just play tempo. And I really did enjoy like this type of stuff.
Kind of like the Matumba man of old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you will.
For yourself, Kazu, was there anything else interesting about that Bet Boom? Or are you more focused on the standings here, as we see all of Group B being 1-1?
I mean, the first thing I want to point out is EG at the top of the group. 4-0.
Yep.
My main man, Arteezy, Nightfall, missing Black Hole, still top of the group. You know, they can show, you can make some mistakes. It's still good enough for you to, you know, like, pull your stuff out, win, doesn't matter. So they're looking great.
I just want to point out all the G's at the top of the group.
True.
Jeez.
Oh, EG, OG, then GG, and RNG, except for LGD.
But B only has first place teams.
Everyone's
Everyone's a
done.
winner.
Everyone's winning and everyone's losing.
Everyone's happy.
It's Schrodinger's cat. They both win and lose all at the same time. Do you expect there to be a clearer difference in Group B when we do jump into our iteration of their best of 2 soon to come?
Would it be too wild to say maybe no? Maybe we get another 1-1 round?
Tomorrow, we will have
Tomorrow
a bigger
we'll have-
discrepancy.
Tomorrow, you reckon
we
it's going to
will.
happen.
Yes.
Probably not this best of 2 iteration.
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty. Well, you know, we'll see if it's going to happen now. We'll see if it's going to happen tomorrow. Either way, we do have our 4th series of the day, and our casters Moxie and Waga to walk you through it.
Thank you so much, Nat T. Oh my goodness, it has been quite the day of Dota. We still have so much more to come. It's about 5 a.m. if you're over here on the East Coast here in NA. I'm sure that everyone's been watching, though, and been very excited. So those of you just joining us, welcome. For those of you who have been staying up, whether it's the morning, afternoon, night, you know, we're really glad that you're here. Waga, I know that Entity is very close to your heart, and you're very hyped for this game.
Yeah, I'm just a mild Entity fan. I mean, I used to be on the same team with Stormstormer for a long time and know him going back. Also, I think they're just a fun team to follow because they play in a pretty creative way and have done throughout the DPC. But I'm also a major fan of Team Spirit, and we just cast one of their matchups here right before they went into this. Of course, playing, we saw it in some of the highlights there even, as they played up against Fnatic.
There's your boy right there, Stormer. This has been a very interesting team. A lot of these guys started off on the team Creep Wave from a while back. This includes some of the other players that are in this DPC. And they kind of started off as, I'd kind of say, I don't think they're a dark horse anymore, because I think they've got a lot of high expectations for them to perform. But they definitely have grown over the course of the DPC for a lot of people, and they are one of the teams that I think a lot of people are really rooting for. I know Sheep also mentioned that in her interview recently, that she's thinking that Entity's looking real hot, and lots of people jumping on board this train.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, they've become more and more a team that people want to keep an eye on because they're performing so well later throughout the season. Because early on, we did see them struggle a bit in DPC in the first tour, but they've just been, you know, peaking and playing better and better. And I think they're at their highest right now. But a team that peaked at the right time as well are their opponents in Team Spirit. Last year, I mean, these are the TI international defenders, right? They are the champions.
I feel like this is a very good barometer for a lot of these teams that people think, you know, have the potential to go the distance. Going up against the TI defenders is going to be a very eye-opening experience, I think, and will give us a better picture of where people are going to place. But again, we just saw a match with PSG LGD, and they got 2-0'd by Evil Geniuses, who a lot of people I don't think ranked highly at all at the time. So it's a very interesting time to be a Dota fan and to be watching these group stage games and just seeing who's mastered this patch and who the patch really, you know, fits better in some senses.
Yeah, I mean, currently seeing LGD being one draw and one loss after two rounds is very surprising, especially against, you know, Hokuri getting the draw against them as well, and then getting at first crushed by EG in the early game. They did hold on long to that game, but they got brought down in a 2-0 fashion there as well. So perhaps our preconceived notions here going into TI about who's going to be the strongest, we'll see if it's going to be correct or not.
5 seconds remaining.
Curious to see if we get a Marcy ban. That seems to be one of the top. But Enigma also kind of... Okay, so they do ban the Marcy, which does leave Enigma in the pool. And that has been one of the higher banned heroes in this tournament.
I like this approach, though, by Team Spirit. It's a hero that more and more teams are starting to rate higher as well, is the Nyx Assassin. Because if you pick Nyx and the opponents now take Enigma, so if Entity were to draft Enigma, it's not very fun to play into a Nyx Assassin. All the way until you have your BKB, you pretty much cannot Black Hole because despite Carapace is very good for cancelling. You can also stun on Midnight Pulse, so it's not just the Black Hole that's countered, it's your entire existence, sort of. So I like the opening of just having a Nyx. I also like to see that Entity are banning out Marcy and Primal Beast. These are heroes that deserve respect.
Oh yeah, we've seen a ton of the Primal Beast recently. I think we saw it over in the mid lane on one of the games. And then we're also seeing it in the off lane quite a bit. The Sven pickup, though, from the side of Entity, that is not a hero we've personally seen too much of. I think we saw it once during the Last Chance qualifiers being played by Wildcard, but otherwise have not seen it in our matches.
Remaining.
Yeah, Sven, like I said, Entity, you know, quite commonly play in an unorthodox way. This is the first Sven first phase pick that we have seen, and it pairs well with their second pick. I was expecting the Visage to come here as well, since neither team banned it out. You have that Warcry together with the Birds, got some speed now in the chase, and also a lot of survivability from the Sven armor. And this could certainly be carry Sven, but it can also be flexed, 100%.
I'm curious what they're opting to pair up with the Nyx Assassin. Nyx, traditionally not the strongest of laners, does have to kind of, you know, soak some of those levels and be able to make it out of the laning phase to have that bigger impact. Do go with a Pangolier, though. I think that is a very strong hero. It's going to be able to, you know, deal with the birds quite nicely.
Yep, we've seen teams ban a lot of Pango when they pick up Visage, so probably would have seen a Pangolier ban coming out in second phase if they didn't pick it now. But that's a good reaction for Team Spirit to the Visage here, and again pairs up decently with a Nyx, just kill potential. So much locked on between these two heroes.
See the Pango counter banned out. Not going to be seeing a Bloodseeker in this game.
Yeah, Entity love playing it too. Bloodseeker is a hero that they have run many times in the past. They were playing it a lot in, I think, Season 1 of DPC. They were countering a lot of Pangos, but also just picking it. It's been nerfed slightly since, but Bloodseeker is still a good option whenever you see Pango.
Curious to see what they're also thinking, because right now it feels like the first two bans make sense. They're very very meta currently. We've seen a lot of Clockwork, and we've seen a lot of Undying. Undying's probably one of those top picks that I've seen. It's okay, so they did ban out the Enigma on the other side. Good. The SF, okay, yeah, that's another hero that is very powerful. We actually just saw that in the last game here on the stream, but has been extremely popular throughout the course of these qualifiers and the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Super strong, certainly in the current patch, and we see a lot of teams having success with it. So banning out the Shadow Fiend, I'm thinking Team Spirit, they see the Visage, they know what's gonna be on the off lane, and they haven't revealed yet what they have for their own carry. So Entity should probably start thinking which hero can struggle against Visage. We saw earlier it was Ghost playing on his Ursa, completely demolish Zai Visage in laning stage. Granted, there was a lot of you know, tri-lane versus tri-lane action before that, but that was an absolute shutdown of the Visage. He was level 4 against a level 8 Ursa. So could be an aggressive style hero that plays into the Nyx and the Pango as well.
provides you with a little bit of that vision, gives you the tower push, which is also nice. But again, does have to be careful that you don't get behind in levels that will end up proving to be a really difficult time trying to catch up.
Yeah, Entity taking their time here in this second ban phase. I think it's very important they get it right and get the idea set. The second ban phase is usually the best place to take a lot of time, honestly, rather than trying to go too fast through the draft or finding yourself with a lot of time towards the end. They're gonna ban out the Hoodwink for Team Spirit, so they're scared about that long-range damage paired up with the Nyx and the Pango. Of course, Nyx can look to set up a lot of things. He needs something to combine with his kill potential, though. So something like Hoodwink or Zeus or Invoker could be a big hero for either of the teams here in this game as well.
We do know that Stormstormer really loves playing his Invoker. Definitely.
So does Toronto Tokyo as well. He plays a fantastic Invoker too. So high-rated hero in this matchup, and so far not banned in the second phase here.
Feels like they're going to want to do something to deal with the Sven's Warcry, having that additional armor
Entities
over on the
to
side of
pick.
Team Spirit.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Yeah, would be nice for him to have something against it, but okay. I mean, now they have some incentive to go for something. I know this hero hasn't been played a lot, but Oracle comes to mind when you see Silencer and Sven. You were talking about the armor. You can actually dispel it with Oracle. But the hero is so sad against Visage, though, is the downside. So perhaps you don't want to go for it still.
Yeah, we've been seeing an uptick on that Silencer, usually run more as a support, sometimes position 5, because the Curse of the Silent now, I believe it's, it's the Arcane Curse, right, that does
Silencer
burst
is
damage during the laning
finding
phase,
himself in a pretty
which
good
is very
place right now in the
beneficial
meta,
with the,
and he straight up got like a nice damage buff recently.
Yeah.
Enchantress.
Oh, okay. Full on Zoo.
It seems to be. Seems like Team Spirit giving themselves nice tools to play aggressive. So this Pango is now looking more like it's going to be a mid Pango, quite likely. With the Beastmaster coming in.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they gonna go? So there's still a Morphling available in the pool, because I'm looking at like what we have, because we've got the Beastmaster most likely going into that off lane, probably paired up. I feel like you usually want a ranged and oh, they get for the Pudge. Okay, all right, interesting. They ran a Pudge earlier today against Beast Coast, and they actually had the Silencer and the Pudge. I believe they won that match as well.
Yeah, they've played carry Pudge in the past as well, and it's also an option to maybe put the Pudge even mid. If you expect the Pangolier here to go mid, I think Pudge could actually win that lane quite hard. You have really high base damage, and the E can block a lot of the swashbuckle damage. So that's also an option here. Entity, I like the draft that they have overall. Silencer is fantastic for team fighting, and this is not the biggest team fight draft that we've seen. Earlier today, we've seen a lot of big, like Magnus and Enigmas and Chronospheres from Faces Voids, but there's Pango ulti and there's Beastmaster, but other than that, both teams prioritizing more skirmishy things with low cooldowns.
It feels like Team Spirit wants to play very, very fast when you consider like they have the Zoo coming out from Beastmaster, you're going to have the Enchantress, who also will have some of those creeps. I'm a little concerned just looking at the draft on the side of Entity, because they do have a Pudge, and generally speaking, when we see the Pudge, he tends to want to take a little bit more time to come online. Granted, if he's mid, he's probably going to be a bit more active, but he likes to go for that Agnum Scepter and is not necessarily the most tempo that early on.
Yeah, Pudge needs a little bit of build-up time. Until he gets his Aghanims, he's not that keen on fighting, but even so, the rest of their heroes, I mean, if you run Sven as a carry or support, doesn't really matter. He's capable of fighting quite a lot. Visage is always online, and Silencer, he kind of just wants to fight so he can keep stealing the brains as well of his enemy team. This final ban is difficult for Team Spirit. They're digging into their time now. Really not sure what I would ban if you're Team Spirit, because there's so many possibilities here. That this could be a support Sven, this could be a carry Sven, it could be a mid Pudge, could be a carry Pudge. Like the flexing from Entity here is very, very obnoxious for Spirit. I'm assuming they're going to ban out one of the mid heroes that you don't want to face against when you're Pango. So maybe something even like a Monkey King ban would be fair.
Entities turn to ban.
Or Tiny, yeah. Similar thing there. It's just huge damage, and Pango struggles to get any last hits against it. So I think this is to try and secure a better laning stage. Also, I hear that Storm has been running a lot of Tiny.
Yeah, I also see the ban on the Brew. That was something that they ran against Beast Coast earlier, so don't want them to get a run back with this draft.
5 seconds.
So what is the core then for the side of Entity? We've seen an uptick on Luna recently, which would also lend itself to playing very, very fast and early.
Yeah, I was thinking Luna for Team Spirit here, actually. I think it could fit really well for them. And the TB ban makes a lot of sense, because Terrorblade is one of the heroes who can bring down Pudge quite easily in the team fights with just tremendous damage. But when you have Beastmaster and Enchantress in your lineup, it would be lovely to just have a Luna for that extra tower hitting. So I think you're not a bad call there.
We'll see if that's also on the mind of Team Spirit. And they go with the Lifestealer.
Okay, that's also another counter that you see every now and then coming out against Pudge. So Lifestealer is just a dread to play against this Pudge. It is so terrifying when he locks onto you. Pudge usually doesn't want to go for an early BKB, but if you don't have BKB, you just get slowed and you cannot move. And of course, Lifestealer's damage against you is massive due to that feast.
Seems like a pretty well-rounded draft coming out from the side of Spirit. You've got some ways to kind of counter off with this Pudge, depending on, you know, how they want to run it. You've got the vision from multiple sources, right? You've got the Hawks from Beastmaster. You've got Nyx Assassin, who's going to be climbing around. And that's another thing that you've mentioned in the past, too, having a hero that forces them to buy detection, to make your supports even more poor. And there it is. There's the Stormer Invoker, like you talked about earlier.
5,500 games of Invoker or something. Yep, he is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Toronto plays a fantastic Invoker, but if there's Invoker spammer talk, Stormer is the Invoker spammer in high-level competitive Dota. He seriously spams this hero. He makes me not even look like a TA picker. You know, he has more than double my TA games on his Invoker. So he gets to have it last pick. It was not banned all the way through. There was that potential that he was going to be a mid-Pudge or something. But yeah, Storm on Invoker also means that we're going to have Kataomi on his support Sven here, which is exciting. I think it's quite good against Lifestealer. That speed and armor can really help bail people out against the Lifestealer.
So how do we feel about these drafts? Because when I look over at Team Spirits, it feels like their draft is a little bit easier to execute. And I look over at the side of Entity, and again, Entity likes playing just, you know, kind of very interesting drafts. Like, you know, we don't see the Sports Sen very often any longer. How are you feeling about both of these drafts?
I think I would favor Entity slightly here, and one issue that I see for Team Spirit is that they have 4 melee heroes against the Pudge. And once Pudge gets that Aghanim Scepter, you can struggle a bit with getting close to him. And if you don't have something that, like Terrorblade, who was banned out, right, who can stand far away, dish out tons of damage, then it can become problematic to kill him. They have Lifestealer, but if Lifestealer fails at bringing down the Pudge, then there really could be a big issue for the side of Team Spirit here.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of eyes on Yatoro, making sure that he can, you know, sort of shut down the Pudge a bit. Is there anyone else that you really want to keep your eyes on for the early game?
I mean, I would probably want to see just a Sven here and how they're going to implement it, because like you said, it's not very popular in the current patch, and it's a creative pick. So for Entity, I would keep an eye on him, and for Team Spirits, the Enchantress is a crucial hero in the early game.
All right, well, it looks like we are made our way into the game now, and we'll have our first matchup here of Spirit versus Entity. So let's dive on in.
Both teams heading out with a smoke, going down to place down the wards. Same thing that we usually see from all teams. And I mean, Poshka is just, he's speedy as hell over here. He's got the boots on Enchantress with smoke. He's rushing down for the ward bottom.
He's already got it in place. Got the Omi, though, leading the charge. Does have Stormhammer leveled. walk right past over here. Smaposhka does get revealed. Not sure if they necessarily saw him, though, with that nighttime vision like we talked about.
Yeah, both teams just dropping some vision. Nice deep ward here by Entity. And they're checking for wards mid, Pure, trying to make sure if there's any form of vision. Expecting to see them check on the other side as well, but look at Team Spirit, they're ready to punish if it goes too close.
A lot of pings, very patiently. I'm waiting for that horn to sound.
The battle begins.
Yeah, there's going to be fight on every single rune, pretty much. Visage taking stun there.
Looks like Team Spirit will secure themselves 3. Maposhka sitting very low during all of this. Will just probably back off, heal up, and rejoin the lane with all of that HP missing.
Yeah, I mean, she's a fast hero. She can run back to base and it's going to be completely fine. Bottom lane, we saw Pure do a little hook as well on Beastmaster just to damage him. Mid block is even. Both of them start in the center of the river.
And I'm curious too here in this top lane, with Kataomi, just seeing the way that they play this. Mira having to be careful though. Again, this is not a particularly strong laner. Nyx Assassin does tend to have some issues. It is usually a bit stronger when it's paired with something ranged, so having Toby on the Visage is going to probably be a boon, but Mira's definitely keeping Kataomi very busy for the time being.
Yeah, Kataomi doing a good job as well, making sure the Visage doesn't get bothered by Nyx here, but while Nyx is a weak laner, the Lifestealer makes up for it a lot here by just being a powerful last hitter against the Visage. So expecting him to have quite good of a time still.
Seeing a lot of trading in that top lane. How do you feel about this new silencer too? Because we did just get some of those changes in the recent patch.
Yeah, the curse is just straight up stronger now. I think Silencer support mainly was buffed a lot, and I think he's quite useful now, since you can cancel Blink Daggers with it as well. The instant damage on the Arcane Curse. We haven't seen too many teams playing it, but I think he's worth picking up.
I wonder if we'll start to see more of him as the
they're bringing down
Beast. Left. Yeah, he's sitting very low, and it's going to be Fishman who gets the first blood. Seeing the power of that silencer and the harassment, but of course he is out of mana at this point. Does have some mangoes being brought out now.
Yeah, they got that kill quite easily too. They didn't even need to use a Sunstrike for it. And top lane, we see a lot of damage being taken by Team Spirit. And Team Spirit here, the Lifestealer gets past the Tango over by Mira.
You can see the all the mana regen over on Kataomi. He's got himself another mango. He's got a clarity. Just gonna keep seeing these Stormhammers. I have a feeling just trying to harass as much as possible. Bottom lane, we do land a hook onto Maposhka. We're just gonna run him down.
That's 2 kills right now. The kills over for Pudge early game are quite impactful, because if you get a lot of kills early, you get those Flesh Heap stacks retroactively, which is really nice.
That does feel pretty good. So for those people who are not super familiar with the Silencer position 5, what typically is the build that you're going to want to go?
I doubt that he's gonna get too many items. I think usually just a 4 staff, you know, like that's it. That's your luxury farm. 4 staff is fantastic for him, because usually mobility is a problem. But I don't expect him to be getting too many items in this game. He probably has to take a very supportive role and sacrifice himself greatly.
That's one thing that Fishman does pretty well from my experience of watching him play, is he tends to be very sacrificial.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to do it so others can thrive. It's, you know, it's not about having fun when you play Boss 5, it's about winning.
I don't know about that. I think there are still Pos 5s that enjoy playing it, but they like taking more of that supportive role, not getting all the glory.
The masochists. Playing without anything.
They like hard mode, you know? It's like people who play Dark Souls. They like a challenge.
It's true.
The bullying on Maposhka. Look at Pierre. He's looking for a hook. But he's going to just turn his attention back. And the Sunstrike comes in. Boop. There goes Maposhka. No collapse. Taking a decent amount of damage from Pure and Fishman. Need to be careful with those boars.
Yeah, that was really well set up as well. Fishman doing all the hard work there. They threaten with the hook, and that removes a lot of options for where the Enchantress could even run. So the Sunstrike was quite easy to predict since she can't come back. And you just see how they work together to set that up.
It's looking very powerful, especially with the amount of harass that Fishman has been able to place using that recently buffed Arcane Curse.
Top lane, the trade never ends between these two. The supports are battling. Kataomi gets the creep wave, gonna pull it down.
Have to be a little careful. We'll pop the war cry. A little bit of armor. Gonna shuffle that courier out of the way too. Is now Mira. Stormhammer gets thrown out with the Sunstrike. But
missing.
Not enough damage here as Toby chases. But Yatro going to fight back. And Kataomi has to be careful. He might. No. He's gonna barely survive that on 24 HP.
Yeah, the creeps coming in and tanking so much of it.
He's got an impale ready. He's looking for it. It's gonna land over onto Toby. Couple more hits should do the trick. There it is.
That's despite Carapace. He's just taunting Sven now as well. Mira, he's completely fine. This is what we expect to see more though on top lane, that the Lifestealer should be taking over. Bottom, Beastmaster in trouble.
Collapse. He is very dead. Fishman not looking too healthy though because they do have the Centaur creep, so we'll get a trade in that lane. But of course, you know, Pure very happy. He's got 2 kills under his belt and 1 assist.
Yeah, they have the Centaur creep for now, but you have to be careful as well when Pure will have mana again for hook. He can just hook and kill this creep. So even though you have two creeps that can, or 2 heroes that can bring some creeps to the lane, Punch can also just farm them.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo actually having to walk all the way back home. So Stormstormer does have his level 6 before here. I mean, it's an Evoker, so
yeah,
he's
played it quite well though. He got some experience from that Sunstrike kill earlier as well, so he can get experience from outside of the lane. Bottom. Oh, blocks
bottom, top lane to Kataomi. Forced to use that war cry to try to run away. Mid lane, they'll use the Rolling Thunder over onto Stormstormers. Maposhka is here. They've got the Alpha Wolf to try to do enough damage, and by God, they have it. As Pure makes his rotation here to the mid lane, only sitting at level 5, though.
And Visage gets brought down top, possibly Mira with a bit of body blocks, should be doing it.
Everything, just all hell's breaking loose right now.
Yeah, at the start of that, there was also a really hype thing happening bottom where Collapse was running away from the hook and Pure was looking for the angle for the hook. But Collapse last second summons a boar that tanks the hook, so he made it out. Some nice use of his summon there to keep himself alive.
Definitely value. And while this going down, Maposhka got all the way down to 14 hit points. As barely making it out alive from Fishman here.
Yeah, the lanes are very high kill potential all over the board, and we see Sven coming in mid, thinking if he can make a rotation happen here.
See Stormstormer shoving out the lane a little bit as Mira also doing a little bit of scouting, trying to see if there's any stacks perhaps, or where Kataomi is. They ping it out. Poshka getting harassed yet again by Fishman.
Yeah, room control, both teams bringing 6 heroes to the mid lane.
Toronto Tokyo though seeing an opening. The Stormhammer from Kataomi coming in. They'll follow up with the Sunstrike. We'll try to stand off on the distance here. The Warcry over onto Kataomi, trying to give him a little bit more survivability. The Force Spirit off to the side. You have in the bottom lane, it sounds like Pure was using that Dismember, but not quite enough damage. Fishman joins back in. Pure sitting so low. This creep. Look at this creep go. It's trying to get the final hit on Pure. Over in the corner, though, Collapse also sitting so low. Ends up being the one to fall. Over in the mid lane, Stormstormer getting jumped on. The Rolling Thunder coming in hot yet again. They will end up losing Stormstormer. Poshka sitting so low. Kataomi making this rotation, throws out the Stormhammer, but not quite enough damage to finish off anyone.
It is such a volatile laning stage. Everyone dying all over the place. Nobody can really stay alive if the rotations come in. But so far, I would say Spirit are off to a better start. They have more stability in the farm. They are not being threatened much on the Lifestealer, and the Pango is now at 3.8k gold after those 2 kills that he got.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo having a very good understanding of how to move and play around with this hero.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good now. Top, we see a bit of an aggressive move here. Lifesteal wants to dive tower.
He's going for the dive. They land the Storm Hammer. Follow up. In comes Pure, though. He's looking to see what he can do. Grabs a hold of Yatoro, and they just need to burst him down a little bit. No, the silence comes into play. The chasing after Yatoro. There's the clicks. They'll ensure that they get the kill.
It's funny that they silenced to stop him from infesting, but the full greed build by Yatoro, he doesn't even have a point in infest at this point. He went full on for the Ghoul Frenzy. Bottom tower being brought down now by Collapse. This is dangerous for Entity. Leaving Beastmaster alone, he will do so much damage in such a short amount of time. You can't really leave him unattended. So the rotation top was nice. They did get a kill, but it's going to come at a price.
So where's the priority move right now? It feels like a lot of people are moving to defend this top tower. As they make their own, or if they see Mira, they see Yatoro, they'd love to get another kill. Birds will land over onto Mira. Spike Carapace coming into play, but at the same time, not really gonna matter. Yatoro not gonna get hit with that Sunstrike. There's the Dismember going right in. They'll stun lock into place. Toronto Tokyo jumping in, looking to see if he can finish off Toby. Perhaps he does have some walls to bounce off of. Fishman needs to be careful with his positioning. They're just hitting into Toby non-stop, but the hook coming out from Pure, dragging him right back. They have these birds. They're going to be able to go with the stun, and they'll finally kill Toronto Tokyo.
Tries to survive with the Invis, but they had the sentry ready. Beautiful hook there. He could maybe have hooked his teammate to save, but he had a Fishman standing in between. But meanwhile, mid Collapse, no intention of slowing down, pushing mid.
They have the roar available too if they want to try to use it. Fishman sitting very low, using that clarity. Does get denied. Won't be getting any gold off of that.
Yeah, nice to manage to remove a little bit there, but that is the map opening a lot for Team Spirit. They now have access to the bottom jungle in a very good way, since there's no tier 1 mid tower as well. Cute ward he puts there in the tree line. I haven't seen that one used too much actually. Very, very sneaky.
We mentioned this earlier, that in an interview recently, Maposhka said he wanted to see some map changes because he felt that warding was just way too predictable. So it's interesting to see, you know, what he's been able to cook up in some of these more interesting wards that come into play. Swordstormer, though, Mira creeping forward.
Yeah, they have the Hawk on him, but at the same time.
They've got the vision. They drop the sentry, drop the Sunstrike, and the Spike Carapace buys a little bit of time, but it's still going to be a kill for Stormstormer.
Toby game rolled down on mid lane.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder coming through. The rest of the team is rejoining, though. Global Signs coming into play. Another big Storm Hammer coming out from Kataomi. The nukes come out, and that's another kill. This time going to Fishman.
Man, Pure has been in 9 kills right now. 9 out of the 11 kills the carry on the side of Entity has been taking part of. Like, it's crazy how he always just happens to be there at the right place. Like, he surely is building up those flesh heap stacks.
This is the most active Pudge I think I've seen so far in this qualifier. It's like, we've seen, you know, some of them that are taking part, but usually, like we said earlier, you know, they want to get that Ags. They take some time to farm up and let their team make the space. But Pure, like you said, just everywhere. In good position. Yeah.
He's not waiting for his power spike. He just realizes that he can join, and a simple Dismember can be so good if you're there at the right time. Like after a Pango roll, he just happens to be right next to him, and the silence makes sure that he can't get away on the Pango. But you have to be cautious if you're Entity, though. The more you join fights, the more you get pulled into these engagements, the more time you give to Collapse to get that split push, and for Lifesteal to get that farm as well.
Do you see that at this point, Pure, he's got himself phase boots, he's got a casual cloak, and then half of the Aghanim Scepter already, which is making pretty good time here, considering.
I think it's smart to not go for the full hood. See a lot of Pudges go for the full hood as well before the Aghanims, but just leaving it a cloak, I think is sufficient a lot of the time, and especially in this game, there's not really that much magic damage coming out from Team Spirit. If they were more magic damage team, oh, the hook from Smoke.
Yeah, there it is, the drag on Maposhka, and that's a dead Enchantress. Good pick off, trying to get that creep too while they're at it. But, Spike Fishman chasing after him, he's not going to be able to get it.
Toby lost both his birds top to Pangolier using 1 Q and 1 W, and the birds died. No resummon.
Kataomi rejoining top. Does have a haste rune. Pure also coming in. Looking to find this opening. Love to get himself some more kills, I'm sure, but... Kataomi is gonna kind of poke back and forth. Mir, though, opening up with the Vendetta and the Impale. Nice save by Pure. He says, get out of there. We're not ready to take this fight just yet. I would like to hit. But they do have a ward over here on the stairs, so they can see who's coming forward into this jungle right now. Hook still on cooldown for another 6 seconds. Pure being that wall in front of his team for the time being.
Yeah, they also missed the Observer Ward just a little bit. They put the sentry right on the cliff, but the Observer Ward again, Team Spirit with Ward surviving. They've had really deep vision now for quite a while, and we're gonna see Team Spirit make a move towards their Beastmaster now. Stormstormer could be trouble. He's under a ward.
Yeah, Mira creeping forward, opens with the Impale. There's going to be the Global Silence, but they do have plenty of damage here. As he throws out the Tornado, he's not going to be able to escape it. Follow up with a nice Curse on top of it over the back lines. Again, Pure finding Miposhka, but Toronto Tokyo rolling on through. We'll be able to keep Miposhka alive a little bit longer. Kataomi coming forward, does throw out the Stormhammer, but now Pure, he is not looking like he's going to be able to survive the onslaught coming out from Team Spirit as they'll jump out from that Infest Bomb, and they'll finish off Toby.
Beautiful fight by Team Spirit there. They didn't have the Warcry ready because he TP'd in. Warcry to run over there, but else maybe the Sven could have bailed them out. However, Team Spirit, they don't lose a single hero. Can't believe they actually kept Enchantress alive there throughout that as well. But now I think they're recognizing that Lifestealer is just too strong for Entity to want to deal with him right now. Since they have Pudge as their core, it's not a fun matchup.
No, it's not. I'm curious. I wasn't sure if the Enchantress got off her sprites first, but... yeah, it's surprising that she was able to survive that.
Yeah,
They're doing a lot of hunting. Taking Tablet and Stormstormer here top.
Yeah, he wants someone to come help him get that kill, though.
I'll just give a poke. It does have Kataomi nearby, though, and I like the way that they're playing together, so if Stormstormer finds himself in a situation, can just have your Sven back you up with the Stormhammer and the Warcry.
Yeah, they need to play pretty close to each other overall, which they have done so far. Whereas I think Team Spirit have more of an open game where they can sit back and farm a little bit, especially now after removing the tier 2 bottom tower. They have both the outposts, the majority of the jungle farm is theirs. So they can either make a move or they can keep scaling up their item progression.
What would you prefer to see them do?
I think for now, try and make moves when you have Pango ulti ready. So it's ready right now. I would like to see them just try and go for a pickoff somewhere. Looks a bit like they might try and group up for a smoke. Yep. So smoke coming out from Team Spirit.
Again, they have this vision with the Hawk, with the Boar. So you can see Pure over here. He's looking like a pretty big target. Wild Wing opening up the roll forward from Toronto Tokyo. Pure taking a lot of damage. Again, that Global Silence coming into play. As Toronto Tokyo just going to roll back a little bit. They use the Spike Carapace, and they're going to see if they can finish up Port. They need just a little bit more. Yes, they'll be able to get the kill, but they'll end up losing Mira.
Yeah, they'll happily take that trade, though. That's great for Team Spirit. So now they're invading. Immediately after the kill, they look to do something. They go in, try and invade and take over the Ancients here. 17 minutes have hit, so there are new tier neutral items to get. They also get the Dragon on Beastmaster, so he gets the best Overlord creep.
Do walk directly over this ward vision into the pit, but you don't have your Pudge for another 14 seconds. I'm not sure if they want to try to contest this. The Stormstormer is making his way over.
Yeah, they're gonna be trying, but I think they might be a little bit late. This is so much damage. Beastmaster Aura.
Sunstrike. Yeah. You can see Stormstormer. He just backs off. Just a little too late, although they are smoked up on the two supports. If they decide to get very aggressive, might be able to get a pick-off back. They see Toronto Tokyo. Got a casual Stormhammer into that hook. And that's a pretty nice pick-off for the side of Entity. And a little bit of int going towards that Silencer. It's got 16 now.
Yeah, I mean, they're the team that's scaling, right? They get that int, they get the strength as well. So every single kill makes a big impact for them. Now they're looking to even go towards top, take over this part of the map. As Yatoro just TPs out. He wants none of it, he just wants to keep farming and get bigger.
Trying to get some of these Enchantress creeps, but Pure hunting. Looking to see if anybody's left. Would love to get another hook. Like we said, we've got some infinite scaling going on with this team.
Yeah. I like the item build, by the way, the Yatoro went for in this game. This is something we see quite often whenever Lifestealer is, or whenever Silencer is picked. He's going for the Manta style second item on Lifestealer. Not typically your Manta hero, but it's so convenient to Dispel in this game. And Dispel is also good against the Visage and even Invoker.
He's got that Aegis for another 3.5 minutes or so. So he's feeling pretty confident. Do you see movement coming out from the side of Entity? They're smoked up. Nero will pop the smoke. Go. Get the dust down. Follow up with that tornado. And Pure just wandering on through. Will be happy to help out. Get that kill.
Yeah, just tanking the ganks. It doesn't matter too much for him if he dies. He was really close to Blink Dagger though. He's at 2,100 gold. So soon we're gonna see a Blink Nyx. We've seen quite a few different builds whenever Nyx is picked, but he's looking decently farmed here due to all the towers they've taken.
I feel like most of the Nyx games that we have seen has been Zayat's. I think he played 8 games of Nyx during the last chance qualifiers. They look really good.
I think 9 even. Yeah, he played a lot of them. The yeah, I think so actually. I think he got his 9th game in as well. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, it was working out really well for him. But yeah, I think Nyx is a hero that probably should be prioritized higher. Now, trying to go for a Vendetta gank with the Lifestealer Infest. There are good Observer Sentry combinations here though, so he's gonna walk through and get spotted.
Got all the memes about, you know, Abed playing Storm. Zayats is now the wake up, Zayats, it's time to play your Nyx assassin. But yeah, look at this. They creep. Look how fast they're moving away. They show themselves. There's the Infest Bomb immediately jumping over onto Fishman. Fishman, he just doesn't have much for items just yet, so he is going to fall. And they use the Rolling Thunder over onto Kataomi. Trunta took it very far away from the rest of his team. That needs to be a little bit careful because they're going to try to follow up, use the Sunstrike. The bounce back, though, using the Lotus will ensure they get the kill on Kataomi. And now Toby, he has been left behind, is going to try to buy himself a little bit more time by turning himself into that stone form, but they're just waiting so patiently for Toby. And they'll finish him off.
They almost caught Pure as well. They were in the animation of using Beastmaster ulti, but he TP'd out in time. But still, that's 3 heroes going down. They do keep their pos 1 and their pos 2, but a big blow towards Entity again. And all of Team Spirit are trying to find where Pudge left, because they saw him TP away.
Getting so close to that BKB too.
If you click on the Silencer, I feel like this is one of those trivia questions like, which hero is this? Who bought these items in a recent pro game? And I would not have been able to get Silencer, but I suppose it's good armor value at least for Silencer. He does use the attack speed decently, but only 1 point glaive.
I mean, he's just super poor, right? And he's trying to get the most bang for buck. I'd love to see him pick up a Force Staff, like we talked about earlier. I feel like that's super important against heroes, again, like Nyx Assassin, like the Enchantress, the Lifestealer, but he's just, you know, someone had to be the sacrifice, like we said.
I think this is going to be his items, you know. His next power spike is going to be 25 minutes when the Wraith Bands evolve and get twice as strong. But other than that, he has a gem already queued up, which I love that idea. I think generally teams need to buy gem more often and more frequently, especially when you're against both Beastmaster and Nyx. True Sight is so crucial in this game.
I feel like we have been seeing more of the early gem get picked up in a lot of the games we've seen, though. It seems to be trending a little bit more commonly.
Yeah, it's being rated higher, and I guess the difference is that more teams are buying it even when they're on the back foot or when they're falling behind a bit, and not just using it as a tool to get more advantage.
Now, vision is incredibly important, so you can see by all the sentries that have been placed all over the map. Some to, you know, deal with the invis here, some to just make sure that you're getting the vision out of your side of the jungle and getting the jump.
They're doing a good job on Team Spirit right now to play out of vision, by the way. They until they decided to take this outpost, they were hiding a lot of heroes. So Entity were sitting back and not really showing on lanes that much. We saw Visage kind of just hovering, not sure if he can go out. And that's because they're staying off vision so much. And when you have Nyx, that's a powerful move. Like, Entity have to respect Nyx off map and you don't see Lifestealer as well, perhaps, then the gank could be anywhere.
do end up forcing Stormstormer. Oh, a nice play here from the Nyx Assassin. They'll pop that global science BKB over on Stormstormer. They'll turn back around. They're going to try to defend. And it looks like Team Spirit, they respect this. They will back off.
Yeah, that was costly for Entity using both the global silence and that BKB charge. And the dragon is gonna live. Just walk on out.
Flap those little wings there, ancient black dragon. What a goofy looking dragon.
Yeah, it's got a great portrait. This shard on Beastmaster, by the way, has already paid itself back. It's so good to just be able to root the enemy, holding them still, and dealing that bit of extra damage as well. It's 250 from every bird you send.
Bird v bird battle going on with Visage and then the dive bomb birds over on Beastmaster. So we've had this this Aghanim Scepter completed on Pure for a little while now. I'm curious, is it just a matter of waiting for the Blink Dagger 2? They just want to make sure they have this very strong advantage, or is it just that Team Spirit is playing so aggressively that they haven't had the chance to take the opportune fight?
Honestly, I mean, that's the reason we say that Pudge is slow, is that you can get the Aghanims, but then you usually need something more. Aghanims on its own doesn't really mean that you can go head first into team fights. So he does have BKB now. He finished it since the last time they were fighting. He has a 9-second BKB ready. That does make him a little bit more fight ready, but for me, I think it's gonna need like Blink plus maybe Plate Mail, or he's queuing up the Kaya Sanj right now. Could be a big item too.
Alright, well, they're smoked up on the side of Team Spirit. Wandering over towards the top, there is Pure nearby. Yeah, look at this. They look at Stormstorm, but they're going to open up the jump onto Pure instantly as all the team comes in. They even get the roar off, so that's just a dead Pudge, despite the attempt to save him coming out from Stormstormer.
Yeah, that was good catch. I mean, they use everything, but it doesn't really matter. Just dump your spells, you get the carry killed. Now they can push.
Fishman. Feeling pretty scary for him as Yatoro's going pretty deep, but we'll back off, take the attention to the tower. Katomi throwing out a casual Stormhammer. Nice dodge. Yeah, they're just ripping through the buildings now with that Deso.
I think Entity, when they group up and go S5, are actually quite strong. You saw a Lifestealer hit the Silencer there, like 7 hits or something, and he only lost half HP. That's the carry hitting a POS 5. Those double Wraith Bands with 25 minutes, plus the Shard from Sven. This Shard gives you 7 armor passively to everyone around, so I think for them, they need to group up, play around Sven with the Warcry as well, and then the Beastmaster and Lifestealer will not hit that hard. The physical damage can be mitigated greatly.
Alright, Pure completing the Blink Dagger. Does have a casual Plate Mail queued up, but you can see that Entity. They're trying to take control of this area again. Smoked up, trying to clear out some of these camps, see if anybody's lagging behind. Kataomi doing a bit of reconnaissance here with Toby. Spirit, though, hiding very carefully around this Roche pit currently. They do have one of the Warpine Raiders sitting in the pit waiting for this Roche to respawn.
Honestly, Spirit have done such a good job. What they're doing right now, look at their positioning both the supports right now. They're literally just choking out the approaches to their own jungle. So if anyone smokes in there, they would smoke on a support. Like, they're guaranteeing that smoke ganks are not happening on their cores. And that has been crucial this game so far for them. Multiple times, Entity have tried to make a move and just run into a Nyx Assassin, and it's worth nothing.
Gonna be able to go and grab themselves the bird over there. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a block on the rune too, because we did have the Pinecone Warrior waiting, and they denied the double damage, so definitely worthwhile. Don't want Pure holding a hand to that.
Yeah, probably not the scariest carry to get it, but still, just controlling the runes with the summons is very handy for them. They have so much vision with Enchantress, Beastmaster taking over the area, and then you also have Nyx running around. They are going to bring down the Dominator creep top, so 253 gold for Pure as a useless dismember.
Oh, nice use of the birds. As they'll get the pick off on Fishman, who's waiting in. Oh, hey, look at this. Look who's up and alive. That's going to be a Roche. But it does feel like they would like to get maybe another pick before getting into that pit. Especially when you consider Toronto Tokyo is bottom. He has boots of travel. He can be there in a pinch.
that's
That is very
important.
scary to fight into that.
Yeah, it's important that he shoves as far as possible bottom to try and force any reaction. If someone goes down there, then they can go into rush pit, but not gonna go just because one pos 5 did. They're respecting the possibility from the hook too much.
There's Sunstrike going in, trying to keep tabs.
Yeah.
On the Forge Spirit.
He changed his quick
I
buy. Sorry, he put back the Blink Mill on Podge as well. Storm.
Okay.
Getting out.
Just trying to get that vision. They have a smoke over on Moposhka. I'm curious to see if they were going to try to make another play, or...
I think
they definitely want this Roche.
Yeah, I think it's time that they look for something now. So they go with the Infest. They have the Blink on Nyx as well, so he can really just close the gap for Lifestealer. They're just
Look how
guarding.
patient Mira is.
Yeah.
I dare you to come this close. Hey, Toby. Toby, moving forward a little bit. Again, they don't have that protection right there, so Nyx just gonna kind of wander away for the time being.
Yeah, they were trying to control the top rune as well in case it was a crucial rune for the Roche fight, but no rune there. And looks like Entity now are calling possibly to smoke over, but lanes are being shoved, so someone has to deal with mid. They do have intentions to go immediately after this creep wave dies, I think, just judging by how they're moving right now. Perhaps they want to go. But again, these Dominator creeps, they're pushing top with Dominator creeps, Forge Spirits being sent bottom by Stormstormer. Here comes the move though. Team Spirit coming in with the Nyx. On Punch.
Creeping, again, opening with that Spike Carapace, that silence coming out. It's Pure. Gets off the Dismember, the rest of the team standing nearby. The Roar comes out, the follow-up. Can they finish up Pure in time, though, is the question. A little bit more damage getting dropped. Yes, they'll be able to take him out, but then Stormstorm finishing up over onto Yatoro. They'll buy back on Pudge. Poshka just chain gunning from such a far distance. We'll be able to finish off Toby as now Kataomi seeing if he can catch anyone here.
Oh, his gem on Enchantress
You
would be a big
managed to
kill.
go and they managed to go find Maposhka. He's popped the sprites, trying to stay alive, but there's a decent amount of damage as they're chasing after him. As over on the back end, though, they do end up losing Fishman and Maposhka. Again, he's like a little bit like a tank.
The untouchable.
Sure.
They can't hit it.
That untouchable is a real deal. Right, Mira looking for the opening, will be able to land over onto the Pudge. Another buyback coming out from Fisher. Stormstormer is just taking too much damage.
Oh,
my word,
Maposhka solo killed Stormstormer. He hurricane piped him and killed him.
Enchantress 5. They could not handle it. As Pure now with that Spike Carapace from Mira, it's causing problems with Maposhka. He's just taken over, it feels like. This guy's dishing out all the impetus. Can they find Kataomi here? No, Kataomi will be able to teleport out. Pure popping the BKB gets the boar, but not going to be able to get anything beyond that. Oh man, Fishman, I believe he bought back during that fight. The dive bomb will be able to secure kill. So they take out the silencer. They've lost the invoker.
That was
What a fight.
That was a pretty interesting fight because it started out with both teams losing their carries. Both Pure and Yatoro on his lifesteal went down immediately there. And then it was really Enchantress doing all the damage. She killed the Visage almost on her own. And here we see Invoker was trying to chase over on the Enchantress, and we just see the spears flying in. The impetuses actually manages to kill him completely on his own.
Imagine if they had Sprink on Maposhka. Oof.
Yeah, that was a case of just Entity getting greedy though and trying to get more.
Oh.
They wanted more.
They're teleporting in. Immediately, though, they spot him out. They see Stormstormer. They get the roar. He's just absolutely dead. Buys back immediately. The chase is on over after Toby. Toronto, Tokyo rolling around. Pure, though, over on the back end. Does manage to get his hands on Collapse, but that Spike Carapace doing damage. Again, just canceling out the Dismember. They'll get the kill on Pure. Down for 86 seconds. This Roche belongs to Team Spirit.
My poor boy. I'm sitting here trying not to be biased, but now I'm crying. Yeah, that was a bit of miss micro there, sending in the birds with the travel on the Invoker. We're gonna go ahead and blame the Visage for that. That is his fault. He was driving the cab. We didn't see where it was going. But that is Pure now dead as well with no buyback for 60 seconds. Aegis in hand. Team Spirit are in a great position to just crack the high ground and get some racks here.
Got The ancient granite golem just
Radiant's courier has been
whacking away over at the tower.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, and Lifesteer, there's nothing that can really stop him if he just stands here and hits. They don't have that great poke into him, and of course he can keep healing himself as well. He has the shard ready. If someone comes close, he can slow them.
He's got Aegis for another 4 minutes because he just picked it up, so he's feeling very, very powerful. And I don't think Entity can take him down twice. As Toronto Tokyo does just teleport back in, joining the rest of the teams. They make the rotation top. They are going to have the pudge up in about 16 seconds, but it's still be a little bit difficult. They'll open up with a EMP Tornado, but they just immediately shrug it off. Entity, though, they get jumped on by Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, he's creating
Just
space.
pushing them away, absolutely, as they can hit these buildings. They do manage to take another tower. They have all 5 up as Pure goes in for the hook, manages to go and grab Maposhka. That Lotus Orb coming into play, though, will bounce back over onto Kataomi. They do end up losing Maposhka. Now Mira trying to climb away. They have the vision. They had the Infest Bomb. Yatoro popping out. They've already lost Mira. They'll turn their attention to Kataomi, get a couple of these clicks off. Their silence, the drag back again from Pure. The nukes are there. The Lotus, all right, they'll be able to take him down the first time. Gem down on the deck, but it's going to pop right back up again. And I don't know if they have, no, they just aren't going to be able to contest now as Yatoro just walks away.
Beautiful hooks by Pure, though, landing multiple there. Doing a backwards hook for style points in the fountain while he's waiting. See if he can land any backwards hook on the enemy in this game as well. Yeah, we have a replay, and we see the first hook there. I think Enchantress going down is super important for Entity. They cannot ignore Ench. Too many games we've seen where Enchantress just, oh no, Stormstormer in the game gets caught.
Yeah, oh dear, yep, he is very dead.
Yeah, the gem on Beastmaster, he just walks past them and they see him, they catch him, they have a basher on the Pango. 90
wow,
seconds.
Lotus Orb completed for the position 5 Enchantress already.
Yeah, she's a position 5, but she also has gotten quite some damage done and quite some kills in this game. She got 5 kills to her name and been part of a lot more with all her assists. Now with 75 seconds dead Invoker, we again see Team Spirit just going for it.
There's a lot of bounty wins over here on the ground.
It's a treasure cove.
That was a treasure chest for sure, yeah. Collapse, more than happy to pick these up.
Almost 30,000 gold lead right now. Nyx going in.
Gonna make the jump onto Pure immediately. Good force step forward though. Gotta keep him alive. The Rolling Thunder though coming up from Toronto Tokyo, and that's gonna be the BKB popped over on Pure. Throw the Lotus Orb out over onto Toronto Tokyo. Doesn't want to fully hard commit because in the bottom lane, Yatoro is already putting some pressure down. We'll get the Lotus Orb put on himself to bounce back any of these stuns potentially. The jump forward though from Toronto Tokyo just absolutely blows up Fishman, even though he went for the hook to try to save him. Attention placed over onto the tower.
Nice play by Mira, blinking forward, dropping those Warden sentries behind the tower, and then just sitting around to stun whenever someone comes to deward them.
Oh, the jump over onto Kataomi. Casual hook from Pure, hoping, you know, maybe I'll catch something. All these birds, though, they're taking a lot of damage. Nice get Roar over onto Toby, trying to force staff him away, but Toronto Tokyo closing the gap with some help from his friends. They'll be able to get mega creeps, should they want them. The buyback now coming out from Toby. But that is the mega creeps. They do manage to grab a Poshka, so they'll be able to get themselves a consolation prize. But the rest on the side of Spirit, on their way out, Pure, they're considering going back in. The Rolling Thunder plus the Lifestealer Bomb jumping over onto Toby. The pop out immediately. It doesn't matter. They have so much right-click damage. They're just ripping them apart. It's a triple kill now for Yatoro. They call GG. Team Spirit just running away with this game with a 37k lead. And they'll pad the stats. They'll get one more kill.
Yeah, like you said, they were just way too far ahead in gold there. They managed to grab themselves more and more of an advantage in this game. I would like to say this game credited almost entirely here to the performance by Mira. I think he played such an outstanding game on his Nyx. And also the Vision game overall from Beastmaster helped so much. But this game was Team Spirit. The moment they got that bottom tier 1 and you leave Beastmaster unattended, they took that tower, swooped in towards mid, took the mid tower as well, and then they had full access to Entity's jungle, and Entity just didn't have the same thing going. They don't have the same type of super fast pushing heroes, so they got the smaller piece of the cake for the entirety of the game. and Spirit just outplayed them quite a bit in a lot of these team fights too.
Yeah, it was looking pretty decent because, you know, Pierre was being super active, right? What did he had like 9 assists or something like fairly early. Definitely, you know, trying to put that pressure on the map. But I have to say this Nyx Assassin, we're seeing a little bit more of an uptick on this hero. Mira just being in the perfect positioning a lot of the times, jumping forward or, you know, getting that spike carapace off, stopping Pure, having the lifestealer bomb come out, and then, you know, also the synergy coming out with Collapse's birds, right? The birds did a lot of scouting, which then made the job for Mira so much easier.
Yeah, they also stayed very active with their carry on the side of Team Spirit. Yatoro decided to join for a lot of these ganks with the Infest. He was almost always there at the start of the fight, infesting the Nyx, going in. And even in fights where he did end up dying early on, they always got a better trade or got in a favorable position because of it. So I think they understood their draft, played it to a really high level, and Team Spirit certainly looking strong here in Game 1.
So what would you like to see from Entity in game number 2?
For them, I think maybe this first game, it looked like quite a few things were just misplaced from them, where they were greedy or trying to go for more than was presented. Like that one time that Enchantress got the turnaround kill on Invoker, that was really a result of them thinking, oh, you know, she's easy to kill. I think just be a little bit more methodical to, like, you know, kill someone until they're dead, leaving them and hoping that they're gonna go down. You really need to know that you have sufficient damage. One play like that can really cost you a lot.
Here, as we can see some of these later fights where Spirit just starts to really dominate. There's the triple kill again for Yatoro and the GG call. So yeah, I mean, Spirit, we've watched a couple of their games so far. I believe they had the split earlier. It'll be interesting, though, to see, you know, if they're able to keep up this kind of momentum. Because I think every single game in the side of Group B has gone 1-1 so far.
Yeah, that's true. The Group B is truly the tied group. We're looking at the group stages after we finished our first series of casting. It was just a draw all across the board. But we'll see. I think if Spirit play like they play here, that will be tough for Entity to bring it back. However, I know that Entity have a very high highest level that they can perform at as well. So excited to see what we're gonna see them come back with.
You can see here, Mira not getting a single kill to his name, but he did get 20 assists throughout the... It doesn't look that impressive in some
Zero
ways,
kills?
right?
MVP? Who said this?
MVP, what?
What? Fire someone. They have kills or they have nothing.
I mean, that's a true support right there. Doesn't take a single kill for themselves, but definitely was an integral part of these fights, being able to have the vision and kind of, you know, having the initiation. And when you're on something like a Pudge, you have to be... Okay, there we go. Got some other stats here. 16 wards placed, got some wards destroyed, and 64.5% kill participation. Nothing to sneeze at.
He also had some really creative placements of a lot of the wards, so that's cool that you know, picked up that they had been talking about wards being a little bit too obvious, and then they hit us with some wards that were not necessarily fully obvious and definitely didn't get dewarded for the entirety of the game. So yeah, good performance overall by the supports there, I have to say, for Spirit.
Yeah, they look very, very good right now. And Entity, you know, again, a lot of people still have high hopes for this team. They'd love to see them take a game, but we are going to have to wait just a little bit longer before we see if they're able to take a game off of Spirit. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if they can even it up and keep that 1-1 trend going.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone, welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream here over. We've got the TI-11 group stage. Right now we have an amazing match. We've got Spirit versus Entity, and a lot of people were very curious to see how, Entity were going to be able to perform. And we did see that, they put up a bit of a fight, but at the end of the day, Team Spirit, they're still proving why they're one of the top teams here, Waga.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely playing some high-level Dota. It was quite even until like 20 minutes or so, but I think when you're running this this carry Pudge into Lifestealer, you almost need more than even. We've seen carry Pudges quite a bit lately, and they can do fantastic against something like Naga Siren or TB, even come late game, but in this particular matchup, they needed to be in a better spot than they were. And Spirits, they just played a great map rotation overall. Like, wherever they moved on the map, they made something happen, and they were punishing any form of misplay by Entity a lot.
I felt like the vision game was very, very on point coming out from the side of Team Spirit. They had the Beastmaster, so you had the Hawks for vision, as well as Boars and the Helmdom Creeps. Then, of course, you've got Nyx Assassin, who was able to do a lot of scouting, and it was just a fantastic pickup against the core Pudge, right? Because you get a Lifestealer bomb inside of the Nyx, you see the Pudge doing something, he's rotting a creep wave, you just slide on up there, pop the Spike Carapace, have the Infest come out with the Impale, and you're just doing so much to shut that guy down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nyx become more and more of a staple pick and perhaps even find his way into the first band as we progress throughout the group stage, honestly, because he was first phase pick. He was the first revealed hero, and we ended up giving him the MVP. And I've seen it multiple games before in the Last Chance qualifiers as well, where Nyx Assassin just seems to be a great hero for the way that Dota is played right now. So if you have a player that enjoys playing Nyx, then good for you. If you don't, tell them to start enjoying it.
That's so funny because I was reading, I'm trying to remember which interview it was. I'm not sure, it might have been Entity, actually, where they said like, oh, this year is looking really, really strong. And they talked to their support player, I don't know if it was Kataomi or Fishman, I could be thinking of a different interview, it's starting to blend together a little bit, but they said, I'm gonna lose with it a lot, but I will learn it.
Yeah,
and that's the mentality you need to have when you start to see things that are really popping off. It's like, even if you don't play it, it's time to learn it.
That's your MMR grind, the grind set, if you will. You gotta have your mind in the right place, that either you win a lot immediately, and that can be nice, but you can also have games where you lose and learn, and you learn to understand the limits of a hero. So in particular for that first phase of getting used to something, but teams are well past that right now as group stage starts out. Now they have to pull out all the things they're comfortable with and whatever they believe works the best. We see the coach giving some ideas here to the team. They're discussing, probably still probably like breaking down exactly what they did wrong in last game, because they felt like they were in a pretty good spot starting out. They got a lot of kills, got a lot of rotations going, but I think overall the towers falling so early against the Beastmaster can be the downfall of a high aggression team, because if you don't have towers, you can't really get out on the map as fast and make those moves.
Yeah, important to note too, they value Metplum, their coach, very, very highly. In fact, I think in a recent interview, Stormstormer said that he thought that teams without coaches only reach about 70% of their potential. And they were saying how involved he is with the draft. Whenever they go into replays to like look at old matches, he's got all these notes already like prepared, so that way they can go through and work through them one by one. So pretty neat to see, a very active coach and a team that's very responsive to it.
Yeah, I think it's wild to think back that it's not, it's not ages ago. I guess it is ages ago. I'm just old, but there used to be a time when we didn't have coaches for every single team at TI. You know, like not even every single team had a coach with them. That's crazy to think. Like we've really come a long way from the early days where it was common for just 5 players to hang out and play, and that was it. But now you gotta put so much work in understanding the strengths and weaknesses of your team and how to work around your weaknesses and play into your strengths a lot.
Does every team at TI have a coach at this point?
I'm not sure. I would imagine so for this year's TI, but
I imagine. Like, I'm thinking of all the teams that are here, and I feel like they all do have a coach.
I'm sure they all do. I mean, even a lot of like tier 2 teams that are not necessarily making it to TI already have coaches as well. It is the norm. It's just a long time ago it didn't used to be that common even to have it, but we've come a long way from then. And I think Dota is reaching a higher beauty in my eyes because of all that. Like, the more thoughts go into one team's performance, the better they play on the map afterwards.
Yeah, I believe Sonics is the last team to pick up. I think they most recently picked up Clairvoyance on like 13th. They made the official announcement that they have a coach that they're working with. So I believe every team here does have a coach.
Yeah, and we're looking like we're about to get ready here. We're getting the clear from the lobby that it's starting, and good luck to both teams. So Entity are ready, Spirit are ready.
Yeah, I'm curious if Entity is going to be able to win one of these games, or if Spirit's just going to continue to just look very, very dominant. Again, I really enjoyed that last draft that they pulled out against Entity.
Yeah, it was a good draft, and I also liked how they played it, but they did have a draw in their series just before this, and while it was pretty dominant, especially the mid to late game fights in the previous game were just extremely one-sided for Team Spirit, but the start was certainly not as dominant as the ending was there, and I think Entity have a good chance to take one game off them here.
We're seeing the usual suspect get banned. We've got the Undying. He's been removed. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Marcy or Enigma to follow up.
10 seconds
Or
remaining.
the Primal Beast. Primal Beast has been very, very popular too.
Yeah, I think banning out either Primal or Marcy for Entity here. Last game they went with a Primal and Marcy ban, so yeah, they're probably going to do the same. We see same. The Clockwork gets banned out by Team Spirit as well, a hero that Entity enjoy playing a lot.
Time feels like Entity not so cut and dried with their bans, taking some time to consider what do we want to let slip through and what do we want to potentially try to pick up for ourselves.
Yeah. I said it earlier when we were watching Fnatic versus Spirit, but I really like how they huddle up and like have, you know, this talk over the draft together and not just sitting everyone by their chair. I think it does something that you bring everyone together and like nobody is off on their own just sitting and waiting by the chair. Really having a huddle done.
Yeah, I'm curious too because I know in one of the interviews they mentioned on the side of Team Spirit they actually worked with a sports psychologist before Arlington. So I'm not sure if maybe they've picked up some techniques from the sports psychologists of like, you know, grouping up together, trying to feel more as a unit, because I know that is something that some of the psychologists do really try to kind of bring up. Oh, wow, okay.
There it is.
They go for the Nyx ban. I like it. I respect it because it was just too good in that first game.
That explains why they were discussing so much there. They were clearly communicating a lot throughout the start here. And Entity took their time, but finally take out the Nyx Assassin. So that leaves Marcy in the pool as a high priority. Also leaves Enigma in the pool as a very high priority here. Team Spirit, what do you want to open with?
They're not going to let that Marcy slip into the hands of their opponents, that's for sure.
Okay, so I'm supposing we're going to have a Toby Enigma here then. Seems like the idea of getting rid of the Nyx, then it's an easier time to even play that Enigma as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Just assuming, but we'll see. Maybe they have something else in mind for how to deal with Marcy.
Feels almost a little bit like a bait, though, to pick up an Enigma this early. Just because it gives you so much time to like be able to draft and counter it. Like one of the most popular ones, obviously, is the Winter Wyvern. Being able to have the Winter's Curse and sit farther back. They go for the Sven again, too.
There are a lot of counters, but yeah, they don't even go down that route. So they go for Leshrac. This is a hero that Stormstormer has played a ridiculous amount of in his pubs. He's also been grinding it in their scrims, from what I understand. So Sven and Lesh, this is most likely going to be a support Sven again, but, you know, as always, we keep our tables open in the current drafting phase. That's how things work. Pure has played carry Sven in the past as well.
So I feel like there's so many things that pair well with Marcy. Like, Marcy's just a really strong hero. There's a reason why this hero is constantly being just banned out and not being allowed to be touched. Although they do go for the Invoker pickup very early. I guess because you see the Leshrac, you know he's most likely going towards that mid lane. So you want to secure your own hero.
Yeah, quite happy with that matchup. Quaswex Invoker, you can burn a lot of mana from the Leshrac, which is also part of the reason why Nyx was probably a good ban for them. If they wanted to play Lesh, then he doesn't match up well at all against Nyx. He can get stunned very easily, and the mana burn does a tremendous amount of damage to Lesh.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
No Drow. Interesting that they... Huh. What does that imply to you, that they've banned out the Drow?
It could be that Team Spirit like running Drow paired up with the Invoker. It's a very strong combo if you Alacrity up the Drow and you have nice stuff to play in frontline already guaranteed by just having Marcy. So it could just be that, but these teams obviously have experience now from scrimming each other before this started.
That's true. It's actually very, very true. You do get these like team metas that start to form when you have a scrim partner.
Yeah.
Do you know who Entity's main scrim partner is?
No, I could very easily find out though, but I don't think I would be talking too much about exactly what like who they've been scrimming, even if I had information, I suppose. But all these teams are probably playing quite a lot against each other, unless there's someone particularly that they want to counter out, that they don't want to reveal their cards to. But usually during TI, all the teams just play a bunch of games against each other quite a bit.
Oh, for sure. I just know that, especially coming from certain regions, sometimes you'll pair up with one team in particular to do a lot of scrims against one another. So I wasn't sure if they might be scrim partners even before TI, sort of thing.
Yeah,
but
no.
Most likely they stay within Western Europe and then the Eastern Europe region, although I know that they sometimes tend to cross.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for teams when they go to TI to try and get as much scrims as possible with a team from another region, though, because that can be more eye-opening and you can find new things that you don't get in your own scrims back at home or in your games when you play only within your own region.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, well, they end up going for the Enigma ban themselves over on the side of Entity, so that is another hero we will not be seeing. And again, we talked about Liquid, how they like to ban heroes that they do well with. So Spirit also, in the same vein, do not want to see the Pangolier that they had in the last time.
Yeah, Pango is a hero that Entity could be very happy with here, and would be a fearsome amount of team fight between Leshrac, Sven, and Pango. Would be very obnoxious to go into and find a way to enable the Marcy. Marcy needs heroes that she can actually go and just pop ulti and start punching. If she gets BKB, she can do that on most heroes, but Pango, of course, rolling around would be very annoying for her to deal with.
Right.
Team Spirits turn to
Rubik ban and a pickup on the Jakiro. That is a Fishman specialty right there.
Yeah, they're playing comfort stuff that they enjoy picking, and this is also ramping up their push potential. They have Sven for the armor, they have Leshrac with damage, Jakiro with damage and the tower attack speed reduction. So they're building to have somewhat of a 5-man lineup now, Entity. And Team Spirit, if they're running Quaswex Invoker, that could be a good hero to stop that form of mobilization. Just the mana burn is great for that.
So do you think Spirit wants to go full on just team fight against what Entity is starting to plan, or do you think it's better if they get something that's a little bit more split pushy or like pick-off orientated?
I would like to see Spirit pick something that's, you know, intending to clash intent fight. When you have Marcy, she is such a strong hero in the current patch. It would be almost a bit of waste to not be competent for 5v5 fights. So at least pick enough that you have fighting. Oh yeah, after last game though, why not take the Enchantress again? We saw some terrible damage from that Hurricane Pike Enchantress.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild the way that the that Untouchable made her pretty much invincible as Stormstormer was trying to close the gap, and ends up getting it turned right back around on him. So why not? Why not let Miposhka play his Enchantress again?
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet hero in the sense that she can add that impetus damage, but also have such pesky scouting with creeps all the time. He was staying on top of that as well. Not just the Hawks and the Nyx running around. What do I want to pair up with it, though? I'm expecting that they're going to pick the hero that will lane together with the Enchantress here. Or they might run the Marcy on the off lane, of course, as well.
I mean, both lanes are incredibly strong. They go for the Faceless Void. I think that's a pretty nice choice.
Yeah, it's a combination that is, you know, as old as the Invoker Cataclysm. You have the Invoker Faceless Void. It is a potent threat in the mid and late game. Even if you go Quasrex Invoker, eventually you will get to a point of having Aghanim's Cataclysm for the Chronosphere, and it just deletes heroes. Also, time dilation looks pretty nice in this game against Leshrac. Makes it hard for him to stay on top of heroes, and that's really what he needs to do his to do his damage output. He needs to chase people, and time dilation is a good slow for that.
Yeah, they do have quite a few slows as well, because now with the Dispose, it doesn't actually stun; it just slows you. You've got the slow from Enchantress. Lots of ways to kind of kite throughout these fights, coming out from the side of Spirit.
Yeah,
let's give you a little bit of heal, which is nice too, over with the Enchantress, which is also very strong in laning.
Looking pretty balanced for Spirit. I like the combination as well of just having Alacrity on Faceless Void. He can truly destroy anything that he gets next to if you're allowed to hit. So Entity, they get to see the Faceless Void. Right now, they do have some disables, but they're not the fastest stuns. They have Sven stun, which takes a while before it reaches. You can time walk it. There's the Leshrac and Jakiro who are good at following up, but they can't really lead. So maybe they will go something like a... Okay, I was gonna say maybe they go for something like a Beastmaster, but they go for another BM, and it's gonna be the Broodmother.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. Gives them quite a bit of push. It gives them some control. They don't have the greatest way of being able to clear those spiderlings. Pretty nice decision. And they also, this will give them the opportunity, as we've seen before with like Faith Bien playing the Broodmother, having that vision, being able to move the spider babies and just micro all of them, so that way there's always some sort of vision in the general area as the game goes on. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good hero to set the pace as well. You can play behind her and take down the towers with Jakiro quite easily. And Entity with a respect ban here, the Magnus would have been a great fit for Team Spirit, as they have Faceless Void as well. And of course they have Collapse Magnus, you know, the most notorious Magnus of them all.
What do we think about a Mars or something for the side of Spirit? Because I'm assuming they still need that Collapse hero.
I think Mars is completely fair here. I like it because then they have a burst against the Broodlings as well. The God's Rebuke is very good for killing them. And it would work fairly well here, I think, into their draft. You can synergize with the Invoker as well. Mars and Marcy lane is quite powerful. But I think they could also go for something like a Tidehunter or an Axe. Yeah, Axe gets banned out by Entity.
Tidehunter, that does sound pretty good.
Yeah, there are a lot of heroes that fit the same mold, the same form for this draft here. So Spirit, it's really just a flavor of which one do you want.
10 seconds remaining.
Which would you prefer to see?
5 seconds.
I would still say probably Mars. It feels like the safe choice, the boring choice perhaps, but I would love to see Tidehunter get some action, and I think it's quite good into this, but it's going to be Mars.
Okay. I like this. I think we've seen how much damage that just Miposhka alone can output. So if Miposhka is able to sit farther back while Mars gets off a nice arena, it allows a nice setup for the Invoker if he wants to get some of those spells thrown out, and then, you know, you've got a initiation or a reinitiation with your Faceless Void. You've just got a lot of options on the table. I like this draft a lot from the side of Spirit.
I think Pure are going to go with a real hard carry here that can sit back and farm up as well. Last game they went with that early game tempo stuff, but looking at Broodmother being drafted, I can't help but feel like they want to take this game into the later stages. So you want something that matches up decently against the Faceless Void as well. It's hard to predict though. Pure has so many heroes they place. They have settled. They're going to go with the Naga Siren.
Select your heroes.
I mean, I've been calling for Naga Siren so much in our casts over and over. I was actually gonna call for it again here, but teams don't pick it enough, so I felt bad to say it. But okay, they take Naga. She matches up really well against Faceless Void because of the End Snare. So this is a carry that actually brings Disable and helps lock down the Faceless Void. And they also have decent setup here. You can Song into Ice Path, which is a very good way to stun people. And I think overall, this will make them a little bit more comfortable going late game than last game.
I'm curious what the win rate is on Naga Siren for this particular event. Because I feel like we've seen a lot of Naga, but it hasn't necessarily succeeded.
Including the last chance qualifier, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to look that up after this game for sure. I'll get back to you on that later.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that. But I feel like, you know, it seems pretty strong. It's farming, it's doing well, but it just... I'm not sure exactly what ends up happening with that hero, but it struggles. I don't know if some of it's just the other team is so far ahead at that point, or if they just get... I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. I don't really agree with that. I think that Nagasana has been doing quite well in the ones that I've seen, but it could be that I've also missed some of the games. But for sure, one thing I do know is that I like it into this draft. It fits really well. But both teams have a lot of threats going into mid and late game. Of course, you have the Leshrac and the Naga scaling up and getting quite strong with their right clicks and their spell damage. But over on the side of Team Spirit, though, you have Invoker plus Faceless Void plus Mars. The team fight will at some point be incredibly powerful. And this reminiscent of how we've seen Liquid drafts. They like having those big ultimates, team fight securing stuff. So come late game, I think Spirit are a bit more comfortable perhaps.
And it's hard to argue with that just alone with, you know, the Chronosphere Cataclysm that looms on the horizon. But a lot of nice tempo, kind of controlling heroes coming out from the side of Entity. Going to be able to push down some of those towers earlier, hopefully. Be very curious to see how this all unfolds. But we do have game number 2, so let's dive on in.
Interesting. Already an interesting thing happened this game, alright? So at the start of the game, Pure buys boots and then uses his Naga illusions and then he sells the boots again. I haven't seen that. It's not a massive impact or anything, but it's a cute little play to allow your illusions to get out there and try to scout something. Otherwise they wouldn't really be able to reach nearly as far as they do here.
That is fairly interesting, yeah. Get a little bit of information.
Yeah, I think he did actually scout out that the illusion was under vision. Now, whether that was the ward or the enemy team being smoked, he can't be 100% sure of. It was both this time.
That's enough out of you. 30 seconds to battle.
Get those consumable balloons getting tossed out as we'll see Amira get hit with the tower.
Yeah, so he knows that there was vision as well. Both teams doing a little bit of vision checking. And I think overall, Entity, they want to go for 4 people bottom here, but they're all being revealed by the Observer Ward. So Toby has to be careful.
Where are you going?
Start with the enchant, the slow. There's the rebound coming into play. Nice spear,
What?
and the
That didn't stun?
Sunstrike gonna be a little bit off. Toby, so
Somehow
chasing
he is
him.
alive. He just walks away. That looked like it should have stunned him, but the spear, I guess, just barely didn't have the range to push him against that tree there. But somehow he's alive. I thought for sure Toby would go down. He is going to have to crawl to base though and then TP top, so this is already damaging to his laning stage. Broodmother is going to miss out a bit of the start to the top lane.
And they're also seeing that they do a little bit of a lane swap here. Collapse is going to be in the top lane, and they sent Yatro and Maposhka into the bottom to face off with Pure and Kataomi.
I don't think that lane is fantastic though for Team Spirit. Maybe they can win it if they play together like this, harassing the Sven. But Naga against Faceless Void I think does pretty well. Not easy to be a melee core against the Riptide when it starts spamming out.
So what is the idea then? Because as we said earlier, you're not going to see a lot of spiders in lanes. You're not going to, you know, yes, Collapse is going to be good against spiders eventually, but that's not something that you have to really be considering early on. So why did they go for the swap, do you think?
I think he just doesn't want to lane into Jakiro and the Brood. And they're chasing Jakiro a little bit here. You see Mars and Marcy, tag team. I think he just doesn't want to lane against the attack speed slow of Dual Breath and the Broodmother on top of that. It would be a pretty painful lane for Faceless Void. But this lane is not much better, to be honest.
Interesting. Maybe they thought that they could harass a little bit more using Maposhka. Perhaps that's the idea. But
Yeah. He's getting farm. I mean, it's not going to be terrible straight away. I just don't think it's necessarily a favorable lane that he swapped into. Both lanes would have been difficult. And top lane, we see a fantastic lead, honestly, on Collapse already. That's CSing. He's at 9 and 6.
I feel like this lane is just so strong. Any lane that has a Marcy, I feel, is just very, very strong. You have to be careful of your positioning, because if you're just even the littlest bit out of position, although they are dishing it right back at Mira. But there's that potential there.
Yeah.
With that dispose over to Fishman, but
a lot of the advantage as well comes down to Broodmother not being there at the start of the lane, right? She had to go base and TP out, so she wasn't there for the first creep wave. So naturally the Mars got a bit of free CSing there, as it was 1v2.
Casual Stormhammer being thrown over onto Yatro, but again, he's just going to time walk it off. No problem.
It's pretty nice what they're doing. They're immediately killing off the illusions. They steal one with Maposhka, and then they focus down the other illusions, and then the damage of Naga is gone. And that's most of the damage they have in the lane here, is the Riptide from multiple hits.
That's a pretty nice call there. A couple of these couriers coming over from Maposhka, hoping that maybe he can get a snipe on it. Does get hit by Kataomi. It does have a couple more mangoes, magic stick charges, and a clarity, so he knows what his life looks like. But Pure now gonna need a little bit of assistance because they don't have the Stormhammer up for another couple seconds. So a lot of harassment being placed on this Naga.
Yeah, Maposhka is having a great time. Being Enchantress against double melee, she is certainly enjoying her time. And again, gonna try to just focus down the illusions. Look at both of them. Just focusing the illusions immediately. And then the damage is not going to continue.
Oh, Kataomi, whew. Sitting a little low. Does have 6 stick charges. In the top lane, they are going for a little bit of a dive here. Putting pressure over on Mira, but again, it just continues to be harassed. No one is hard committed, really.
Yeah, Mira tried to jump in and throw back Fishman, but he's tanky enough and gets protected by his Broodmother, so he'll be fine. And
got a Centaur creep pickup from Maposhka on the bottom lane, so we'll have that potential for more stun.
Yeah, 1400 HP and 8 armor. That Centaur creep is a real bully when it gets to the lane, so Kataomi has to just sit back now. He can't really help his Naga that much. But look at her, she's just stunning the illusions, focusing them down. They really have their approach to this lane. Just always focus the illusions ASAP.
Definitely feels bad if you're Nagas. Let's get stomped over here. A little bit of that slow. From Void, the Sunstrike coming in hot, and that's our first blood going over to Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that he actually is going for the Exort Invoker. Toronto usually plays Quas Wex, but they do have great stuff for the Sunstrikes here. They have the Chrono as well later on, which is very easy to combine into even before you have Cataclysm. So nice to see him playing the Exort.
Top lane. Collapse getting harassed pretty well, but does have that spear. Just gonna toss Toby back.
Yeah, The Illusions are, again, trying to get some space for Pure to farm here, but he does manage to pull the creeps back with him.
I'm seeing Kataomi make his own rotation towards this mid lane. He's got himself a sentry ward. Might be able to get a D ward over here on the side because they do have the observer.
Yeah.
They'll see it.
They find the obs immediately, so of course the Invoker's gonna stay safe since he had the vision, but bottom lane, a toss back, using the Wild Wing to throw in the Naga. And he's just losing so much HP.
I mean, that is the issue when you do that, but Stormstormer, oh, he gets tossed right back here by Mira with the dispose, so be able to grab the Invis rune and secure the kill. Middle lane though, Kataomi will soak some of this experience since they don't have their mid player up on online right now. Oh, Mira.
He's Invis, Mars coming over, they want to try and kill him.
Nothing like the poop emoji saying, hey, look at this guy over here. This is not looking good for Fishman. He's most likely going to fall.
It goes down quickly, and that is 34 last hits, 10 denies, and now a kill to his name as well on Collapse.
Toby getting a bit aggressive with that insatiable hunger. Does have to be a little careful, though. Man, Pure is just taking these impetuses to the face. Ends up losing his courier as well. Look at this. Oh. Ooh, 40 hit points on this Naga Siren.
Yeah,
Pure's got to teleport out. He can't stay here.
Yeah,
the value of this Enchantress.
Yeah, she did so much work in last game, and now again, they're chasing in on Jakiro.
Yeah, they see Fishman here. Push away, and that's a kill. Sunstrike on Toby, just a little bit off the mark, though. Not going to be able to quite find it. As there is the chase in the bottom, as Stormstormer does clean up Miposhka finally. Which I'm sure that's going to make Pure feel good, because he's been pulling non-stop by the Enchantress in that bottom lane.
Yeah, finally he gets some space to farm in the jungle. He really hasn't been able to stay on bottom lane, and that has freed up now that Yatoru is getting complete free farm on his Faceless Void finally. Thanks to the hard, diligent work by Miposhka, of course.
Curious now to see where Miposhka is going to move. There's a couple sentry wards currently, and he's going to join up here with Toronto Tokyo in case the rune does indeed pop up.
Yeah, then controlling both sides. They have Marcy checking top. It's a DD rune.
Marcy's going to grab it. Doesn't want to allow this Jakiro any quarter.
Yeah, pretty fantastic start so far for Team Spirits as they are running back towards top lane with Mars now. The Broodmother is the only one who's getting like somewhat back into the game, I would say now, but overall the start for all the cores on Team Spirit is just simply better, and they're trying to make a move mid.
Here, of course, with the double damage, spots out Fishman. Get the dispose. Kataomi though jumping in. They might be able to turn this around. Yeah, they'll be able to get the kill on Mir. They will end up losing Fishman. As they do duke it out here in the middle lane. They'll put the pressure over onto this Enchantress Street. Clean up.
Yeah, Exhort Walker did some damage to the tower as well, but running away. Miposhka has no fear, just walking in on his Enchantress. He was spotted by a ward.
Now he is spotted by much of the team, so Stormhammer, even the TP coming out from Fishman.
Yeah, that's a kill for Naga. Gonna speed up her farm a little bit, and she needed something going her way. The lane has not been that great for her. Over on Spirits, they are sort of ignoring, a bit ahead in the sand now about Broodmother, so their emphasis is not on shutting down her.
Followed with Sunstrike. Mir taking so much damage from this Shrek. Will toss back over onto Kataomi, and they will be able to get the kill.
Yeah, this is what you want to see though. When a team is playing Marcy, just make rotations, because she is honestly the strongest hero in the game at catching anyone out of position. It's so difficult to stay safe against Marcy.
Collapses, just handling the Broodmother as much as possible. Mir is nearby. Drops down a ward so they can keep tabs or wherever Toby wants to just wander off to these camps.
Yeah, trying to bring Toronto Tokyo as well. They smoke up, but it is under a Radiant ward, so Toby should have seen that. He's backing out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And bottom tower now, finally, they're starting to take a crack at it as they have level 7 on Faceless Void. He got that time walk, feeling pretty safe. And meanwhile, Entity are making a move top. Mars Collapse is feeling it though. He sees nobody on the map right now.
He's already put his points down, so is not
Yeah,
gonna
no
have that
ulti.
arena. Yeah, there's a lot of lockdown coming out from the side of Entity, so that's very dead Collapse. But some pressure over here in the mid lane looks like. Seeing that they're putting the pressure on top. We'll use the fortification.
It is curious that he decided to go for this like 4-3-0-0 build on Mars. I feel like Mars ulti is low enough cooldown and not that costly. You can definitely use it.
Pose. Follow up with the Unleash. These punches do a decent amount, but do have to be careful. Stormhammer does connect, but Mira's far enough away. Still end up getting the kill on Fishman. The Spirit trying to decide if they want to commit on this or not. Pure is
Sending in
teleporting
the-
out though.
Yeah. Just Enchantress with her Centaur, able to get that. Securing the kill. Nice jump away and survived by Mira on his Marcy.
Yeah, he's sitting very, very low. Just gonna try to clean up these Enchantress creeps.
Yeah, Yatoro, he does have the full Midas power treads, by the way, and 660 gold. So he's gonna go for a big creep here, get himself a neutral item. The Greed double Midas play from Spirit. Of course, when you run Invoker and Faceless Void, I think it's pretty normal to do the double Midas.
Not playing. They do have the arena now. Not gonna be able to quite land that spear though, as Toby. They can just crawl away. We'll walk into Toronto, Tokyo, and they do have the Vision Mirror. Jump forward. And Toby is looking like he is very squashed.
Yeah, he did share all the Sunstruck damage with Spiderlings, but it doesn't really help as he just cannot move. The Orb of Venom slow, the Marcy with the slow from the disposition, and then just the God's Rebuke as well.
I like how Maposhka's been using these creeps, kind of doing that vision, the scouting, like we saw Beastmaster doing with Hawks in the previous game.
Yeah, it's very important to try and get good intel on where you want to make your moves, and both teams obviously rated very high with the picks that they have. I think Entity are going to have more vision advantage going mid and late game here, just by Spiders plus Naga Illusions. Mid tower goes down to just 2 Forge Spirits and Mira on his Marcy there.
I didn't even bother to pop any spells during that.
Yeah, just using his sidekick was enough. Nobody wanted to go there risking getting caught out by a smoke rotation, but that's one more tower going down. The advantage is building up for Team Spirit as they're 4,000 gold ahead.
Right now, all 3 cores on the side of Team Spirit. Currently in the lead. Top of it, of course, is Toronto Tokyo, 7.4k, 6.4 on Yatro, and Collapse 6.2. They're not too far behind the cores over on the side of Entity, but definitely those Midases coming into play for sure.
Yeah, but the mid lane difference though right now, Toronto Tokyo 3,000 gold ahead basically on his Invoker versus the Leshrac. So having the Midas, having the travels, and having 1,600 gold already at 13 minutes, this is an absolutely huge Invoker.
Tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
So what is the play here for Entity, right? Because you have a Broodmother that's trying to put the pressure down in the top lane, and it is kind of just keeping Collapse stuck here for the most part. Like, it seems that he's the one who's constantly dealing with the spiders. That's kind of what his job was in this game.
Yeah, I think you want to use the Broodmother, of course, in the space that she creates, but it's probably just them being reliant on trying to get Leshrac back into the game. So try to create stacks whenever you can. They have stacked up the Ancients at least. Leshrac can farm Ancients. It's not, you know, super fast like some other heroes.
Okay, the jump
Arena.
over onto Pure, follow up with the Sun Strike. There's just too much damage. That Naga Siren evaporates.
Yeah, and Marcy pairing up with a Kobold Foreman creep. So fast.
I love this creep. A bit of a tornado being used over on Toby. The follow-up, Mira's here. Be able to work back over onto Toby. Bringing over the spider babies, but there's a deafening blast. Going to be able to disarm. Just need to like 1 or 2 more clicks, and the spear will be able to secure the kill.
This is the slowest, most brutal death for a poor little Broodmother, just getting beat down. Didn't even have many spells remaining there. No spear anymore, but just the clicks. Yeah, right now it feels like they don't have a hero to play around on Entity. The Broodmother didn't have the best laning stage, and the Naga Siren, same can be said there. She also would want to farm jungle no matter what. And it all comes down to, can you play around the Lesh? But at this stage, I think Marcy is a little bit too strong as a rotation hero compared to this Jakiro, Sven, and Lesh.
It's wild to let you look at
Middle tower.
look at Marcy's items, and she just doesn't have hardly anything, but she's so effective. This hero is busted.
Yeah, she will probably get some post-TI nerfs, I suspect, but we get to enjoy her in her finest form here.
Smoke does end up getting tossed across Tokyo, and Mira standing nearby. Throw down a meteor. Collapse,
Oh
a nice
my
blink
God.
forward, gets 2 into the arena, the hop down. They should be able to finish off Toby here too, but Mira is gonna tick down, plus those spiders chomping all over. Oh, but the little seeds. The seeds of Serenity. And the sidekick being able to stay alive a bit more. There's another spear over onto Fishman. He has been left behind. He's hoping he can get denied, but no, Yatro will still be able to get the kill.
Yeah, Team Spirit are just able to do whatever they want there. Beautiful catch with Tornado, the meatball coming in, and then comboing with the Mars as well. Right now it feels like all of the cores on Spirit are just growing really fast, but they also just pop together and use their spells. They still have the Chronosphere even, didn't even need to use it there.
That's to say, you know, despite all the different spells used, Yatro's still being allowed to hold on to the Chronos, and that's still something they have to be very conscious about on the side of Entity.
Yeah, we see a replay here, the Tornado into the meatball, beautiful, and Mars just waiting, collapse. If there's a man who knows his timing right when he wants to blink in, I mean, we saw it last TI. Him getting to play on a hero like Mars, very similar to Magnus.
I thought for sure Marcy was dead. We had the spiders chewing on her, she had the remnants of the Jakiro spells, but yeah, Seeds of Serenity coming in clutch.
Yeah, keeps her alive. For now, it seems Entity are just trying to drag this game out as they can, just split up and try to get towards any form of power spikes. So the closest thing they have is Pipe on the Broodmother. That will be a big impact when they get it. Suddenly, the magic damage, which is quite overwhelming on the side of Spirit right now, they can mitigate some of that. The spiders can stay alive. Oh, the travel in top.
They are. Will be able to find themselves 3 heroes. They immediate jump over onto Stormer. He's obliterated. An ice path comes out from Fishman. Try to slow them down a little bit. Collapse. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab. Nah, they're not going to be able to go and get their hands on the Jakiro this time. But they do manage to hit the mid laner on the side of Entity, which is very valuable.
Yeah, they're giving them no respite here. The Entity want to get on the map and get some form of farm. They are gonna get mid tower, but even then, Miposhka comes in with his Enchantress and gets the deny against all these spiders. Beautiful lasted by Miposhka. So finally they get a tower, but not even that much tower gold going their way.
Loaded to the gills.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So let's check in with our cores. Looks like Yatro's got himself the Maelstrom, has already got the Treads, and is working on the BKB. And Pure over on the Naga does have the Manta style completed along with Treads. No
Yeah,
TP
and
on
almost
this
has... Yeah, he almost has the Orchid as well. As he sends out here. He just needs the Void Stone as well. He has all the components. So Orchid will be a big power spike. Then they can try to get kills. But unfortunate for them, the BKB is already completed on the Void. So you won't have a timing where you have Orchid and he doesn't have a way to deal with it. There's already a safe dispel for him. And BKB on Invoker as well, so both of them are prepared.
Kosha sitting just very patiently. Toby has to realize that there are people on the way. Yeah, in fact, Tokyo does show up on the wave.
The draw, like the big takeaway for me from these games that we're watching here with Team Spirit is how they use their supports and where they stand. They are taking the areas that are dangerous and, in general, let their cores play in safe areas in a really good way.
Get themselves a Naga Steel using the Enchantress. You can see them, they know, they can see where Pure is. They're going to go for the invasion. Take away the creeps, not allow Pure to hit them. Collapse with that blink, looks for the opening, finds Stormer. The BKB comes up for Yatoro and they'll go and use that Chronosphere. Not being able to do quite enough damage just yet over here to Stormstormer. They were hoping it'd be a quick pick, but there's Song gets used now as the rest of Team Spirit on the back foot. Poshka is gonna get netted. It looks like he's gonna end up possibly getting left behind. Wants to see if he can get the denial, but no, they'll still find it. The Stormhammer, collapse landing right next to Mira. This is looking a little scary now. Yatoro trying to slow them down. Nice spear away from Collapse. Will clean up some of these spider babies, but at the end of the day, he is spider baby food. And now Mira left behind. There's just too many heroes. That is a beautiful turnaround coming out from the side of Entity. And they get the silence off over Yatoro. Nice play here from Toronto Tokyo. A beautiful tornado. Well, they're all in a little line. Will be able to save Yatoro.
If he was not there on Toronto, I think that would have been Yatoro going down. He was trying to just stick around to get a Midas and farm one more creep camp, but he almost went down as well. Now Entity, immediately with the momentum of that win, are going to try to go into Roche Pit, get more for themselves. The respawns are coming out though. Doesn't seem like they're going to be quite in time. Spirit just a little bit too late. They TP down bottom. They recognize that this is going to be an Aegis going over on the side of Stormstormer on his Lesh. But that song was crucial. During the chrono there, they didn't have Ice Path anymore, so sadly they couldn't combo it afterwards, but keeping the Leshrac alive for so long there.
I have to say, Toronto Tokyo really on point with all of these tornadoes. We saw the in that last fight the way he was able to interrupt and then later on using it to save Yatoro. But yeah, that song really coming into play because they can't do as much damage as they would have liked against Stormstormer.
Yeah, they committed double BKB as well. They used the Invoker BKB and the Void to just try and DPS down the Leshrac, but couldn't quite finish the job. But now suddenly the game has swung a little bit in the favor of Entity, but still, of course, 6,000 gold advantage over on the side of Team Spirit. They will probably respect the Aegis for a little while. Try to dodge and keep farming up. I love watching Yatoro's quick buy, by the way. When you watch him play, he puts like everything. He has his entire like Christmas wish list down here. It's like one Mjolnir, one Scotty, I want Aghanim Scepter, I want a Moon Shard. You know, throw in everything.
This is a man who probably has a very good Amazon wish list.
Probably. He's prepared.
Spiders creeping over into this middle line. Quite a few of them, but Collapse waiting behind the tree line. And some pressure being placed by Toronto Tokyo on the bottom lane, but they're smoked up over on the side of Entity.
Yeah, I think they want to go over there. They're looking for any fight they can take right now since they have the Aegis advantage. Leshrac is very, very strong as well during this time. Again, Miposhka with the smoke reveal.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. The positioning of these supports so on point. It gives the cores enough time to be able to just hide and teleport out.
It's such a conscious decision they do a lot of the time. Whenever they feel like, okay, the enemy are probably smoking, it's just like, supports, you know what to do, to the ramps, you know, they put themselves on high ground, on the stairs, basically. But Entity, they might want to fight more. They're keeping Broodmother on high ground for a bit of vision here.
Do have a BKB completed now for Mars, so more of these BKBs coming out for the side of Team Spirit.
And it won't be the last one. They want to go for one on Marcy as well. She only has the Ogre Club though. Definitely quite a way to go until she gets her BKB, but they are going for the quad BKB approach. That is a good way to counter Leshrac. I mean, so much of his damage is just magical anyway, so once you pop the BKBs, he has to just run around and be awkwardly waiting for them to run out. But you run one risk though. If you pop BKB and your teammates did not, then the song can come in and disjoint your BKB timings and prevent you from killing whatever you wanted. That's pretty much what we saw in the last fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is a tricky line to walk, making sure that you activate the BKB before you go in for the initiation, but at the same time not wasting it and using it too early when that fight is not going to be as epic as you think it's going to be.
Yeah, we see a bit of a... Finally, for Entity, they equalize a bit and take over the top outpost here. They actually are in control of the bottom outpost as well right now. Team Spirits are waiting to take it back, or they're just hiding and staying off map right now. If they take it outpost, then they show their position as well, so then Entity will suddenly know exactly what's going on. So by not taking it, they are not giving any information for free.
Getting very close to finishing up the Scotty or Naga. I've already got 2 ultimate orbs.
Yeah, he's scaling up quite a bit, and it's not a bad game to have it. It does work as well as against the time walk. You actually heal less against the Eye of Scotty. Heal reduction works. Same way heal amplification works for time walk. So certainly not a bad game to go for it. Of course, you also just want stats so your illusions get strong enough and don't immediately die. I am happy we're not seeing the Radiance Naga, by the way. I have to say, I'm not a fan of the Manta first into Radiance second item. Or God forbid, the Radiance first item Naga. I'm not on board with that one.
I don't think we see that too often anymore, do we?
Oh, there's a trend right now. Naga Radiance is being played a lot across many different regions. But I think the first item, Radiance, is the one that I have a big issue with. Going back for its second item, not really my preferred item, but it's, you know, I think it's decent then at least.
Yeah, I've seen him going for the second item Radiance. I haven't seen the first item Radiance, though, very often. But, yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay, alright, there's the opening. They find Stormer. Follow up with a Cataclysm, and he is just gonna blow up as now Mira on the run. Would love to get their hands over onto Kataomi, but just a little bit too fast. So a nice pickoff going to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's
and they
Cataclysm
can try to reclaim
reveal.
their jungle.
Big kill with the Cataclysm. They of course can combo it either with the Mars or with the Faceless Void quite easily. I suppose you could combo it even with Marcy if she lands a good jump on someone. That's a little bit harder though.
Look at how fast Toronto Tokyo immediately TP'd to the bottom lane. While all this happened. They got the pick off, and then he headed bottom to try to push things out, and he finds himself Pure. Does Pure find him is the question, as they'll throw in the meat doll over at Fishman. That's a nice clean up. But they do pop the BKB.
Yeah.
The spear over onto Toby. They found this Broodmother. They just need to close the gap. Looks like he's gonna be able to just crawl away.
Broodmother's gonna stay fine. Leshak is back now as well, but he does want to finish up his BKB on Lesh. I don't think he wants to fight just yet. Finally, they're gonna get the D ward, the ward that killed off Fishman there. Gets removed. I love that play by Invoker, because he saw that there was Pure on his Naga just farming, but he also knew that it doesn't matter. If I have BKB on Invoker, what can an Orchid Naga do to me? Nothing at all, so he just goes in, gets that kill on the support, keeps his vision alive a little bit longer, and then gets out.
This is a pretty dark map over for Spirit currently. There's a lot of sentry wards. You do have the one over here that just gets placed, the ops, but...
We have God Strength being popped to farm jungle a little bit. Speaks a bit for the pace of the game right now, but he wants to finish that Force Staff. The Force Staff is an item that we've seen more and more picked up lately for a lot of different teams in different drafts even.
Oh yeah. Very, very popular pickup as you see Yatro. He'll put up with a silence and a net claps waiting nearby. Trying to be patient. Pops the BKB. Yatro still alive and kicking the turn over onto Kataomi plus the Cataclysm. Will do plenty of damage, but Yatro, he's not looking too healthy. Does pop his own BKB to try to survive Toronto Tokyo though. Over on the side, dropping the Tornado EMP plus the Meatball over onto Toby. Insatiable Hunger, but he just can't munch on anything as they give the clicks down. The song is going to get used by Pure. Looks like they're gonna try to run. Look at that long-range emphasis tossed out.
Yeah, these team fights are not going the way that Entity want. They would probably want to try and like get a chance to set up with the song and then follow up with the Jakiro, but we have yet to see it where they have the luxury of doing that. A lot of fights are too scrappy where they can't really set it up the correct way. Mars taking pretty much no damage there as the bulwark protects him.
He was not afraid of this Naga at all. Arcane Rune gets picked up by Mira. And again, Yathrok holding on to that Chronosphere.
Yeah, he also held on to his BKB for a long time there. He was not worried. I was a little bit worried for him as the Sven stun was coming in with the silence and the illusions hitting him, but he felt safe enough and trusted in his team.
I think that's a big part of playing Dota, is just having faith in your team to follow up and provide the saves, the damage, whatever.
Yeah, when you play at this level, you have to, you know, believe in your team for sure. We see most of Entity looking pretty active right now. They want to keep fighting around this Naga.
Mira, silenced, will become spider food.
Yeah, he jumped into way too much there. Fish and spider food at once.
Bit too aggressive.
Not the biggest of casualties, though. I think not too many tears going to be shed as Yathrok keeps farming, hitting creeps. Pretty much off cooldown, just using this ulti and farming creeps in the jungle. Kataomi trying to scale up a little bit on his support.
Does have that force staff like we talked about. Collapse, though. Getting into
Watch out
position,
for
they're
the
smoked
chrono.
up. Very patient here. Roche gonna be up in about 36 seconds. You can see that Entity definitely want this this Aegis.
Yep.
Spirit, though,
They can use
very-
their spiders. Scout a little
Very
bit.
patient. The vision on Toby. Look at how fast Miposhka pops the sprites. Just like, no, 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 no. Worried that they're just gonna get the jump in. They have a lot of vision. They've got a lot of information.
He has the gem as well on Miposhka, so he has reason to want to stay alive. Has the quiver on Ench. Very nice item for harassing from far away here. Illusions are shoving back most of Team Spirits. They're trying to move in, but of course the illusions reveal all of them.
They have a hill troll creep right now. Okay, they're gonna go for a little bit of initiation
Oh,
from
the
Toronto
song.
Tokyo. Just poking. Yathrok, though, stuck here on the cliff for the moment. There's the rebound off from Mira. Jumping, and there it is. There's the Chronosphere, but the song coming into play. Still managing to get that Cataclysm off because it wasn't quite over there fast enough. Looks like Mira, though, is going to take a lot of damage. She'll follow up now. Pure stuck in this arena. It's just getting clicked out. It's just so much damage again as they'll chase after Fishman. These impetus going long range. Buyback coming out from Naga Stormstormer. Trying to stay alive. Doesn't have that BKB any longer. Yasuo still having it. He's getting a couple nice bashes. And these impetus, again, just dishing out damage. Turn back around with the Tornado. The buyback from Stormstormer. Look at Kataomi. Toby just getting clicked down as they're gonna try to teleport back, and Pure is here, Stormstormer is here. Miposhka looking a little bit scared, but yeah, here we go. Collapse left behind, does have the net on him. It's not looking too great, but on the back lines they find themselves Stormstormer. It's a triple kill now for Yathrok, and now this is looking very scary for Pure because he's gotta go toe to toe, but Toby is doing the damage. They'll still manage to get the kill. Now Toby, RC, oh my god, they can't kill Yathrok. He is just too survivable.
I think they call
team
it on
wipe,
that.
they call GG.
Yeah, that was... Naga got caught out a little bit too deep. She was using the song there to try and let her team kill off the Marcy while she held the rest. But at the end of the song, he just gets immediately arena'd by Mars there and gets brought down very, very quickly. And Team Spirit looking like the stronger team in both these games here. And pretty fast win for Game 2 and Game 1. They looked pretty confident too. So let's see, Spirit are showing up in good form here. I would say that Entity, they seemed a little bit more like a stressed team than usual, but perhaps when you play against Spirit, they make you stress out a bit as well. There are a lot of small things that gave them an edge in the second game here. I think the trading before on the runes, getting some damage onto the Broodmother who tried to check the top bounty rune, and then she's late to the top lane, leaving her to completely get dominated and last hit by Collapse. There's a lot of minor things that just made this game more difficult for them.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Team Spirit have a good grasp on just like some of the smaller, finer tuned details. which makes sense. You know, again, they are the current reigning champions from TI10. And Entity, you know, they have been making a lot of progress throughout this DPC. They're looking stronger and stronger. But again, this is TI. This is where the nerves start to kick in a little bit. You've got a little bit different of a patch. I don't know if this necessarily is the most comfortable patch for the side of Entity either. But it is just one of those things where, you know, you're playing up against Team Spirit, and these guys, they're good for a reason.
Yeah, Entity actually have said they really liked last patch, but they also said that they like this patch perhaps even more. So they are quite confident in the patch itself, but I think Team Spirit just had a better showing here. They played really, really good, and I think out of all the teams that we have seen so far in the games that I've watched, have not seen any team use their supports as well as Team Spirit do. I think their impact in team fights is huge. I think their impact outside of team fights is absolutely enormous. The way they block a lot of the moves from their enemy team. I think the key to shutting down Spirit is going to be understanding how to counter their support play.
That's definitely something to think about. Seeing Maposhka on this Enchantress, just the amount of support given and also just the damage that he can do to this hero. Looks very, very good. Again, they were allowed to have the Marcy being one of those heroes that has been banned pretty consistently. One of the most banned, I believe, or at least most contested. So that probably also did not help for Entity.
She pops in here from the banned dimension to get a little bit of a win again, of course. I mean, Marcy is such a strong hero. I think if you're gonna slip her through the first phase picks, then you have to have a very solid plan of how to deal with her. And I just didn't really see it from the draft that Entity put up here. I think Marcy still had to be banned. They did ban out the Nyx because they wanted to play Leshrac. It's understandable, but I think maybe you could ban Marcy first phase, wait with the Lesh pick for second phase, and, you know, like approach it differently. If the Nyx is a problem, I don't think he's a bigger problem than Marcy would be.
You can see the final fight going down, the triple kill for Yatro, and it looks like he gets so low, like he's silenced up, but he's able to time walk just away in the nick of time, and then he's got the sidekick, just heals up. There's the GG call. And I think one thing that's really interesting for me too, you know, we talk about these supports being so integral, but also how fast that Team Spirit tends to respond and make decisions. I thought that was very interesting too. I think there was one fight where they got a smoke gank off, they got the kill, and immediately you just see Toronto Tokyo teleport away down to the bottom lane, start pushing out waves, waiting patiently, knows that Pure is going to be there eventually, but also that the supports are there, and the decision making just feels like it's lightning fast.
It's lightning fast. I also love that you mentioned that, because Toronto Tokyo, we were talking about his Invoker as well, and how, you know, he dominated last TI with his Invoker a lot, and he was integral to Team Spirit's success, usually with the Quas Wex Invoker though. Here he got to shine with his Exort Invoker, and his stats, look at that. 15, 0, and 10 in this game. Didn't die a single time, had a perfect game on Invoker, and yeah, this was quite the showing. So much synergy between him and Collapse and Yatoro, of course. Definitely a standout performance by Emir, and Yatoro also didn't die a single time, so game 2 was just quite handedly in Team Spirit's pocket from the start to finish.
Yeah, you can see just the lightning fast decision making, and again, that is something especially associated with these Invoker players who have to have all their spells queued up right away. You can see 23k hero damage with this Quas Exort Invoker. Lots of net worth and those last hits too. I always think it's really fun to watch Invoker players. Like, we do get the opportunity with the cams, and you can just see how hyper-focused they are. 92.6% kill participation with a 845 experience per minute and very nice GPM, so...
Yeah, they actually had two players with over 800 over 800 experience per minute there in that game. The two Midases on Faces Void and Invoker. Both of them bought Midas. None of them died. Is Midas OP item? Is this why? Buy one now. Find out.
Yeah, it's looking very, very in the hands of Spirit. They knew exactly how they wanted to play their game, their item timings, their positioning, just looking absolutely ace here. But I know that we've had a great time watching this match. There's going to be another match here in a little bit, but we're going to have a check-in with our wonderful panel.
Spirit up against Entity, with Spirit taking that a nice clean 2 games, I would say. So if you are an Entity fan out there, then Game 1, you might not want to go back and have a look at if you were watching it. Kaz, looking at the draft, could you kind of tell from the start it was going to go that way?
Maybe not fully, but something that I really liked Team Spirit do was actually they picked up the Lifestealer. I haven't seen that many good answers to the Pudge, but I feel like I did in this game. They had Teamfight from Pango, Nyx was very annoying, Collabs once again is just an outstanding player, he played great on the Beastmaster. And then throughout the game, Stormstormer had a lot of trouble kind of dealing with the Pango and Beast, and then eventually Yotoro with the buffs, nice items, good matchup against Pudge, he just slapped the game open.
Game 2 really not looking, much better for Entity.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Brood approach, so they ended up picking the Brood Mother. Team Spirit did a great thing where they put the Mars against the Brood instead of putting their Void against the Brood Mother. So they went to an aggro tri-lane situation. Then from there, they really set up Toronto Tokyo for success. They had the Faceless Void, they had the Arena from Collapse's Mars, they went for the Ags build and the Sunstrike, and Toronto Tokyo just popped off that game.
And they also had the audacity to go double Midas and stop. Both guys unkilled this game. You go 508 on Yotoro, you've got 15-0-10 on the Invoker. Man, like double Midases and still hitting your timings and ending the game in 33 minutes. That's pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to go all out. It
Yep.
works for Spirit, so good on them. Definitely a 2-0 that they wanted and they needed. A-Stream, though, we are very ahead of what is happening over on B, C, D, E, and we, the panel, are here to run down what has happened on those other streams. This Liquid Sonics Game 2, Kazu, walk me through it and tell me sort of why the series went the way it did.
This game was an insane back and forth, but overall good showing from Sonics. You know, their first series not so good. This one definitely better. I think both drafts and gameplay for them worked out a lot more. Here in this clip, what I want to show is Quinn, who gets a 3-man shield crash with the 6% damage reduction, Magic Wand, Raindrop, so they get to turn this fight around. This is just, a small clip from the early game where they get to turn things around. It also gave them a big lead in their early game. And then moving forward, we're skipping way far ahead because there were so many things in this game. But what's important in this clip is just this first pickoff on Lelis, who does not have buyback. But the most important thing is I want people to pay attention to Matu, who's playing the Naga Siren. He has buyback and Boots of Travel level 2. What's very important is that Sonic, they're currently lacking buybacks on a lot of their cores. You can see Pango has no buyback, Brood has no buyback, and Snap is out of buyback. So now Matu goes into the fight. They're all using their BKB's Pango roll to kill him, but watch once he dies. He has Boots of Travel 2, immediate buyback, his team stays around. Now he TPs in, which is a very short cooldown because they buffed it recently. And boom, they take this fight. Now they kill the heroes without buyback. In this game was back and forth, and then in one fight, the whole game basically just ended.
Seeing how long, I guess, this game is gone, seeing that timer up the top there of the highlight clips, because do you think they could have closed out a lot more? There were just opportunities Sonics weren't able to close out?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams had opportunities to actually, close out the game, but they both messed up a little bit on the enemy high ground, and then the game drags out.
Yeah, a little bit of cleaning up. Yeah, simple as that. A little bit of cleaning up needed from both of them. We also had the D-Stream do OG up against GG. Fia, you got our highlights for that game number 2.
I do. Starting with the draft here, we're kind of going to see that they have the Razor again from Mar. They left Morphling in the pool. They did not care. There's a hard counter to the Razor, but OG's just going to play the OG style. Mar's still on the Razor. And then moving on to the next clip, we're going to see here, there's going to be a fight. You're going to see Morph just use his Manta style there. Yuragi comes in the back, silences him, nets him right away. Very crucial kill with the Aegis here. It was a really nice play by Yuragi to make that read. His team ends up tipping him as well. And then in this fight here, you're going to see the power of ET against Morphling. There's the lasso. ET gets in range of him with just one shot. He's just dead in that fight. They tried to turn the fight onto Amar here on his Razor. Gets his BKB off. The Morph was dead in that fight. They couldn't really turn it here. Then for the final fight of the game here, they got the Aegis. They have the high ground. The game is pretty secured for them. They're trying to make things happen. Big team fight happens. And then you'll see them try to charge in. And in a moment here, they will make the initiation. Oh, there it is. The Bat Rider will try and go in. Gets the lasso off. Morph goes in. This is the last fight for him. And then Amar, yet again, he's just full beast mode. This is a first pick Razor, by the way. Just going in, chonking on everyone.
He's having fun.
He's having a lot of fun. But the big power, I think, of OG and to show this, they'll pick their heroes. They'll let you counter pick them, but they find counter picks in other ways, right? Amar will play his heroes, but then they'll pick the ET, and they'll get the Snapfires, and they'll make your game hard in the more less traditional way.
It feels like OG still definitely doing what I feel like we know OG for, and that's playing whatever they want to play. One thing, though, that kind of links that Liquid Sonics and that OG GG series is the Naga. We do have a little bit of time, Sophia. I want to ask you about the Naga, how you feel that it's coming into this meta, and are you impressed with it?
So right now, there's like a huge emphasis on Zoo offlaners. You're seeing a lot of the Visage, you're seeing a lot of the Nigma, the Broodmother. And Naga's just one of the best carries against that right now. So as long as people are kind of forgetting about the Naga right now, they're sneaking in like those later picks, so people are going to have to start putting them in the second phase bans for sure.
We could see her being picked up a little bit more then in some of the other series that we have coming up. RNG, though, against Bet Boom. Let's close out what we've seen from Group A in their second best of twos, T-Panda.
Yeah, after listening to Fear and Kezu, we got some sharp analysis on this one. I mean, it is absolute Spain to be a Bet Boom fan today because, you know, they already lost their series early on today. The theme, they lead, they lost. Second game, they lead, they lost. We go to game number 3, Bet Boom, they lead. It leads into the same conjunction once again. I mean, they have good understanding of their drafts. We saw the Hawk go for carry Batrider, which is something that is probably unheard of for many people. Works out a bit of a more of as a control type of hero, adds in a bit of damage, goes in nicely with the Beastmaster, and you've got the Sniper to line with that as well. But, you know, you run out of tools at some point of the game. RNG, we see the Naga. I mean, Naga seems to be...
And look what she's up against.
Yeah, against the Zoo.
It is against the Zoo, and it seems to be working out nicely. RNG, they have had a very good pace, very good patience in general. And here we see from game number 2, shifted up the draft a little bit. We see the Lone Druid come out for the Hawks. Like, all right, let's go for more traditional. We've got a Riki support going for the Sleeping Dart, you know, keeping the Anti-Mage busy a bit. You would think that the root is really good against AM in this game. And it did look pretty good for Bet Boom. But the pattern just keeps on returning back again. Like, Bet Boom is just having a really rough day today because this one also slowly started to turn into the advantage of, and this is actually from GG, Gaming Gladiators, but doesn't matter. They still played the Anti-Mage on the side of RNG versus Bet Boom, and that Lone Druid kind of ran out of firepower at some point of the game as well. But they gave it a hell of a fight. Wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, well, these group standings. Sorry, I don't know where the words were just then. But we can look at the group standings right now. We know that Group A has completed 2 round robins, and then Group B are currently in the midst of playing out some of theirs. Like I said, us on A stream, we are very far ahead of all those other streams there. EG, OG, undefeated for their Group A, guys.
Couldn't ask for a better match next, don't?
Well, okay, well, now you kind of spoiled it. All right,
Spoiler alert.
All right. You were supposed to be like, yeah, wow, I can't wait until they play up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we can have a look at the schedule. Thank you for the perfect segue, Fia. Yeah, you really just set me up for that one. Oh, God, yeah, you know. EG, wouldn't you have it? The 2 undefeated teams so far in Group A is going to be treated on this May stream. Thanks, A stream. So thanks so much, Fia, for asking that one. We're going to quickly flip through what the other streams have coming up and also where they are. Like I said, a little bit behind, so Fnatic, Thunder still to be played, and then Sonic's LGD going to be going up against each other. The C stream has Beast Coast and Team Secret actually being closed out. So that must have been a pretty quick 2-0. We're going to have to take a look at that one. Then it's Liquid, Bet Boom is their last one. Over there it's Tundra, TSM still being played out, and then Boom, RNG. And our final stream, I do believe, right now is Talon and Asta. And then Hokari and GG for their final series there. Is it just the OG-EG matchup that we're all looking forward to, or were some others littered throughout there that you're keen to have a look at?
I mean, I don't think I spoiled. I think a lot of people have been waiting since the beginning of today to see EG versus OG. It only makes it better that they're both undefeated going into this.
Yeah. Why do you think then, Kezu, it is such a hype matchup for a lot of people?
I feel like both these teams are just doing their own thing, and that is really showing in their score as well. It's working out for them. The heroes they won, they're working, and also kind of like, I just feel like that they're both showing a lot of strength with what they're doing. Like, I just see confidence from their gameplay. That's about it.
Yeah, you hit it right there. You know, OG having their own meta. I'm going to be excited to see if it continues as we do have our casters ready. This OG EG series, guys, get hyped. We're sending it over to Moxie and Waga.
Well, I know that both of us were super excited the other day when we were going through the schedule and we saw that we got EG versus OG. Waga, tell me, what are you most excited to see out of this matchup?
I mean, I'm excited because it's TI and it's RTC. Like, for me, following him is always exciting during TI time. I mean, it's sometimes painful, but it's also something that gets me very hyped. And EG versus OG, I feel, is such a classic showdown as well. Even going back to like the old OG team, but this is the newer. I don't think you can call them the new OG squad anymore, but the newer of the OG squads. Seeing them go up against EG, I'm really expecting a good game here because EG, they look in form today, Moxie.
Yeah, I think we were watching their game earlier and we were extremely hyper. Oh my god, you know, NA, they're doing it. But we do have the other OG, maybe the younger OG, because they do have some babies in the squad, especially when you consider that I think Taiga is the old man of the group at this point, and he's very young.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of experience, though, in the coaching as well. Of course, they have the organization of OG behind them. They have, you know, the experience of Seb. They have No-Tail. They have a lot of, you know, TI experts, let's say, who can hit them with some good information here and, you know, encouraging words going into their games.
And that definitely helps quite a bit when you do have that, you know, guiding force. And you know how much that Seb likes to do these pep talks, likes to kind of build them up. You've got, you know, the power of No-Tail behind them too. So these real legacy sort of players, and especially too when you consider that, you know, unfortunately Misha was having some difficulties with visa issues and Seb has had to stand in, but also getting, you know, that first-hand experience of playing with your coach on the team, and then also getting the chance to like see your players and play with them too, which I think is a pretty important thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important to have, you know, everyone in the same atmosphere together and be on the same page. And for sure, having someone like Seb to give you the pep talk before the game, definitely a big bonus there. And we see Arteezy and EG, the squad, Crit and Arteezy, of course, they've been on EG forever, it feels like.
They have Fly rejoining the squad, which I think is a very powerful thing. I think it helps having a very strong voice, kind of helping to pull the team together, guide them to victory. That was a more recent addition.
Man, Nightfall looked like so exhausted there in those hero poses, but I hope that he is feeling energized and ready here. They certainly have been playing like it today.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one of the big players on the side of Evil Geniuses. Nightfall tends to get quite a bit out of his lane, and if he starts having the domination, things go very, very well for EG usually.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch as well. I mean, he generally is quite confident in his ways and finding his own meta things. I still remember when he played the carry Dawnbreaker so much and insisted on it and had great success that I wouldn't say a lot of other players really managed to recreate. So certainly a unique player with his own understanding and gameplay.
I think in the last series that they played, they were able to secure themselves the Enigma a couple times, which is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I think the Enigma should be a highly rated hero. Oh, speaking of heroes as well, you were asking during the last game about the Naga win rates. Looking that up, I believe during the game as it was being played, Naga was 8 wins and 5 losses. So doing quite well, actually. But then I think obviously lost that game, but meanwhile I think there was a win for Naga in another one. We have so many games going on at the same time here.
Yeah, I know. It's, I guess, 50 games total because each game, of course, is a best of 2. And we have been going all day and all night. So, you know, welcome, especially those of you who are from the NA region like I am. It is 7 a.m. Time for some early Dota. Or if you've been staying up all night, shout out to you. And I know there's plenty of other viewers outside the time zone. I believe, Waga, you were up at, what, 4 a.m. today?
Yeah, I woke up at 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm on a completely normal daily rhythm, I would say, right now. But it's good. I get to, you know, be in phase for all this Dota. I'm probably gonna look over some of the games afterwards because I feel when you're casting, you're actually completely unable to consume the content going on the other streams. But I'm so curious about all the matchups that have happened today, and I'm sure there have been some amazing games.
Yeah, I'm especially curious on what happened with that Hokuri game. That one was a big surprise, I think, for a lot of people earlier, that they managed to take a game off of PSG LGD.
Yeah, and we see OG here banning out the Primal and the Ench.
They let the Enigma through again. It just seems like it's not a high priority here for either one of them right now. Very interesting.
10 seconds.
We have seen a few times now the Morphling first phase ban. I think EG did it before as well. But they ban out the Marcy and the Morphling, and that leaves a bit more in the pool. Of course, Undying is there, Clock is there, which is seem to be quite popular among a lot of teams right now. And Enigma, as you mentioned.
And my question is, does Evil Geniuses pick this up right away?
You could,
Granted,
but there's a downside as well that the Clockwork is quite good against the Enigma. So you can take it, but there's already Hookshot and Battery Assault, which can be good for cancelling Black Hole.
Yep. It seems like they've got that deliberation. Do you also have the Undying that's available? That is something that has been extremely popular, that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent as well for that Nyx Assassin first phase. I think it's good overall. Not necessarily perhaps when you see a Clockwork like this. It's not like you do very well against a Clock as Nyx, even though you can, of course, by Carapace the Battery Assault. But I think the hero should be rated much higher than a lot of teams currently giving credit.
For the Razor, most likely. So a bit of flexible of a hero. Got some options. I know we've seen a lot of Nightfall playing that.
Also a bit of a block, because you got Amar on the side of OG, who, I mean, he's one of the best Razor players out there. He absolutely demolishes with it, and usually teams drafting against OG focus Amar heavily with their draft.
Yeah, if you look at actually Dota Pro Tracker, Amar has played 10 games of Razor recently in the last 8 games, so... or days rather, so definitely a bit targeted, and also, you know, a nice thing to pick up for yourself. And they also pick up Crit's Tusk here. Gives them a nice little bit of save, gives you a little bit of repositioning, so an overall nice pickup.
Yeah, I also like the Razor as a reaction to Clockwork, because it's a hero that deals continuous damage and a lot of damage. Clockwork wants to run close to people, but that Eye of the Storm is just way higher damage than Battery Assault, so it will be hard for him to do that.
So a very early Terrorblade pickup going to the side of OG. How likely do you think it is that we might see the Shadow Fiend picked up? Because that is a very much an Arteezy hero, and it seems pretty strong.
Oh, I think it's quite likely they will either get banned or picked for sure. I like SF into Terrorblade. I think it's one of the better heroes. We saw that matchup earlier today as well between the SF and the TB when we were casting. But I think SF is definitely a hero they should keep on their mind, at least.
I'll have to see as we get into the next round of bans what OG does not want to have to deal with.
Arteezy, all smiles, feeling good. I mean, of course, they did have some fantastic game earlier against LGD. The complete shutout into the reverse 3-2. They were, what was it, 32-2 in kills, I believe. Absolutely insane. I would not have expected the EG to be that far ahead.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit nervous in that game number 2 because it definitely looked like, you know, they might be updating the website of when did EG last throw, but they were able to clinch it. They were able to make sure that they got the victory. So no Viper and no Broodmother coming out here in this draft. Viper, of course, being able to provide a break. It's just an annoying hero to have to deal with. And then, you know, the Broodmother, we've seen just how potent this hero can be.
She's very problematic for Clock and for Terrorblade, I would say. The Broodmother would just be too annoying for them to lane against, and they don't want to deal with any of that. So just get rid of it. I'm expecting to see EG do what most teams do, which is just hammer down different bans towards Amar, and somehow he still always performs, I feel. Watching OG is really interesting because he gets so much target hate, and then he still delivers.
I think it's really interesting too. I watched, so OG made like a little series, I believe, along with BMW. But they went and they interviewed Taiga's family. They went and interviewed Amar's family. And Amar's got 2 of those brothers, and they were saying, like, we just flame them all the time, you know? Just like, oh, how come you didn't do this? Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's a tough love family. But they said they did that to him to motivate him because it would light a fire underneath him. So it is kind of funny now. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, Amar, you know, he's so BM, blah, 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 blah. But, like, that is the environment that he kind of thrived in from his family. And it brought him to where he is now, because I think the other really, really cool thing is that, did you know that Amar had about 3k MMR just after TI9? And he just ground the heck out of it.
That's absolutely insane. That is crazy. That's such a fast progress. I didn't know that it was that reason that he was that low MMR. I knew that he had made like a really fantastic rise, but that's crazy fast. Talk about ascending to the top of Dota.
It's amazing. It is really amazing. That is a hard thing to do. But yeah. So we'll see the Phoenix banned out. That is something that EG really does love to put, especially over on Fly. We still have things like Chen. If they, what's going on over here? Are we on the floor?
I think he doesn't want the up the nostril camera angle shot, but he wants to be comfortable. So it's a struggle, you know. You gotta compensate here.
You know, gotta stay relaxed for this match. Not too relaxed that you fall asleep, though.
No, he looks comfy, looks ready.
It's making me sleepy, oh no.
OG's turn to ban.
Okay, they took a lot of deliberation, but finally gonna be a Jakiro that they ban out, as Phoenix was banned out by OG. This is a lot of AoE damage dealers being brought out. Of course, the Phoenix would be a great way to have a ton of magic damage over to a Terrorblade, so it makes sense that OG are respecting that a bit with their early TB pickup. But I feel like Jakiro could even have been an option for themselves, but don't really want to play that into Clockwork, I suppose.
What about a Disruptor? That's a hero that's been making a pretty big splash recently. That would provide them with, you know, the silence if they're able to grab the Terrorblade, can't get the Sunder off, a lot of magic damage as well.
I think he's definitely on the radar for both teams here, just because they're removing other alternatives as well for supports. But it would work well against both Racer to glimpse him back so he can't chase people or force out a BKB from him early. But also the lockdown against Terrorblade and stopping him from sundering would be useful if EG decide to go for it. They're gonna ban out BZM's Invoker here. Of course, we are spoiled with many good Invoker players in this. We saw both Toronto Tokyo and Stormstormer going at it in the previous series, with both of them playing Invoker. But BZM is also a superb Invoker player.
Okay, they're going to opt for the Snapfire pickup on the side of Evil Geniuses. Do like that. They've got a couple ways to save in their draft, which I also enjoy. You've got the Snowball from Tusk, you've got the Cookie from Snapfire, and then it adds a little bit more team fight. And we talked about this earlier, how the fact that Snapfire just has incredible range. So she's able to sit pretty far back and get off those Mortimer kisses. And you do have to kind of be aware of that if you're OG, how you're going to be able to interrupt those. You do have a Clockwork, but you don't always necessarily want him to be jumping on the back lines. You might want him to be, you know, your frontliner in some cases too. But nah, okay, all right. You get the Amar Timber. I feel like that is a very, very strong front lane.
Yeah, he's definitely this is one of his signature heroes. He has multiple, I suppose, but his Timbersaw, I've seen it in some games where it's like, this is a terrible Timbersaw game, this shouldn't work, and then he just dominates. So OG and their Timbersaw, they are a nice pairing, and I think EG, they have to be very cautious here because they already have 2 strength heroes in their supports. They're going to be really squishy against the Whirling Death here. But yeah, I agree with what you said, that the Snapfire is nice into the Terrorblade because EG needed to add more magic damage to deal with TB. And I still think they want even more beyond that. Magic damage is going to be higher value now that you see a Timbersaw as well.
I mean, the big thing whenever you see Elysian heroes a lot of times is you see something like Leshrac, right?
Yeah, Lesh is certainly an option that they could go for as well. The more things they add here to set up for the Leshrac stun as well. They have Clockwork now, they have Dark Willow, which can set up a little bit. And Dark Willow, fantastic hero against Razor. I think the Terrorize against Razor is one of the most useful tools you can have to just force him to get back. It's sort of similar to Glimpse that we were mentioning. And here comes Arteezy's comfort hero. Gonna be the Ursa. Certainly a good matchup against the Timbersaw. Continuous damage, but against Terrorblade can be a little bit rougher. But that means they have to pick a last hero that deals quite well with the Terrorblade, I think.
I was suggesting the Lesh for the side of Evil Geniuses, just because we were talking about that magic burst damage and dealing with some of the illusions. Might fit the draft just because of how high tempo it is currently, but...
Yeah, certainly. I think Leshrac can certainly fit for EG here. It might be something that OG respect when they get to their final ban, because they do have the Terrorblade, and